Chapter 701, Sister Sparrow, I am here. Chapter 701, Sister Sparrow, I am here. 1 month later. Shen Mo returned to the place where it had all begun, the nest of the heaven-shrouding sparrow. The first time he arrived in the eastern state Heaven and Earth, he had fallen near this very nest. Back then, the heaven-shrouding sparrow had even treated him as a caretaker, raising him within the nest for several years. As for the petrified beast egg, he had already obtained it and completely absorbed the essence of the void beast within. The void beast's blood and essence were incomparably powerful. Because of this, the number of his Dao patterns once again increased dramatically. At present, his total Dao patterns had already reached 450. The final goal of 500 Dao patterns was no longer far away.
Sister Sparrow, I am here, Sister Sparrow.
Shen Mo infused his voice with spiritual power, and it spread outward like a surging wave of air, quickly echoing in all directions. Before long, a clear and resounding cry echoed from the horizon. Immediately after, a massive shadow that covered the sky rushed closer. Shen Mo looked up and laughed with delight. The heaven-shrouding sparrow hovered above, and behind it followed a miniature version of itself. It must have been the young offspring that had only grown during this period. Whoosh! A violent gale erupted, and the surrounding trees, flowers, and grass could not withstand such a storm, all being blown backward in disarray. Shen Mo, however, stood calmly in place, unshaken. The next moment, the heaven-shrouding sparrow landed gracefully, like a dignified and elegant noblewoman. Yet its child's landing was far less graceful. The little one planted its face into the ground, forcibly carving a trench more than 30 zhang long before managing to stop with its beak. The heaven-shrouding sparrow's elegant grooming of its feathers came to an abrupt halt. It let out a low, displeased cry. The youngster scrambled back to its feet, its face visibly filled with embarrassment. Shen Mo burst out laughing.
It's nothing, Sister Sparrow. Children just learning to fly will naturally lack elegance. As long as it can fly, that is all that matters. Who cares how it takes to the air?
The heaven-shrouding sparrow rolled its eyes gracefully. The little one seemed to understand human words and looked at Shen Mo with gratitude several times, feeling an unusual closeness toward him. From the heaven-shrouding sparrow's mouth came a pleasant voice.
You have come to me because the promise between us has been fulfilled.
Shen Mo nodded.
Sheiyang Manor has been destroyed, and Lei Jinglong is dead.
The heaven-shrouding sparrow was stunned. That Sheiyang Manor would be eradicated, it had already guessed. For Shen Mo, that was not difficult. But to hear that even Lei Jinglong was dead, it had not expected that. And it had not even had the chance to take action. The heaven-shrouding sparrow had long dwelled within the Mankang mountain range and knew little of events in the outside world. At most, it sensed that the demon race had begun to stir. As for more specific matters, it was completely unaware. Shen Mo then recounted the recent events, not in great detail, but clearly enough to explain the sequence.
So that is how it was.
After listening, the heaven-shrouding sparrow let out a cold laugh.
Good riddance. To dare lay hands on my child, he deserved death.
In its heart, the heaven-shrouding sparrow cared little for great causes or justice. It only knew one truth: anyone who dared try to steal its child must die.
My promise still stands. Come back with me to the nest. I have 4 supreme-grade saint artifacts there. Choose whichever one you like.
The heaven-shrouding sparrow spoke calmly.
Very well.
Shen Mo smiled. When they returned to the nest, however, they discovered a group of mountain-moving giant apes sneaking toward it. These creatures, skulking about in secrecy, were caught red-handed by Shen Mo and the heaven-shrouding sparrow.
Hoot hoot hoot. Hoot hoot hoot.
The leading mountain-moving giant ape suddenly noticed Shen Mo. Its eyes lit up with cunning, and it pointed at him while roaring loudly. As if to say, they were here to fight Shen Mo. Shen Mo could not help but laugh. Fight me. If this had been during those first years after he fell into the Mankang mountain range, and the mountain-moving giant apes had sought to fight him then, he truly might not have been able to defeat them all. After all, they were physically powerful, enormously strong and numerous. He could have certainly beaten the leader, but subduing the entire group and making them yield was unlikely. These creatures even dared provoke the heaven-shrouding sparrow, and had done so persistently for decades, never knowing fear like honey badgers with no concept of backing down. The heaven-shrouding sparrow cast them a strange look. This human cultivator had even slain supremes, yet they wanted to fight him. That was pure courting of death.
Very well, I accept your challenge. In the past, you never won. I can assure you, you will never win in the future either.
Hoot hoot hoo. The leading mountain-moving giant ape suddenly noticed Shen Mo. Its eyes lit up with cunning, and it pointed at him while roaring loudly. As if to say, they were here to fight Shen Mo. Shen Mo could not help but laugh. Fight me. If this had been during those first years after he fell into the Mangkang mountain range, and the mountain-moving giant apes had sought to fight him then, he truly might not have been able to defeat them all. After all, they were physically powerful, enormously strong and numerous. He could have certainly beaten the leader, but subduing the entire group and making them yield was unlikely. These creatures even dared provoke the heaven-shrouding sparrow, and had done so persistently for decades, never knowing fear like honey badgers with no concept of backing down. The heaven-shrouding sparrow cast them a strange look. This human cultivator had even slain supremes, yet they wanted to fight him. That was pure courting of death. Very well, I accept your challenge. In the past, you never won. I can assure you, you will never win in the future either. Shen Mo smiled faintly. Hoot hoot hoo. The mountain-moving giant apes could understand human speech. Hearing this, they grew furious. The leader in particular was enraged, its enormous bloodshot eyes glaring wide. It gestured with its hand, signaling for Shen Mo to come forward for a duel. Yet before Shen Mo had even walked halfway, the group of apes charged him all at once, abandoning any sense of single combat. Shen Mo did not manifest other divine forms, only summoning the image of the battle demon ape. The battle demon ape was itself a simian, most skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The longer it fought, the stronger it became. The heavier its injuries, the more terrifying it grew. The sounds of flesh-on-flesh combat resounded in the depths of the Mangkang mountain range. Even the heaven-shrouding sparrow was somewhat stunned by the sight, quickly shielding its youngling's eyes with its wings, as if to say, "This scene is too bloody, children must not watch." Yet the little one was lively and eager, wanting badly to see how a mere human cultivator would deal with dozens of mountain-moving giant apes. And then it was shocked. That seemingly small human cultivator was like unbreakable steel. The ape's fist struck him without even breaking his skin, but with a casual punch he sent them flying, howling in pain. In less than 100 breaths of time, dozens of mountain-moving giant apes were sprawled on the ground. Some clutched their heads, others their bellies, all rolling about in agony.
Do you submit?
Shen Mo asked indifferently. Though covered in wounds, the leader roared furiously and pointed at the form of the battle demon ape, as if protesting that Shen Mo had used a divine form, making the duel unfair. Shen Mo sneered.
You pack of apes ganged up on me, and you dare talk about a duel?
The leader's expression turned awkward. The leading mountain-moving giant ape suddenly noticed Shen Mo. Its eyes lit up with cunning, and it pointed at him while roaring loudly. As if to say, they were here to fight Shen Mo. Shen Mo could not help but laugh. Fight me. If this had been during those first years after he fell into the Mangkang mountain range, and the mountain-moving giant apes had sought to fight him then, he truly might not have been able to defeat them all. After all, they were physically powerful, enormously strong and numerous. He could have certainly beaten the leader, but subduing the entire group and making them yield was unlikely. These creatures even dared provoke the heaven-shrouding sparrow, and had done so persistently for decades, never knowing fear like honey badgers with no concept of backing down. The heaven-shrouding sparrow cast them a strange look. This human cultivator had even slain supremes, yet they wanted to fight him. That was pure courting of death. Very well, I accept your challenge. In the past, you never won. I can assure you, you will never win in the future either. Shen Mo smiled faintly. Hoot hoot hoo. The mountain-moving giant apes could understand human speech. Hearing this, they grew furious. The leader in particular was enraged, its enormous bloodshot eyes glaring wide. It gestured with its hand, signaling for Shen Mo to come forward for a duel. Yet before Shen Mo had even walked halfway, the group of apes charged him all at once, abandoning any sense of single combat. Shen Mo did not manifest other divine forms, only summoning the image of the battle demon ape. The battle demon ape was itself a simian, most skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The longer it fought, the stronger it became. The heavier its injuries, the more terrifying it grew. The sounds of flesh-on-flesh combat resounded in the depths of the Mangkang mountain range. Even the heaven-shrouding sparrow was somewhat stunned by the sight, quickly shielding its youngling's eyes with its wings, as if to say, "This scene is two bloody children must not watch." Yet the little one was lively and eager, wanting badly to see how a mere human cultivator would deal with dozens of mountain-moving giant apes. And then it was shocked. That seemingly small human cultivator was like unbreakable steel. The ape's fist struck him without even breaking his skin, but with a casual punch he sent them flying, howling in pain. In less than 100 breaths of time, dozens of mountain-moving giant apes were sprawled on the ground. Some clutched their heads, others their bellies, all rolling about in agony. "Do you submit?" Shen Mo asked indifferently. Though covered in wounds, the leader roared furiously and pointed at the form of the battle demon ape, as if protesting that Shen Mo had used a divine form, making the duel unfair. Shen Mo sneered, "You pack of apes ganged up on me and you dare talk about a duel." The leader's expression turned awkward. "I'll ask you again, do you submit? If not, we can continue." Shen Mo spoke casually. His physical body was overwhelmingly strong. Even after thrashing dozens of mountain-moving giant apes, he was far from exhausted. Another round would be nothing. "Hoot hoot hoo." The apes cried out in terror, retreating again and again. No more fighting, no more fighting. By no means would they fight again. The leader whimpered a few times in grievance, then led its troop away with tails tucked.
Sister Sparrow, how exactly did you end up with such a grudge against them?
Shen Mo asked curiously. The heaven-shrouding sparrow rolled its eyes.
They're obsessed with fighting. Since I am the strongest in this area, they fixate on challenging me every day.
Chapter 702. That demon blade is not something ordinary people can touch, be careful. Chapter 702. That demon blade is not something ordinary people can touch, be careful.
These are the 4 supreme-grade saint artifacts.
Inside the nest, Shen Mo's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the 4 saint artifacts laid out in a row before him. The heaven-shrouding sparrow elegantly preened its feathers.
1 from the human race, 1 from the demon beast race, 1 from the dragon race, and 1 from the demon race. Choose whichever you like.
Shen Mo nodded slightly and examined them carefully. The supreme-grade saint artifact of the human race was a crimson gourd, within which flames still flickered. In battle, it could spray fire to attack enemies. The artifact of the demon beast race was a fang the length of a forearm. It seemed to be the tooth of some demon saint. Demon beast forging was always crude and unrefined, and this saint artifact's appearance was indeed not pleasing. However, this fang carried the ability to inspire both the wielder and nearby allies. If the allies were demon beasts, the effect would be even stronger.
A pity, the Qingxuan battle dragon banner carries a similar effect, and the two overlap somewhat.
Shen Mo sighed lightly. The dragon race's supreme-grade saint artifact was a pearl the size of a head. It had no offensive power, yet this pearl could replicate nearly all martial techniques and combat skills in the world. As long as enough saint spirit stones were supplied, it could endlessly replicate, store, and rehearse them. With this pearl in hand, it was equivalent to having an outstanding teacher. It would patiently repeat the instruction again and again until the disciple mastered it.
Unfortunately, my speed in learning techniques is too fast. I would hardly need this pearl. A shame.
Shen Mo let out another sigh. The demon race's supreme-grade saint artifact was a blood-colored giant blade of sinister design. Its surface bore a single eye, which was blinking at this very moment, spreading a heart-corrupting glow. The blade's edge was covered in serrations and barbs. Just looking at it sent chills through one's heart. This demon blade was unmistakably the handiwork of the mad division of the demon race. Of the 5 demon divisions, Shen Mo had already encountered the corpse division and the filth division. The corpse division specialized in controlling corpses, making them rise again. The filth division excelled in spreading pollution and erosion. The demon lands were created by them. The remaining 3 were the nether division, the dark division, and the mad division. The mad division, as its name implied, were born berserkers, demons made for war. Every moment of their lives revolved around battle. Their combat was ferocious to the extreme, never retreating, always challenging the strong. They were either fighting or on their way to a fight. If no battle could be found, they fought among themselves. Thus, at times, the actions of the mad division inadvertently aided the humans, demon beasts, or dragons. For once idle, they turned their blades on their own kin. Shen Mo reached out toward the demon blade. The heaven-shrouding sparrow was startled at his action. It warned.
That demon blade is not something ordinary people can touch. Be careful.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
I am somewhat less than ordinary.
With that, he grasped the hilt of the blade directly, utterly unconcerned. In the next moment, the single eye on the blade shone brightly, enveloping Shen Mo, as though it would instantly beguile him and drag him fully into the demonic path. Yet in the very next instant, the eye suddenly realized that within this human cultivator's divine palace was something unimaginably terrifying. Its beguiling light immediately withdrew. The eye became meek and obedient, as if Shen Mo were some great demon saint, frightening it into submission. The heaven-shrouding sparrow was astonished. It had once attempted to gift this demon blade to destined individuals, even among them supreme experts. Without exception, every one of them was beguiled by the blade, forcing the heaven-shrouding sparrow to strike them away and save their lives. Yet this human cultivator, Shen Mo, had completely exceeded its expectations. He had subdued the demon blade, and done so in the blink of an eye. Shen Mo smiled faintly. A demon blade. Did it not realize how terrifying the things hidden within his body were? The 9 nether ice flame, the 9 heavens divine thunder flame, were these not all heavenly flames that restrained the demon race? A mere demon blade, a mere beguilement force, how could it possibly contend with such eternal flames? Thus Shen Mo had never feared this demon blade. After subduing it, he easily learned its name.
Qingxuan.
Shen Mo chuckled softly. The minds of the mad division contain nothing but words such as war, madness, slaughter, butchery, and destruction. Almost all their saint artifacts bore names like these.
Sister Sparrow, what about the clue to the supreme grade supreme bone?
Shen Mo tossed Qingxuan into the 8 treasures spirit-nurturing pagoda and asked the heaven-shrouding sparrow. The heaven-shrouding sparrow said calmly,
Ordinarily, condensing a supreme grade supreme bone requires 3 treasures.
First, the bone-cleansing gold liquid, needed to temper the bones.
Second, the falling star cold marrow, needed to condense the bones.
Third, the earth mother essence, needed to elevate a martial technique.
Shen Mo nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, condensing the supreme bone required 3 steps. The first step was to temper the bones, cleansing them of all impurities. The second was to condense the supreme bone. The longer it could be condensed, the better, with 9 segments being the limit. The third was to elevate a martial technique into a divine ability. The higher the grade of the technique, the harder it was to elevate. Thus, one had to prepare an abundance of treasures to achieve the elevation. Each of the 3 steps required corresponding treasures. The quality and quantity of the chosen treasures would directly determine one's strength upon stepping into the supreme realm. However, Shen Mo only knew of some of the treasures corresponding to these steps. The heaven-shrouding sparrow's words pointed him directly to the 3 most precious treasures. Now he could set them as his targets.
Sister Sparrow, since you've already given me the clues, why not go all the way and tell me where to find them?
Shen Mo smiled. The heaven-shrouding sparrow rolled its eyes.
I am a demon beast, not a human.
Shen Mo laughed.
Then be a good beast to the end.
The heaven-shrouding sparrow said calmly.
The bone-cleansing gold liquid can be sought from the supreme bones of fallen supremes.
The Earth Mother essence is found deep beneath the ground, at depths of more than 10,000 zhang. It appears most often in places of alternating heat and cold.
The falling star cold marrow is the hardest to obtain. It can only be found inside fallen meteors.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. In Shi Tianhao's fated opportunity, it had been foretold that in 5 months, a meteor would fall here in the Mankang mountain range. Shi Tianhao obtained meteor iron from its outer layers. But due to his weak strength, he could not obtain the incomparably cold falling star cold marrow and had left in regret. His own strength, however, was far greater. With eternal flames enveloping his hands, he could easily take away the falling star cold marrow. Thus, what was hardest for others to obtain would instead be the easiest for Shen Mo.
The bone-cleansing gold liquid. I can purchase supreme bones at a high price to search for it.
As for the Earth Mother essence, Sister Sparrow, do you know where it can be found?
Shen Mo smiled. The heaven-shrouding sparrow had lived long, it surely knew more than him. Perhaps it even knew the precise location of the Earth Mother essence. The heaven-shrouding sparrow blinked.
I do know, but that does not mean you can obtain it.
Please tell me.
Shen Mo said earnestly. The heaven-shrouding sparrow spoke with some sorrow.
I did not always live here. I once dwelled deeper within the mountains. But after losing a territorial struggle, I was driven out by the Tear Sky demon lizard.
My former nest had Earth Mother essence beneath it, but now that place belongs to the Tear Sky demon lizard.
Chapter 703, Waiting for 470 Dao Patterns. Chapter 703, Waiting for 470 Dao Patterns. The shrouding sky cloud sparrow looked at Shen Mo and said seriously,
The rending sky demon lizard's strength surpasses mine. Even if the two of us joined forces, we would not be its match.
Shen Mo, you cannot obtain the Earth Mother essence.
But Shen Mo smiled.
Sparrow sister, that may not be the case.
The rending sky demon lizard once drove you from that place, but perhaps one day it will be forced out by an even stronger beast.
We can act when it is severely wounded. Not only can we seize the Earth Mother essence, but perhaps you can also wash away that old humiliation.
The shrouding sky cloud sparrow blinked. That was true. Being driven from its nest by the rending sky demon lizard had always been a scar in its heart. Had it not been for the 3 eggs it needed to protect back then, it would have fought the lizard to the death. But in order to protect its children, it had endured and left unwillingly. Now, with 1 egg already hatched, its mission was 1/3 complete. It truly was time to settle that old score. Still, what Shen Mo said seemed a bit idealistic. How could he be so sure the rending sky demon lizard would be driven out by a stronger beast? Shen Mo's smile deepened. This was something he had seen from Shi Tianhao's recent fortunes. The reason the rending sky demon lizard clashed again with the shrouding sky cloud sparrow was precisely because it had been driven away by a more powerful beast, the azure sky divine ox. That azure sky divine ox was one of the greatest overlords of the Mankang Mountains. Far stronger than the shrouding sky cloud sparrow. It usually remained in the deepest parts of the range. But because it had fallen into a demon clan scheme and was afflicted with fire poison, it was forced to leave its domain, seeking ways to detoxify itself. The underground cold pool that nurtured the Earth Mother essence was the best remedy for its affliction. Thus, the azure sky divine ox had driven out the rending sky demon lizard. Unable to match the azure sky divine ox, the lizard encountered the shrouding sky cloud sparrow. The two locked eyes, and battle erupted instantly. At that moment, Shi Tianhao sneaked into the rending sky demon lizard's nest and stole away a nearly hatched lizard egg. According to destiny, once that egg hatched, the young demon lizard would become Shi Tianhao's new trump card. But now,
Sparrow sister, trust me.
Shen Mo said earnestly. The shrouding sky cloud sparrow studied him. At first, it had captured this human cultivator only to serve as a caretaker. When it left the nest to forage, it wanted someone to guard the eggs. But time and again, this human cultivator astonished it. In its long life, it had seen countless human prodigies. Yet none compared to Shen Mo, who remained unfathomable.
Very well, I trust you.
The shrouding sky cloud sparrow replied solemnly. Shen Mo nodded with a smile. Afterward, he stayed in the sparrow's nest. He often sparred with it. Of course, the shrouding sky cloud sparrow always suppressed its strength to the level of a 100-pattern nirvana cultivator. Only then was the sparring fair. Though Shen Mo lost more often than he won, his battle experience grew richer. His mastery over the weapon Quangtu became more refined. And when he grew weary from sparring, he still had the little fledgling to amuse himself with. Life was peaceful and pleasant. Meanwhile, his Dao pattern count never stopped increasing. After half a year, his Dao patterns surged to 470. Only 30 remained before reaching the ultimate goal of 500. And on that day, a thunderous bellow echoed from the depths of the Manking Mountains. That deep, earth-shaking roar belonged to none other than the azure sky divine ox in pain. The shrouding sky cloud sparrow also heard the sound, startled and uncertain. It instantly recognized the voice of that beast overlord.
What happened to the azure sky divine ox, for it to be in such agony?
Shen Mo gave a brief explanation. The Filth Clan demon's schemes were not limited to the 4 Dao Saint artifacts. They also targeted the overlord beasts of the Manking Mountains. Their intent was to corrupt these powerful overlords, turning them into demonic beasts under their control. However, they clearly underestimated their strength. The demon venerables they sent were far too few. They only managed to barely corrupt the azure sky divine ox, inflicting it with fire poison. The price, the death of 2 demon venerables, their battered bodies forced into a desperate retreat. The shrouding sky cloud sparrow, as a beast overlord itself, immediately pieced the situation together.
So the azure sky divine ox drove off the rending sky demon lizard because it wanted to use the underground cold pool to suppress the fire poison. I see now.
Shen Mo asked.
Sparrow sister, why do you look displeased?
The shrouding sky cloud sparrow said coldly.
Am I not a beast overlord? Why did the Filth Clan demons not target me? I understand they looked down on me.
They are finished.
Shen Mo.
That is the rending sky demon lizard's cry. They are fighting good. Brother Ox, tear off a few chunks of its flesh and crush its tail while you're at it.
Shen Mo could only break into a sweat. Sparrow Sister certainly held grudges remembering something from centuries ago so vividly. Booming rumbles drew nearer. Flocks of birds took flight in alarm. Ancient trees along the path collapsed one after another. Dust clouds billowed, heralding the charge of a colossal figure from afar.
They're coming. Prepare to strike.
Chapter 704, What is a Human Doing Here? Get Out. Chapter 704, What is a Human Doing Here? Get Out. Roars echoed through the mountains. Moments later, the rending sky demon lizard, unable to endure its injuries, let out several furious howls before fleeing. Its body was so massive that even in retreat, the earth quaked like a small earthquake. Wherever it passed, towering trees were instantly snapped apart. Countless other beasts suffered calamity for no reason. Beasts sat at home, only for death to descend from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. On the outskirts of the Manking Mountains, Shi Tianhao was cautiously exploring the ancient forest when he heard the deafening roars. What followed was a stampede of fleeing beasts. Many among them were natural predators and prey, yet even so, they fled side by side. Even a fool could see that something terrifying had erupted in the mountain depths. Surely some great beast had surged out from within. This thought had barely formed when he saw it, a colossal figure charging closer from afar. Wherever it went, the earth shook, rivers split. Shi Tianhao's scalp went numb at the sight of the monstrous lizard. Any thought of further exploration vanished. He plunged into the beast tide and ran for his life. Elsewhere, the shrouding sky cloud sparrow had crushed the rending sky demon lizard in battle, emerging nearly unscathed. With the lizard no longer a threat, Shen Mo and the sparrow soon reached the beast's lair. The lair lay in ruins, riddled with deep pits and gouges. Shen Mo swept his gaze across it, noticing massive hoofprints. Nearby lakes had been trampled and now poured into the depressions, forming new lakes. At the center of the lair yawned a vast pit, plunging deep into the earth.
This should be the entrance to the underground cold pool.
The shrouding sky cloud sparrow said evenly.
Go on inside, I'll keep watch here.
It hesitated, then plucked a feather from its wing and handed it to Shen Mo. Though only a feather, it was as long as his entire arm. Brother Ox is likely restless now. If you barge in, he might attack. Take this, it will keep you safe. Shen Mo accepted it at once. It seemed the shrouding sky cloud sparrow and the azure sky divine ox had ties of old. Indeed, Shi Tianhao's fortune had revealed they were both spirit pets of the desolate sovereign. The descent underground proved uneventful. At 10,000 feet below, Shen Mo finally saw the colossal figure. A giant ox covered in azure scales lay within the frigid pool. A deep wound marred its body, within which burned a purple-black flame. Like the tongue of a demon, it licked and devoured, gnawing at flesh and blood. The ox gasped heavily, the flame-infested wound devouring its life force without pause, steadily corroding its mind. Yet Shen Mo knew this overlord of the Mangkang Mountains had never once submitted to the Filth Clan demon's corruption. Before its life ended, it had chosen to take its own, remaining true to the trust of the desolate sovereign.
HMPH. What is a human doing here? Get out.
As Shen Mo took only a few steps, the azure sky divine ox growled, its voice filled with threat. Shen Mo smiled, raising the feather.
Brother Ox, Sparrow Sister sent me.
The azure sky divine ox sensed the familiar aura and relaxed slightly. If it entrusted you with its feather, then it must trust you.
Do as you please. There are heavenly treasures here I have no need for, you may take them.
The ox shook its massive head and sank deeper into its chilling bath. Shen Mo obtained the earth mother essence with ease. This heavenly treasure lay just beneath the cold pool. He smiled.
Brother Ox, I can help you purge the fire poison.
The azure sky divine ox snorted disdainfully.
You, a mere nirvana cultivator, can rid me of fire poison. Leave quickly, my mood is foul, do not bother me. If you anger me, even if you are close to it, I will kill you.
Shen Mo did not waste words. He raised his hands and summoned flames. In his left palm burned the 9 nether ice flame. In his right hand blazed the 9 heavens divine thunder flame. Sensing the sudden rise of those 2 eternal flames, the azure sky divine ox let out a bellow of shock. Splash! It rose abruptly. Its massive eyes widened, staring fixedly at the flames in disbelief.
It is truly.
Hot breath gushed from its nostrils as it exclaimed. From within the 9 nether ice flame came a voice.
Who is that little ox? It has been a long time, you have grown so large.
The azure sky divine ox trembled with excitement.
You remember me, Brother Ice.
The 9 nether ice flame laughed heartily.
Of course I remember. Back then, you were just a calf the desolate sovereign picked up.
The azure sky divine ox grew embarrassed, like a grown man suddenly meeting the auntie who once held him as a child. Shen Mo was also stunned. So the 9 nether ice flame had long known the azure sky divine ox. The ox called it Brother Ice. He called the ox Brother Ox. Yet he was the master of the 9 nether ice flame. Was this not a complete tangle of seniority? The azure sky divine ox swallowed hard.
Brother Ice.
The 9 nether ice flame smacked it across the face.
Which eye of yours saw me subdued? I simply found myself a long-term meal ticket.
The 9 heavens divine thunder flame chuckled.
Exactly. Alone, I would never feast daily on such pure demon hearts.
The azure sky divine ox broke into a cold sweat. It did not know the 9 heavens divine thunder flame, but it was familiar with the 9 nether ice flame. Back then, the desolate sovereign had formed an equal pact with it. The only reason it had followed was to scavenge food. And now it was the same. This proved the 9 nether ice flame had never undergone reincarnation. Its spirit had remained unchanged.
With you here, the fire poison the Filth Clan demons left in me can surely be cured.
The azure sky divine ox said excitedly.
Rest easy, little ox.
The 9 nether ice flame smiled with human-like expression. At once, it leapt onto the azure sky divine ox's body. White-blue fire flared to life. That maggot-like fire poison had no strength to resist, burned away to nothing. In the blink of an eye, the azure sky divine ox no longer felt its strength draining. The overwhelming resilience of a beast overlord's body activated immediately. Shen Mo could see tender red flesh sprouting like branches, swiftly weaving together. In less than 500 breaths, fur and azure scales regrew, covering its body once more.
Thank you.
The azure sky divine ox lowered its head solemnly toward Shen Mo.
My words earlier were too harsh. Please forgive me.
Shen Mo shook his head with a smile.
Brother Ox, no need to be so formal. From now on, we are all on the same side.
The azure sky divine ox finally relaxed. A moment later, as if recalling something, it spoke with gravity.
You possess both these eternal flames. Perhaps you can enter the old master's cavern and obtain all of his remaining inheritance. If you are willing, I can take you there.
Chapter 705. Chapter 705, The Four Overlords of the Mankang Mountains Meet. Chapter 705, The Four Overlords of the Mankang Mountains Meet. Shen Mo let out a helpless laugh. The Sky Azure Divine Bull's change in attitude was truly swift. Earlier it hardly paid attention to anyone, looking irritable. Now it addressed him with constant respect.
Shi Tianhao's opportunity came only because he sneaked in while the Sky Azure Divine Bull slept, using secret arts to hide within its scales and slip into the great desolate Venerable's cave. But I am to be personally escorted inside by the Sky Azure Divine Bull with reverence.
Shen Mo chuckled softly.
Very well, let us go.
The Sky Azure Divine Bull gave a delighted moo and carried Shen Mo back to the surface. The heaven-covering cloud sparrow was preening its feathers. Suddenly seeing the Sky Azure Divine Bull appear, it was startled.
Brother Bull, why have you come out?
The Sky Azure Divine Bull grinned foolishly.
To escort this one to the old master's cave.
The cloud sparrow's eyes hardened.
What? Have you forgotten the old master's words? How can you casually bring someone into the cave?
The Sky Azure Divine Bull raised a hoof to scratch its head.
I thought you knew his identity.
The cloud sparrow was dumbfounded. Only then did the Sky Azure Divine Bull say,
This one bears the 9 nether ice flame and the 9 heavens divine thunder flame. Brother Ice, do you remember?
In those days you were still a little sparrow, and I just a young calf.
The cloud sparrow was shocked. After a long pause, it stared intently at Shen Mo.
You?
Why did you not tell me earlier?
Shen Mo shrugged.
You never asked.
The cloud sparrow.
Had I known you carried such eternal flames, I would never have left you in my nest as a caretaker.
The Sky Azure Divine Bull's eyes bulged.
You actually dared treat this one as a caretaker.
The cloud sparrow laughed awkwardly. Shen Mo quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
Do not blame Sister Sparrow. Besides, she never truly meant me harm.
With Shen Mo's mediation, the Sky Azure Divine Bull finally eased.
Come, I will take you to the old master's cave.
Sparrow, you must not follow.
The Sky Azure Divine Bull bellowed lowly.
Yes.
The cloud sparrow's gaze dimmed. Shen Mo asked curiously.
Why not let Sister Sparrow come along?
The Sky Azure Divine Bull answered in a low voice.
It once made a mistake. The old master cast it out of the cave. To be precise, it no longer counts as the old master's spirit beast.
Shen Mo nodded.
So that is how it is.
Boom, boom, boom. The Sky Azure Divine Bull stamped the ground lightly. Its body surged forth like a moving mountain. Wherever it passed, trees toppled and hills shattered. Birds and beasts fled in terror, though many unlucky ones perished beneath its hooves. The Sky Azure Divine Bull did not slow its pace for such trifles. Shen Mo also paid it no mind. For a beast of this magnitude, a casual movement could kill countless lives. If it feared killing and dared not move, it might as well die. The Sky Azure Divine Bull's 4 hooves stirred azure winds. In little time, Shen Mo rode the giant bull into the deepest part of the Mankang Mountains. As if responding to the Sky Azure Divine Bull's voice, several roars echoed from within the range. The sounds were deep and powerful, clearly belonging to other overlord-class beasts like the Sky Azure Divine Bull. The Sky Azure Divine Bull stood and bellowed a few times. Soon, 3 figures arrived from 3 directions. From the east came a pitch-black giant python. From the west came a massive bird carrying a human-faced fruit. From the north came a crimson tiger with twin wings on its back. The Sky Azure Divine Bull rumbled.
Allow me to make introductions. That black serpent is the Black Death Sky Serpent. That human-faced fruit belongs to the hanging heaven banyan tree. Its roots are anchored deep within the mountains, so it cannot move here itself. It sent one of its fruits instead. That red tiger is the crimson blood winged tiger.
Shen Mo gave a slight nod. He could see it clearly. These 3 were overlord-class beasts on the same level as the Sky Azure Divine Bull. A full grade stronger than the heaven-covering cloud sparrow. Before Shen Mo could speak, the Black Death Sky Serpent hissed in its sharp voice.
Old bull, who allowed you to bring a human cultivator here? Have you forgotten the old master's command before he left?
The crimson blood winged tiger growled.
Any human cultivator may be tainted by the demons. Even if it does not show now, he could still carry the seed of corruption within him. The old master's cave is of utmost importance. It must never be known to the demons.
The human-faced fruit blinked. From within came an aged voice.
Little serpent, little tiger, do not be so hasty. Let little bull explain first. He has always been the most steady. I trust he would not act recklessly.
The Sky Azure Divine Bull snorted coldly.
Of course, I would not act recklessly. The reason I brought him here is precisely because he is the heir chosen by the old master.
The Black Death Sky Serpent immediately retorted.
Nonsense, do not speak such lies. He is but a nirvana cultivator. How could he be worthy to inherit the old master's legacy?
The crimson blood winged tiger growled again.
In human terms, those are empty words. Old bull, show us proof.
The hanging heaven banyan tree also spoke solemnly.
Little bull, in the past you often brought human cultivators here, claiming they were the old master's heir. Yet not one of them was. I understand your feelings. None of us wish to remain here in endless guardianship.
But we must never betray the old master's trust.
The Sky Azure Divine Bull looked embarrassed. Shen Mo could not help but feel both amused and exasperated. So the Sky Azure Divine Bull often brought people here then. The Black Death Sky Serpent said impatiently.
No matter what you claim, whether this human is qualified to inherit the old master's mantle requires our collective trial.
The crimson blood winged tiger growled.
Old bull, we understand your heart, but this procedure cannot be skipped. If this one is unqualified, his memory must be erased, and he must be cast out of the Mangkang Mountains, never to return.
This time, the hanging heaven banyan tree did not speak, but its silence was tacit approval. The Sky Azure Divine Bull only laughed. He laughed with clear pride.
To tell you the truth, this one bears the 9 nether ice flame and the 9 heavens divine thunder flame.
He laughed joyously.
He has accomplished what even the old master could not. He is absolutely qualified to inherit the old master's legacy. What?
At these words, both the Black Death Sky Serpent and the crimson blood winged tiger trembled violently. The hanging heaven banyan tree's ancient eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The 9 nether ice flame. The 9 heavens divine thunder flame. Ranked 4th and 2nd on the eternal flame list. Even the great desolate venerable could only establish an equal contract with the 9 nether ice flame. As for the 9 heavens divine thunder flame, it never even acknowledged the great desolate venerable. And yet this human cultivator had subdued both.
Impossible!
Chapter 706. Chapter 706. Through the rift lies the old master's cave. Chapter 706. Through the rift lies the old master's cave. After a long while, a neutral voice came from within the 9 nether ice flame.
Why is no one speaking? Little serpent, do you still remember me? I burned your shed skins for you several times. And you, little tiger cub, who knows how the great desolate venerable came up with your name? Perhaps it was his accent. As for you, little sapling, it has been so long. Why are you growing in such a rush? By right, you should only be 120,000 years old.
When the 9 nether ice flame finished speaking, the 3 overlord beasts were left utterly speechless. Shen Mo saw that their postures had lowered considerably.
Brother Ice,
The 3 overlord beasts were beyond excited. The 9 nether ice flame said,
if I had not spoken, would you have erased Shen Mo's memory?
The 3 beasts could only respond with awkward laughter.
Would you not say a few words?
The 9 nether ice flame looked toward the 9 heavens divine thunder flame.
I shall not. I was not familiar with the great desolate venerable.
The 9 heavens divine thunder flame shook its head.
Then so be it, we will return to rest.
The 9 nether ice flame nodded. With that, both flames returned into Shen Mo's divine palace and vanished. Once they departed, the invisible pressure weighing upon the 3 overlord beasts lifted. To them, the 9 nether ice flame was like an elder parent. Even the embarrassing things of their youth, such as wetting the bed, it likely knew in detail. Before such an existence, they could not summon any of their overlord pride.
Ahem.
The hanging heaven banyan tree coughed, breaking the silence. The crimson blood winged tiger said solemnly,
I believe it is time to open the old master's cave and send him inside. Old serpent, what do you think? Earlier your opposition was the strongest.
The black death sky serpent froze.
Oh!
After a moment it reacted, glaring fiercely at the crimson blood winged tiger.
Nonsense, I was never opposed, I fully agreed. I merely meant that the old master's legacy is of utmost importance and must not be treated lightly. When Old Bull first brought him here, I already noticed. This one is a peerless talent, a heavenly figure, utterly unlike the other human cultivators brought before. He is destined to inherit the old master's mantle.
The hanging heaven banyan tree and the crimson blood winged tiger.
This time, you cannot blame me for recklessly bringing someone.
The 3 overlord beasts all nodded in unison. Shen Mo also laughed. He had thought it would require lengthy persuasion. He had not expected it to be so simple. Boom! The 4 overlord beasts moved together, arriving at the base of the highest peak in the Mankang Mountains. At first glance, the peak seemed ordinary, merely towering into the clouds. Even when Shen Mo swept it with divine sense, he detected no palace hidden within.
Please, old master, open the way.
The 4 overlord beasts knelt in unison before the peak, like a tidal wave. Their blood energy surged outward, flooding into the mountain. From within the mountain's belly came a rumbling roar. Suddenly, a massive rift split open in the mountain's core. Shen Mo could not see what lay within, but he immediately sensed there was a void rift hidden inside.
Through the rift lies the old master's cave. We cannot go, only you may enter.
The Sky Azure Divine Bull said reverently. Shen Mo was struck with realization. No wonder he had not sensed anything. So the great desolate Venerable's cave was within the chaotic void currents, not in this sacred profound heaven and earth at all. Within the void currents, filled with pure destructive aura, 2 figures were swiftly traversing. Beneath them were 2 powerful void beasts. Yet even without relying on the beasts, their mighty bodies and abundant spiritual power were enough to let them move freely through the void. This was the power of Supremes. Only Supremes could ignore most void beasts' threats and roam the void at will. Both Supremes were clad in black robes. One was tall and broad, with a youthful face. The other was hunched, showing signs of age. The Elder Supreme said in a deep voice,
Another minor world has fallen to the demons. This matter must be reported to the Holy Realm at once.
The tall Supreme nodded. Just as they were about to change direction, they suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation.
Another minor world.
Their hearts stirred, and they immediately rushed toward that direction. Passing through several dangerous void vortices, they discovered a beam of light. Enshrouded within the light was an ancient, vast world. The tall Supreme was astounded.
This radiance.
The Elder Supreme was equally astonished.
This minor world.
They exchanged glances, excitement rising in both their eyes. An ancient minor world. A minor world untouched by demonic corruption. This was of utmost importance. Such a world must be protected at all costs.
Let us enter and see.
They rushed toward the minor world together. As they approached, the radiance grew larger and brighter. Finally, it swallowed them whole. To their senses, it was like passing through a veil of soft water. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves above a boundless sea. A gentle sea breeze brushed their faces. Beneath them rolled the calm waves. Not far ahead lay a city built along a harbor. Many fishing boats floated upon the sea, casting nets. They closed their eyes to sense. The Elder Supreme spoke solemnly.
The spiritual energy here is not dense. At most, it can support cultivators of the manifestation realm.
The tall Supreme pointed toward the distant city.
Within that city, there is a manifestation realm cultivator. He should be the strongest in this minor world. Let us seek him out.
Chapter 707. Chapter 707. Have you two ever seen a man? His name is Shen Mo. Chapter 707. Have you two ever seen a man? His name is Shen Mo. The mature and captivating woman also turned around. Her willow brows furrowed. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the two men. These two gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. It seemed that with just a flick of their fingers, they could easily annihilate all the cultivators present. However, the two had not fully released their auras. Instead, they restrained themselves, keeping their presence tightly withdrawn. The woman spoke in a low voice.
Do not be rude.
Yes.
The female cultivator immediately withdrew. The woman asked in a clear voice.
May I ask where the two of you come from?
The tall Supreme smiled.
This seat is Yuan Lai, Supreme of the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty in Central State of the Qingxuan world.
The elderly Supreme said calmly.
This seat is Sun Yangaming, Supreme of the Ancestral Spirit Holy Land in Central State of the Qingxuan world.
The tall Supreme continued.
That female cultivator should be the strongest of this world, correct? Could you move aside with us? We wish to ask you a few questions.
Qingxuan world. Central State. Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty. Ancestral Spirit Holy Land. Supreme. How had they never heard of these terms before? The cultivators exchanged bewildered looks. The woman frowned.
I will go with you, but please do not harm the human race of this realm.
She had already discerned it. These two were by no means of this world. They must have come from beyond. The two Supremes smiled.
Do not worry. Being of the human race as well, how could we slaughter humans?
A moment later, the three appeared in a desolate plain. Sun Yangaming asked with a cheerful tone.
What is the name of the female cultivator?
The woman replied calmly.
Murong Yue.
Sun Yangaming nodded.
Cultivator Murong, we mean no harm. We merely wish to ask you some questions.
Murong Yue nodded.
I can guess as much. If you two bore malice, we would already be dead.
Sun Yangaming smiled and immediately asked many questions.
What is the name of this world? What is the realm of its strongest cultivator? Is there a method to traverse the void?
Murong Yue answered each in turn.
This place is the Guzhu world. The strongest cultivator is of the Dharma manifestation realm. There is no method to traverse the void.
Sun Yangaming and Yuan Lai were both stunned. They exclaimed together.
The Guzhu world?
Murong Yue asked in puzzlement.
Why do you two react so?
Yuan Lai took several deep breaths before calming his excitement. The Guzhu world was the birthplace where the Saint Realm powerhouses such as the Desolate Venerate, Flame Emperor, and Martial Ancestor had once dominated an era. It could be said to be the ancestral land of those Saint Realm figures. Once a Supreme ascended to the Saint Realm, the ancestral land that nurtured him would bear unique characteristics. This Guzhu world had witnessed the birth and rise of several extraordinarily powerful saints. It had long been regarded by the world as one of the most extraordinary ancestral lands. However, the war between gods and demons back then had caused Guzhu to sever from Qingxuan. It eventually vanished into the boundless void turbulence. Supremes had searched for nearly 100,000 years without success. Now, while they roamed the void turbulence apart from rescuing small worlds ravaged by the demon race, they carried another ancient mission: to continue seeking the Guzhu world. Who would have thought they would find it today? How could they not be moved? How could they not be thrilled? Sun Yangaming said solemnly.
Cultivator Murong, we have been searching for the Guzhu world all along.
He then briefly recounted how the great war between gods and demons had caused Guzhu to separate from the Qingxuan world and fall into the void turbulence. Murong Yue listened, her expression freezing. She had not expected the Guzhu world to be merely a small world. Just a fragment that had fallen from a greater world. If that were true, then how vast must the great world itself be? Murong Yue suddenly thought of something and quickly asked.
Since you two are supremes, possessing vast divine powers, have you ever seen a man?
His name is Shen Mo. He is my Tao companion.
Since Shen Mo suddenly disappeared from the Guzhu world, several decades had already passed. Every year, every month, every day, Murong Yue waited for his return. Yet day after day she longed for him, but he never appeared. Shen Mo seemed to have evaporated from the mortal world, vanishing without a trace. According to Shen Mo's character, even if he had comprehended the power of the void and could traverse it to the great world, he should have at least informed them before leaving. But Shen Mo disappeared so suddenly. Murong Yue roughly guessed that Shen Mo must have encountered some unforeseen event, so urgent that he had no time to even say farewell. Now that these two powerful outsiders had arrived, Murong Yue suddenly recalled this matter. With Shen Mo's unparalleled talent, it was impossible for him to die within the void turbulence. It was very likely that he had appeared in the Great World, the so-called Qingxuan world mentioned by these two supremes. Sun Yangaming and Yuan Lai exchanged a glance and shook their heads simultaneously. Sun Yangaming said in a deep voice,
Apologies, we have long wandered the void turbulence. For the past 2,000 years, we have not returned to the Qingxuan world.
Yuan Lai pondered for a moment and then said,
Your Tao companion, that cultivator surnamed Shenhe, was only at the Nirvana realm back then, was he not?
Murong Yue nodded. A Nirvana realm cultivator is far from sufficient to traverse the void, unless he had already comprehended the power of the void while still in the Nirvana realm.
Moreover, the Guzhu world is extremely far from the Qingxuan world. Without precise coordinates, he would only be lost in the void turbulence. Without extraordinary luck, it would be impossible for him to reach the Qingxuan world.
Yuan Lai frowned and said,
Cultivator Murong, your Tao companion may already have perished.
Murong Yue shook her head resolutely.
Impossible, Shen Mo cannot have perished.
Seeing Murong Yue's unwavering conviction, Sun Yangaming and Yuan Lai both shook their heads. The unwillingness to accept a tragic outcome is the common nature of all living beings. Even at their realm, such emotions could not be completely avoided. They could say no more.
Cultivator Murong, we will set up a great formation within the Guzhu world to establish its coordinates. From now on, any cultivator will be able to discover the existence of the Guzhu world. Once we invite a saint, the distance between the Guzhu world and the Qingxuan world can be drawn closer. From that time onward, the Guzhu world will be able to merge once more with the Qingxuan world. Your Guzhu cultivators will no longer face an upper limit and may continue to advance in cultivation.
Sun Yangaming smiled. Murong Yue nodded heavily. This was a tremendous fortune. Long before Shen Mo's disappearance, he had already told her that the spiritual energy of the Guzhu world was not abundant. It naturally imposed a limit on cultivation. Many exceptionally gifted cultivators had once reached the peak of the Dharma manifestation realm, yet were unable to break through further and died with deep regret. Murong Yue, with her powerful physique, the protection of remnant souls, and the heavenly Tao treasury left behind by Shen Mo, advanced rapidly in cultivation. Now she had also reached the peak of the Dharma manifestation realm. She had thought she too would struggle bitterly all her life and eventually die with regret. She had never expected that the opportunity for breakthrough would come so soon.
Cultivator Murong, what is your age now?
Yuan Lai suddenly asked. Murong Yue replied.
Over 600 years.
Sun Yangming was astonished.
Over 600, and you have already stepped into the peak of the Dharma manifestation realm. Could it be that you possess a powerful physique?
Murong Yue answered.
The divine fire sacred ice physique.
Her physique, after years of refinement by countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, had already advanced to a sacred physique. What was once the blazing fire mysterious ice physique had now advanced into the divine fire sacred ice physique. The two exchanged glances, even more surprised.
A sacred physique. Murong, may we ask, among cultivators of the Guzhu world, are there many who possess heavenly rank physiques or sacred rank physiques?
Chapter 708. Chapter 708. Are you willing to follow us to the Qingxuan world? Chapter 708. Are you willing to follow us to the Qingxuan world? Murong Yue was astonished when she saw the expressions on the two men's faces. Could it be that cultivators of the Qingxuan world did not possess physiques? Murong Yue then explained everything truthfully. In her impression, as long as a cultivator in the Guzhu world had even slightly better talent, they almost always possessed a physique. And at the very least, they had earth-rank physiques. As for stronger geniuses, such as Zhu Zi, they even possessed heavenly-rank physiques. Sun Yangming and Yuan Lai exchanged glances, their faces showing shock. Sun Yangming exclaimed,
Of course, I should have realized it earlier. The spiritual energy of the Guzhu world is weaker than that of the Qingxuan world. Without stronger constitutions, cultivators here would find it difficult to grow.
Yuan Lai's eyes also revealed surprise.
Exactly. If these people were brought to the Qingxuan world to absorb denser spiritual energy, their cultivation speed would surely advance by leaps and bounds.
Both Sun Yangming and Yuan Lai looked at Murong Yue and solemnly said,
Young friend Murong, would you be willing to accompany us to the Qingxuan world? We can guarantee that, with your talent, within 50 years you will surely step into the Nirvana realm.
A brilliant light erupted in Murong Yue's eyes.
I am willing.
She had long suspected that Shen Mo might have inadvertently gone to the Qingxuan world, which was why he had not had the chance to bid them farewell. She too wished to go to the Qingxuan world. Yet she was only at the peak of the Dharma manifestation realm and had not comprehended the power of the void. To traverse the void on her own was nothing short of impossible. Now that these two supremes were willing to take her across the void, this was an immense fortune. Moreover, if her strength could improve, she could then rely on her own power to search for Shen Mo.
Those with heavenly rank physiques, please have young friend Murong bring them forth. We will take them all in one go.
Yuan Lai laughed heartily.
Very well, I will issue the order at once.
Murong Yue nodded. Within 3 days, dozens of figures hurried over from all directions. Wu Ying Pavilion's Zhu Zi, Qingxuan Sect's Du Kanking, Sea God Island's Shi Jingxin, Tianhe Sect's Zhou Minji, Great Snow Palace's Yue Yingrong, Shen Mo sees Shi Dingyu, Shen Mo sees Zhang Longxiang.
Excellent, excellent. Young friend Murong, our thanks.
Yuan Lai was ecstatic. So many with heavenly rank physiques. Once brought back to the Qingxuan world, no matter which power they joined, it would mean an infusion of fresh blood. In at most 100 years, that power would become one of the most terrifying forces in the Qingxuan world. Murong Yue nodded slightly, and looking at the gathered prodigies, she finally spoke in a clear voice.
Everyone, please listen carefully to what I am about to say.
A short while later, after listening to Murong Yue's words, the prodigies of the Guzhu world all fell into deep shock. The Qingxuan world. Supremes from beyond. Heavens above. Such words struck directly at their worldview. Although they were all outstanding talents, more or less having come into contact with some ancient secrets, and had some vague understanding of histories regarding small worlds and great worlds, when these things were suddenly thrown upon them so bluntly, it was still enough to leave them utterly shaken. She had long suspected that Shen Mo might have inadvertently gone to the Qingxuan world, which was why he had not had the chance to bid them farewell. She too wished to go to the Qingxuan world. Yet she was only at the peak of the Dharma manifestation realm and had not comprehended the power of the void. To traverse the void on her own was nothing short of impossible. Now that these two supremes were willing to take her across the void, this was an immense fortune. Moreover, if her strength could improve, she could then rely on her own power to search for Shen Mo. Those with heavenly rank physiques, please have young friend Murong bring them forth. We will take them all in one go. Yuan Lai laughed heartily. Very well, I will issue the order at once. Murong Yue nodded. Within 3 days, dozens of figures hurried over from all directions. Wu Ying Pavilion Zhu Zi, Qingxuan Sects Du Kanking, Sea God Islands Shi Jingshan, Tianhe Sects Zhou Minji, Great Snow Palaces Yue Yingrong, Shen Mo sees Shi Dingyu, Shen Mo sees Zhang Longxiang.
I am willing too.
Zhu Zi nodded heavily. Voices of agreement rose one after another. No one was unwilling to go to a stage as vast as the Qingxuan world. Zhou Minji suddenly asked,
May I ask, Supremes, upon arriving in the Qingxuan world, which power should we join?
Sun Yangming and Yuan Lai exchanged a glance. Yuan Lai coughed lightly.
Naturally, it would be my Qingxuan imperial dynasty.
The Qingxuan world is divided into 4 regions: Central State, Eastern State, Southern Seas, and Western Sinking Sea.
Central State is supreme. And within Central State, my Qingxuan imperial dynasty reigns supreme, for it was founded by the Martial Ancestor himself. You may all enter my Qingxuan imperial dynasty. I can guarantee that with your physiques, you will reach the Dharma manifestation realm within 20 years and the Nirvana realm within 100 years.
Sun Yangming chuckled.
The Qingxuan imperial dynasty is indeed powerful, but my ancestral spirit Holy Land is even older. Do you not know? My ancestral spirit Holy Land was also founded by the Martial Ancestor, and its founding predates the Qingxuan imperial dynasty.
Many treasured relics were not left to the Qingxuan imperial dynasty, but were left with my ancestral spirit Holy Land.
Yuan Lai glared.
Sun Yangming, your words are uncalled for. The Qingxuan imperial dynasty is the Martial Ancestor's direct bloodline. We are the strongest of all.
Sun Yangming only chuckled and looked at the gathered prodigies.
You may choose for yourselves. The Qingxuan world is vast beyond measure. Perhaps neither the Qingxuan imperial dynasty nor the ancestral spirit Holy Land will be to your liking. You may test the waters in Central State. If you have other preferences, I can send you to the Eastern State or the Southern Seas. Until you decide to join one particular power.
Zhu Zi and the others felt their hearts settle upon hearing this. They had indeed worried that the environment of the Qingxuan imperial dynasty or the ancestral spirit Holy Land might not suit them. If they joined a power that was ill-suited and lost their freedom, the cost would be too great. If they could slowly seek out a sect or power that suited them best, that was naturally ideal. Yuan Lai frowned and sent a transmission.
Why say this? Do you not want them to remain in the ancestral spirit Holy Land?
Sun Yangming chuckled.
As long as they stay with us at first, with vast cultivation resources provided to them daily, would they be willing to leave?
Yuan Lai's frown immediately eased.
As expected of an elder, you are the wiser.
Chapter 709. Chapter 709, The Return of the Supreme of the Qingxuan Dynasty. Chapter 709, The Return of the Supreme of the Qingxuan Dynasty. Yuhai City atop the highest peak. Murong Yue gazed at the familiar land, emotions surging in her heart. Before leaving, she had already settled the sect's affairs and entrusted them to Hai Qingxuan and the others. She trusted these elder figures of the sect deeply. Not only her, but the other prodigies had also taken care of their respective matters. Although they still felt some attachment to Guzhu heaven and earth, their greater desire was to head for Qingxuan heaven and earth. After all, that was the larger stage. Nirvana, Supreme, Saint Realm, and Zhangzhou, Eastern State, Tian'an, Western Sinking Sea. All of it drew them forward to explore. Depart. Sun Yangaming and Yuan Lai rode void beasts, carrying Murong Yue, Zhu Zi, Zhou Minji, and others away from Guzhu heaven and earth, straight toward Qingxuan heaven and earth. Qingxuan heaven and earth. Zhangzhou. Qingxuan dynasty. Here lay a void rift, long ago bound by the power of a supreme. Around it, cultivators stood guard at all times. They ensured that no terrifying void beasts emerged from within. At this moment, the void rift suddenly trembled. Something powerful seemed ready to pass through. The dynasty's guards grew tense, immediately sending their voices within according to regulations. For this rift was the return path of those who ventured outward. It might be a supreme, or perhaps a nirvana realm cultivator who had grasped the power of the void. If it were a supreme or nirvana returning, they would certainly respond to the guard's transmission. The guards would then grant passage. If there was no response, it meant it could be an unknown and powerful void creature. Not only could they not permit passage, they had to activate the formation at once to seal the rift. Only thus could they prevent the invasion of dreadful void beasts. 500 years ago, the dynasty's guards had grown lax, failing to send transmission before granting passage. As a result, 5 terrifying void rays broke through. These void beasts of medium size could fit exactly through this rift. They were predators of the void currents. When moving in groups, even supremes had no choice but to avoid them. That day, every guard stationed here was devoured by the 5 void rays. The lands surrounding the imperial city were ravaged as well. 1 million mortals perished, hundreds of thousands of cultivators died. Fortunately, the supreme ancestor guarding the imperial palace struck, relying on the city's formation to barely contain the 5 void rays. Then, with the aid of 2 supreme ancestors from Hanji Holy Land and Zuling Holy Land, the 5 void rays were at last slain. From that day forth, no guard of the dynasty stationed here ever dared slacken. For negligence could mean the tragic death of millions of lives. Luckily, this time a response came. The leading burly, golden-armored cultivator exclaimed with joy.
It is Supreme Yuan Lai.
Supreme Yuan Lai had been away for thousands of years, never once returning. Such a span was enough for several generations of cultivators to rise. Some had even forgotten Yuan Lai's name. And yet he had returned. The golden-armored cultivator rejoiced.
Quick, inform the ancestor. Supreme Yuan Lai has returned.
Supreme Yuan Lai had returned. The news spread quickly. In no time at all, it reached the entire imperial city. The people clapped their hands in joy. Moments later, Yuan Lai, Sun Yangaming, and the others received the fervent welcome of the Qingxuan dynasty's cultivators. Zhu Zi, Zhou Minji, Shi Jingxin, and the rest finally arrived at this oldest and mightiest power of Qingxuan heaven and earth. The Qingxuan dynasty. Zhu Zi and the others looked around. Before them stretched jade-paved ground and stairways. Not far away rose a towering gatehouse, its dragon heads intricately carved, patterns lacquered in gold, enduring for 10,000 years without decay. At the center of the imperial city stood an ancient tower. Lofty and majestic, vast and imposing, clearly the residence of the supreme ancestor of the Qingxuan dynasty. It was dusk. The imperial city gleamed with golden light, immortal energy coiling throughout. Within the palace, magnificent halls faintly revealed themselves, radiating grandeur that inspired awe. Directly ahead, as far as the eye could see, were dynasty soldiers clad in silver armor, standing in tight formation. Their number reached 100,000. Each one was at least of the divine palace realm. At the front of the silver-armored soldiers stood burly golden-armored generals. Their cultivation was even higher, at least at the Dharma appearance realm. From this alone, one could clearly see the foundation of the Qingxuan dynasty. Truly, as Yuan Lai had said, this was the oldest and most powerful dynasty of Qingxuan heaven and earth. Only the Dongli dynasty of the eastern state could compare. Du Kanking was brimming with excitement.
So this is the Qingxuan dynasty. What boundless grandeur. I'll stay here, not leaving.
Shi Jingxin nodded heavily.
Me too.
Yue Yingrong whispered softly.
Ignorance is terrifying.
Zhou Minji, however, did not like the atmosphere of a dynasty. He preferred sex. Zhu Zi and the others each had their own thoughts as well. None wished to be confined to a single place. Murong Yue looked upon the grand city with deep emotion. Yet she too did not wish to remain here. She only wished to find Shen Mo as soon as possible. Shi Jingshen lowered his voice.
Do you think Senior Shen is also in Qingxuan heaven and earth? Do we have a chance to meet him again?
Du Kangqing said gravely.
It is hard to say. Senior Shen's disappearance was sudden. I think he likely entered the void currents. But who can be sure where he truly went? Did not those two supremes say it themselves? There are countless small worlds within the void currents. Perhaps Senior Shen never came to Qingxuan heaven and earth at all, but instead entered one of those small worlds. Even if he did come to Qingxuan heaven and earth, this realm is vast. Besides Zhangzhou, there is also the eastern state, the Tianan Islands, the western sinking sea. Even if we wished to search, we could not find him.
Zhu Zi bit her lip silent. But in her mind also appeared the figure of that man. Shen Mo.
I believe that if Senior Shen truly is in Qingxuan heaven and earth, with his talent and aptitude, he would already be renowned across this realm. All we need do is ask around. If we hear nothing of Senior Shen, then most likely.
He did not finish. But the others were not fools, and at once they understood. If no one had heard of him, then Shen Mo was not in Qingxuan heaven and earth. Murong Yue said calmly.
Everyone focus on cultivation. As for finding Shen Mo, that is my burden.
Chapter 710. Chapter 710 Dao Pattern Stone Steel, Palm-Sized Stone Mountain, Desolate Flame Art. Chapter 710 Dao Pattern Stone Steel, Palm-Sized Stone Mountain, Desolate Flame Art. Buzz.
You!
The hanging heaven banyan tree cautiously spoke, afraid of disturbing Shen Mo. The azure sky divine bull, however, hurriedly asked.
In the old master's cave, did you gain anything? Did you obtain the full inheritance?
In the face of their questions, Shen Mo remained silent. He was still savoring what he had obtained within the desolate sovereign's cave. This cave, left behind by the desolate sovereign, lay within a calm stretch of void currents. There were no powerful void beasts nearby. Thus Shen Mo had been able to enter without hindrance. Clearly, this was not the dwelling left after the desolate sovereign had reached the Saint Realm. From its aura, it must have been the cave he had lived in when he was still at the Supreme Realm. Within this cave had originally been 3 trials. Each was designed to test whether the challenger had the ability to slay demons. But as soon as Shen Mo revealed the 9 nether ice flame and the 9 heavens divine thunder flame, the 3 trials vanished. The test was skipped entirely. He was led directly to the deepest inheritance ground. The inheritance of the desolate sovereign was threefold. The first, the Dao pattern stone steel. If shattered with great force and fused into a holy artifact, it would cause the weapon to embody the truths of heaven and earth. At the very least, it would raise the weapon 1 grade. From lower grade to middle, middle to upper, upper to supreme. Though the chance of raising an upper grade holy artifact to supreme was low, only half of the earlier 2 transitions. Even so, the importance of the Dao pattern stone steel was beyond question. Shen Mo held many upper grade holy artifacts. If even one could advance to supreme grade, its power would be vastly enhanced. The second inheritance, a palm-sized stone mountain. This mountain fit in the palm of one's hand. Yet everything upon it was vivid and lifelike. Shen Mo could even see streams, springs, and stone textures. He could not help but wonder. Was this mountain carved? Or was it a real mountain shrunken down? The desolate sovereign's message said it had taken him 1,000 years to carve it, modeled after a mountain in the northern state. Upon reaching the supreme realm, one could use this palm-sized stone mountain to comprehend the truths of heaven and earth. For any supreme, it was a rare treasure. For at that realm, one must comprehend the truths of heaven and earth in order to progress further. The most common method was absorbing Saint Spirit stones. Beyond that, there was visualization of ancient things. Lesser ones, rivers and mountains. Greater ones, sun, moon, and stars. This palm-sized stone mountain was clearly the desolate sovereign's gift to later generations. The third inheritance, the Nirvana and Supreme chapters of the Desolate Flame art. This was the desolate sovereign's painstaking masterpiece. Mastery of the Nirvana chapter allowed the fusion of 4 eternal flames at once. Mastery of the Supreme chapter allowed the fusion of 5 eternal flames. The eternal flame techniques cast with it would be of peerless might. Tao pattern stone steel, palm-sized stone mountain desolate flame art.
My thanks to the desolate sovereign.
Shen Mo let out a quiet sigh. Within the cave lay not only inheritance, but also the old sovereign's entrustment.
I am Ju Huang, honored by others with the title Desolate Sovereign.
You?
The first 2 demands are not difficult, it is only the third one.
Shen Mo revealed a helpless expression. The 9 Yin Saint and the Talisman Ancestor. Were these not the saint ancestors of Qingxuan Cave Heaven and the Heavenly Talisman Sect? And yet they required him to rescue them. Even 2 saints needed the aid of an outsider. It was difficult to imagine what kind of peril they had fallen into. As for him, a mere Nirvana realm cultivator, was he qualified to rescue saints?
Fortunately, these 3 tasks grant me 500 years.
Shen Mo exhaled a long breath. 500 years.
What troubles you?
At that moment, the concerned voices of the 4 beast overlords reached his ears. Only then did Shen Mo return to himself. The desolate sovereign's voice had lingered so long in his mind that he nearly ignored them.
I am fine.
Shen Mo smiled. The azure sky divine bull finally let out a sigh of relief.
Good, so long as you are unharmed.
Hearing this, the black death serpent, scarlet blood winged tiger, and hanging heaven banyan tree also relaxed. Shen Mo was the first in 100,000 years to qualify to enter the desolate sovereign's cave dwelling. They truly did not wish to see him come to harm. The hanging heaven banyan tree asked seriously.
Did you obtain the desolate flame art?
Shen Mo nodded. The 4 beast overlords exchanged glances, then all prostrated themselves. With one voice they declared,
We greet the new master.
Shen Mo inclined his head slightly. He had long known this scene would occur. The beast overlords of the Mangkang Mountains were nearly all creatures once tamed by the desolate sovereign. So long as one obtained the desolate flame art, one would naturally be acknowledged by them as the new master. Shi Tianhao's fortune had shown that his strength was insufficient, failing the 3 trials set by the desolate sovereign, and in the end he only obtained part of the inheritance. He never acquired the desolate flame art. Thus he could not command the beast overlords of the Mangkang Mountains. Now, as Shen Mo thought it over carefully, it must have been because he had intercepted too many opportunities that Shi Tianhao's strength was severely diminished. Had fate proceeded as destined, Shi Tianhao would surely have passed all the trials, become the successor of the desolate sovereign, and been honored as the new master by the beast overlords.
From now on, let's keep things simple.
Chapter 711. Chapter 711. 4 of you, divide and give me 10 supreme bones. Chapter 711. 4 of you, divide and give me 10 supreme bones. In this situation, if Shen Mo attempted to command these beast overlords with only the cultivation of nirvana, it would be nothing but wishful thinking. If he were to assign them troublesome tasks, they would most likely throw the burden aside and refuse. Thus Shen Mo spoke in this way. Each would handle their own matters. He did not place himself in the position of a new master, issuing arrogant commands. After hearing this, the drooping heaven banyan tree, the black death sky serpent, and the crimson blood-winged tiger felt more at ease. They truly feared that Shen Mo might act as their master and recklessly direct them. Of course, even if he did, they would not directly harm him. But they would quietly distance themselves, outwardly obeying while secretly defying. The azure sky divine ox, however, was indifferent. It simply raised its hoof to scratch its head, taking nothing to heart.
Many thanks, master.
The beast overlords spoke in unison. The drooping heaven banyan tree said seriously,
If master needs anything, just speak.
However, we have signed contracts with the powers of East State. We cannot easily leave the Manking Mountains.
If Master wishes us to follow, that would be difficult.
Shen Mo gave a slight nod.
As it happens, I do have one matter for you to help with. Supreme Bones. Are there any Supreme Bones left behind within the Manking Mountains?
The four beast overlords exchanged glances. The drooping heaven banyan tree revealed a meaningful smile.
Master, you've asked the right ones. The Manking Mountains were once an important battlefield of the war between gods and demons. More than 50 Supremes fell here.
Though some of their remains were retrieved, many still lie scattered across the mountains, difficult to find. Shen Mo chuckled.
Brother Tree, does that mean you've obtained some of these Supreme Bones?
The crimson blood-winged tiger grinned proudly.
Exactly. From my own collection, I have no fewer than 6. And Big Brother Tree has even more. He's older than us and has gathered the greatest number.
Shen Mo smiled.
Brother Tree, as for those Supreme Bones, could it be?
Wherever placed, Supreme Bones were precious treasures. Even if the beast overlords could not use them, they could trade them with human Supremes for treasures they desired. The drooping heaven banyan tree said solemnly.
As long as Master requires them, all the Supreme Bones we've gathered can be offered up.
It too had its calculations. Shen Mo's aura brimmed with vigor. He was surely preparing to condense a Supreme Bone and step into the Supreme Realm. Being able to tame 2 eternal flames and inherit the mantle of the great desolate venerate proved his extraordinary talent. It was highly possible he would condense a heaven-grade Supreme Bone. But even if it were a heaven-grade Supreme Bone, at most only 10 Supreme Bones would be required to extract enough bone-purifying liquid. A mere 10 bones, the beast overlords could still pool together. Shen Mo's smile deepened.
So as long as I need more bone-purifying liquid, the 4 of you can continue producing Supreme Bones.
The drooping heaven banyan tree noticed something amiss in his tone, but still nodded.
Master, rest assured, such a number of Supreme Bones we can still provide.
Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Good, then divide among yourselves and give me 10 Supreme Bones.
Soon, the 4 beast overlords each brought out their private reserves, presenting 10 Supreme Bones in total to Shen Mo. Among them, 6 were ordinary Supreme Bones. Only 4 were Earth-grade Supreme Bones. Within every Supreme Bone lay a supreme divine ability. Yet only with supreme power could they be activated. But in Shen Mo's eyes now, refining them fully into bone-purifying liquid was clearly the greater use. Manking Mountains within a deep cavern. Shen Mo sat quietly in cultivation. Outside the cavern, the beast overlord stood in silence. The crimson blood-winged tiger spoke in a low voice.
Big Brother Tree, are 10 Supreme Bones really enough?
The black death sky serpent nodded.
Exactly. I only have 4 Supreme Bones in total, and I was planning to trade them for ancient beast essence blood.
The azure sky divine ox scratched its head.
If Master wants them, just give them. What's the problem?
The crimson blood-winged tiger and black death sky serpent both rolled their eyes wildly. You only have 2 Supreme Bones. We have 6 or 7. Of course you don't feel the pain. The drooping heaven banyan tree chuckled, its wrinkled face like ancient bark.
Rest assured. Even for condensing a heaven-grade Supreme Bone, at most 10 Supreme Bones are needed to extract enough bone-purifying liquid. If he fails to reach Supreme, then it proves he is unworthy of being the old Master's heir. Any more Supreme Bones he asks for later, we can outright refuse. If he succeeds in breaking through, then he will no longer need more Supreme Bones.
The banyan tree smiled.
Do you understand now?
The black death sky serpent and crimson blood-winged tiger both exhaled in relief.
We're reassured. As long as no more Supreme Bones are needed.
Inside the cavern, Shen Mo tossed all 10 Supreme Bones at once into the Qingxuan reincarnation cauldron, allowing the cauldron to refine bone-purifying liquid. The Qingxuan reincarnation cauldron specialized in removing impurities and extracting essence. He then drew out the black dragon shears, intending to upgrade this sacred artifact with the Tao inscription steel. Tai emerged from the black dragon shears, trembling with excitement.
Master, you truly are the best master.
Shen Mo's expression remained calm. He knew full well what Tai was thinking. The black dragon shears growing in rank also meant Tai strength would rise again. And this rebellious spirit by nature would inevitably harbor defiant thoughts. The process of fusing the Tao inscription steel into the black dragon shears was even smoother than Shen Mo had expected. Once it absorbed the principles of heaven and earth within the steel, the black dragon shears became sharper than ever. Its threads of razor qi even made the corners of Shen Mo's eyes twitch, as though cut.
The greatest mistake you've made is.
Tai cackled, full of smugness. But before he could finish, Shen Mo slapped him hard across the face. At once, black rock appeared and suppressed him. The 9 nether ice flame flickered in Shen Mo's palm. Shen Mo's tone was flat.
What is it?
Cold sweat formed on Tai brow.
It is.
Shen Mo said calmly.
If it happens again, I will erase your spirit.
The sweat on Tai forehead poured down like rain, though of course, as an artifact spirit, he had no true sweat.
Master, I.
Shen Mo ignored his babbling and threw him straight back into the storage pouch. He then sat cross-legged and hastened the burning of Tao inscriptions. His tally was close to 500, the final step was within reach. So he resolved to push forward in one breath, to strike 500 Tao inscriptions, and then break into the supreme realm. 5 years later, Shen Mo finally ignited his 500 Tao inscriptions. His 5 Dharma manifestations had all reached perfection, without a single flaw remaining. At the same time, the bone-purifying liquid refined from 10 supreme bones had also been completed. Looking at the treasures laid neatly before him, Shen Mo revealed a satisfied smile.
Begin condensing the supreme bone. Assault the supreme realm.
Chapter 712. Chapter 712, 20 years in a flicker, Xiang Gu and Hu Qing reappear. Chapter 712, 20 years in a flicker, Xiang Gu and Hu Qing reappear. In the blink of an eye, 20 years pass swiftly. For mortals whose lives scarcely reach 100 years, 20 years is enough for a vigorous youth to step into middle age. For low-realm cultivators of qi condensation or foundation establishment, 20 years is often enough to bury their ambitions of breaking through further. But for those of supreme realm or beast overlords, whose lifespans are exceedingly long, 20 years is but the snap of a finger. They have countless spans of 20 years to squander. The Mankang Mountains remain desolate. Still a place even supremes dared not tread. Long ago, the human supremes and the beast overlords of the Mankang Mountains forged a 10,000-year pact. The beast overlords were not to take a single step beyond the mountains. The human supremes were not to enter them. Any violator would be betraying the pact. Of course, as nearly 100,000 years passed and those ancient supremes died away, the pact faded from memory. Figures like Lei Jinglong dared to break into the Mankang Mountains for their own interests. And now, 3 figures arrived in the Mankang Mountains. Not human supremes, but demon supremes. Xiang Gu and Hu Qing. At Hu Qing's side was the heavenly fox saintess, Hu Xinyu. At this realm, demons and beasts were almost indistinguishable. When demons revealed their true form, they were vast beasts. Beasts could also shrink into human form, though doing so greatly slowed their absorption of heaven and earth's qi. The 10,000-year pact did not include demon supremes.
Xiang Gu, will those overlords agree?
I heard their mission is to guard the Mankang Mountains forever, never leaving.
The beautiful heavenly fox supreme Hu Qing frowned. Xiang Gu rumbled.
Their mission is to guard the cave mansion of the great desolate venerate.
That much I know very well.
But now the entire true dragon holy land has vanished, and the netherworld evil dragon they suppressed has also disappeared. This is a great threat. I think once the beast overlords learn the netherworld evil dragon is missing, they will be the first to act. After all, they were the ones who forced it into the nether sea and sealed it.
Hu Qing sighed softly.
Let us hope so.
Soon, they moved unhindered deep into the Mankang Mountains. Yet in the domains of the four beast overlords, none were to be found. It was as though the four had vanished.
You're looking for old tree.
A crisp voice rang out. Xiang Gu and Hu Qing looked up, and a shadow vast enough to blot out the sky descended upon them. A gale howled, dust filled the air. When it cleared, they saw clearly an enormous heaven-shrouding skylark. And behind it, a smaller one. Though it hardly looked clever landing by frantic flapping, slowing with its beak, no ordinary skylark could manage such things. Hu Xinyu looked at the little skylark and nearly laughed aloud.
Indeed, we are supremes from the southern seas. We came to seek the four beast overlords on urgent business.
Hu Qing said solemnly. The heaven-shrouding skylark thought for a moment.
The four are occupied now. I can deliver a message for you.
Xiang Gu spoke earnestly.
This matter is too important. It concerns the safety of both demonkind and beasts.
He sighed.
I'll be frank, it is about the netherworld evil dragon.
The skylark's expression changed drastically.
Come with me, I'll take you to them. Good.
Xiang Gu and Hu Qing immediately followed. Before long, beneath the highest peak of the Mankang Mountains, they finally saw the four greatest beast overlords. The drooping heaven banyan tree, the black death sky serpent, the azure sky divine ox, and the crimson blood-winged tiger, these four strongest beast overlords were gathered together. Yet their expressions were unsightly. As Xiang Gu and Hu Qing approached, they overheard the black death sky serpent muttering. The crimson blood-winged tiger wore a bitter face.
Indeed, who knew he would demand so many supreme bones, never stopping? Over these 20 years, I've already handed out 6.
The drooping heaven banyan tree remained silent for a long moment before speaking.
Have either of you given away more than I have? I have surrendered no less than 20 supreme bones. Did I complain? Back then we boasted boldly. Now we must swallow the bitter fruit of our own words. We are beast overlords, beast supremes, or do you wish to go back on your word?
The black death sky serpent and the crimson blood-winged tiger lowered their eyes, sighing helplessly. The azure sky divine ox scratched its head with a hoof.
Was it really that many? I gave all my supreme bones to the new master. I don't see the problem.
The other two glared at him furiously. The drooping heaven banyan tree said dully.
You only had 2 supreme bones in total. Of course you feel nothing.
Xiang Gu and Hu Qing exchanged looks of astonishment. From what they heard, these four beast overlords were troubled. To whom had they given their supreme bones? Such important things, handed away so directly. A new master. And who exactly was this new master? It was only then that the arrival of Xiang Gu and Hu Qing drew the overlord's attention. The black death sky serpent growled in displeasure.
Sparrow, why did you bring outsiders in?
The crimson blood-winged tiger snarled.
I've never seen you before. Where did you come from, demons?
The azure sky divine ox laughed cheerfully.
Oh, unfamiliar faces, where are you from?
The drooping heaven banyan tree, however, studied them closely. Suddenly, as if recalling something, it spoke.
Xiang Gu, I seem to remember you. At the end of the God-Demon War, you had just advanced to Supreme, correct?
Xiang Gu smiled and nodded.
Indeed, senior, it has been a long time.
The banyan tree also smiled, but its tone at once turned stern.
How much of our conversation did you hear just now?
All the chi roots upon its body rose like serpents, locking onto Xiang Gu, Hu Qing, and Hu Xinyu. The aura of a beast overlord pressed down without restraint. If not for Hu Qing's protection, Hu Xinyu would have vomited blood on the spot. Xiang Gu hurriedly chuckled.
We heard nothing at all.
Only then did the banyan tree lower its countless roots, nodding in satisfaction. The heaven-shrouding skylark said calmly.
Earlier, they mentioned the netherworld evil dragon, which is why I brought them inside. What?
At that word, all four beast overlords froze, even the azure sky divine ox. Back in the God-Demon War, they had personally crippled the netherworld evil dragon and suppressed it into the nether sea. At that time, West State had already been devastated by countless Saint Realm battles, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their clash with the netherworld evil dragon became the final straw that broke the camel's back. West State sank from then on, becoming the Western Sunken Sea. They and the netherworld evil dragon had both been spirit beasts of the great desolate venerate. They naturally knew how terrifying the netherworld evil dragon's strength truly was.
What has happened with the netherworld evil dragon?
The banyan tree's voice was grave. Xianggu's gaze grew solemn.
The true dragon Holy Land vanished overnight. The netherworld evil dragon, suppressed in the nether sea for 100,000 years, has also disappeared. Now the 4 sacred dragon palaces have mobilized completely, searching for its whereabouts. We came to the Mankang Mountains to invite the 4 of you to come forth, to face the netherworld evil dragon together.
Chapter 713, Woo Woo Woo, we don't have to give supreme bones anymore. Chapter 713, Woo Woo Woo, we don't have to give supreme bones anymore. After listening to Xianggu, the 4 beast overlords fell into collective silence. A holy land, an entire holy land had vanished overnight. The nether sea, suppressed for 100,000 years, now lacked the presence of the nether evil dragon. What had truly happened? That nether evil dragon was a true dragon. A true dragon carrying ancestral dragon blood. At the time, the 4 strongest dragon saints of the dragon clan once considered investing all their resources in him, helping him step into the saint realm. But the nether evil dragon betrayed them overnight, joining the Yaobu demon clan. With his own power and their gifts, he slaughtered through the 4 sacred dragon palaces. 6 dragon supremes perished at his hand. As for lower realm dragon cultivators, the casualties were countless. The nether evil dragon butchered an entire generation of young dragons. Since then, the dragon clan had remained in decline, with no successors strong enough to rise. Later, it took the combined efforts of the hanging heaven banyan tree and the others to grievously wound him. But dragons were ever proud. The nether evil dragon had killed so many of their kind, yet they could not subdue him themselves. Instead, it was a few beast overlords who sealed him. Because of this, these 4 beast overlords were never warmly regarded by the dragon clan. For the dragons, the matter of the nether evil dragon remained taboo, an unbearable disgrace. To enrage any dragon, one only had to mention his name.
We have a 10,000-year pact with the human supremes. We must not lightly leave the Mankang Mountains.
The Black Death Sky Serpent sighed. Xianggu and Hu Qing argued earnestly.
This matter has already exceeded the bounds of that ancient pact.
Even if you step beyond the Mankang Mountains, the human supremes will not hold it against you. Besides, decades ago, Lei Jinglong of the Thunder Prison clan entered the Mankang Mountains first. It was the humans who broke the agreement. None of this concerns you.
The Azure Sky Divine Ox scratched his head.
But right now,
Xianggu and Hu Qing were taken aback. They had already wondered about this so-called new master. Now the Azure Sky Divine Ox's words stirred their curiosity completely. This new master was not yet a supreme. They knew well that nearly all beast overlords of the Mankang Mountains had once been spirit beasts of the Great Desolate Venerate. And who was the Great Desolate Venerate? One of the oldest saints. He dominated an era. Only such unmatched might could compel beast overlords to submit. But now, these same overlords had submitted to a new master.
may I ask, Brother Ox, who is this new master?
Hu Qing could not hold back his question. The Azure Sky Divine Ox scratched his head, shook it, and remained silent. Just then, 7-colored radiance filled the heavens. The sky became covered in auspicious 5-colored clouds. Golden raindrops descended from above. Where they fell, flowers and trees flourished, spirit intelligence awakening. Mountains, rivers, earth, heavens.
The new master has become supreme.
The Azure Sky Divine Ox roared in excitement. The hanging heaven banyan tree shed tears.
My supreme bones.
The Black Death Sky Serpent and Scarlet Blood Winged Tiger also wept with joy, holding their heads and crying loudly.
He has finally become supreme. Woo woo woo, we don't have to give supreme bones anymore.
Xianggu and Hu Qing exchanged strange looks at the sight before them. Though the four beast overlords appeared delighted, it was clear that only the azure sky divine ox was truly happy. The other three hanging heaven banyan tree, black death sky serpent, and scarlet blood-winged tiger were overjoyed only because they no longer needed to part with their supreme bones. When humans advanced to the supreme realm, at the very least they needed to condense an earth-grade supreme bone, which required the golden liquid refined from about 3 supreme bones. If they sought something higher to form a heaven-grade supreme bone, then they would need around 10. Since the great war of gods and demons, countless supremes had fallen. These four beast overlords had survived from that ancient time until now, so they surely had reserves of supreme bones. Was it truly so difficult for them to part with 10? Xianggu and Hu Qing glanced at each other, astonishment clear in their eyes. Hu Xinyu was even more curious, her bright eyes fixed on the 7-colored pillar of light, eager to know who had caused such a world-shaking phenomenon.
Welcome, Master.
The hanging heaven banyan tree, black death sky serpent, azure sky divine ox, and scarlet blood-winged tiger all prostrated themselves. Even the canopy cloud sparrow lowered itself without hesitation. Only the little sparrow hopped about, trying to climb on top of the azure sky divine ox's head. Xianggu, Hu Qing, and Hu Xinyu all lowered their gazes slightly. A supreme was not to be looked upon lightly. Even a newly advanced supreme deserved their respect. All the more so when this one was the master of the four beast overlords of the Mankang Mountains. From now on, he could command countless beast overlords within these ranges. Each of them was a force comparable to a supreme. This meant the status and power of this newly advanced supreme was exalted indeed. To summon the aid of the four overlords, one would now likely need his approval. Just then, the little sparrow saw a black figure emerging slowly from within the 7-colored pillar. It chirped in delight, hopping about, until it slipped and tumbled off the ox's back with a thud. The nearby canopy cloud sparrow nearly wanted to burrow into the ground in shame. What a foolish child, too embarrassing. Unable to restrain herself, Hu Xinyu raised her head. The figure drew closer, finally appearing fully before them. She clearly saw his face, and her expression shifted from reverence to shock.
Shen Mo.
Her voice trembled in disbelief. Never could she have imagined that the new supreme, worshipped by the four beast overlords as their master, would be an old acquaintance, Shen Mo.
Little fox, who allowed you to speak the master's name directly?
The azure sky divine ox glared at Hu Xinyu, deeply displeased. Hu Qing quickly stepped in front of her, bowing repeatedly in apology. Xianggu, too, was shaken. Hearing the name, he looked up toward the sky. When he saw Shen Mo's face, he was as dumbstruck as Hu Xinyu.
Shen!
He swallowed hard, unable to believe that this newly advanced supreme, the master of the beast overlords, was Shen Mo.
Weren't the two of you in the South Heaven? Why have you come here?
Chapter 714, Who the Nether Evil Dragon Hates Most. Chapter 714, Who the Nether Evil Dragon Hates Most. Xianggu and Hu Qing did not lose their composure. After taking a few deep breaths, they explained their purpose in full without hiding anything. When he had finished, Xianggu spoke seriously.
I wonder.
The hanging heaven banyan tree and the others all turned toward Shen Mo. 20 years ago, Shen Mo had only been a Nirvana realm cultivator. Even if he had been their nominal master then, they would not have truly listened. But now Shen Mo had become a supreme. Now he had the qualification to truly command them. Naturally, they awaited his decision.
Of course I agree.
Shen Mo smiled. He knew very well what was about to happen. The Nether Evil Dragon had always held hatred for his old suppression. Once freed, he both gathered strength and moved in secret. Eventually, he reached beyond the Mankang Mountains. With the aid of the Yaobu demon clan, he corrupted the hanging heaven banyan tree, forced away the scarlet blood-winged tiger, and killed the black death sky serpent and the azure sky divine ox. Xianggu and Hu Qing, demon supremes themselves, had also perished beneath his claws. And the missing true dragon Holy Land returned in terrifying form. its dragons corrupted by the dark faction's Dao artifact into demon dragons and evil dragons. The 4 sacred dragon palaces, ignorant of the truth, thought the Holy Land had been attacked by demons and welcomed all its dragons in for healing. The result was disastrous. The 4 sacred dragon palaces suffered crippling losses. Countless dragon supremes fell. The Yaobu and Quangbu demon clans used their corpses in blood sacrifices, successfully sealing Central State. Millions of Central State cultivators fought for 100 years, yet could not break free. At last Central State fell. The 5 sacred demon kingdoms grew in power. After this battle, the balance between the clans and the demons tipped. The demons began their full counteroffensive. Meanwhile, the saints exploring the void turbulence, searching for a way to destroy the demons completely, had yet to return.
You agree?
Xianggu and Hu Qing exchanged a glance, surprised. Such a quick acceptance left them bewildered.
I haven't finished.
Shen Mo chuckled.
I agree to their joining the fight. But I did not agree to send them to the Western Sea.
Xianggu and Hu Qing frowned.
What do you mean?
Shen Mo asked in return.
Whom does the nether evil dragon hate the most?
Hu Qing froze, then instinctively answered.
The great desolate venerate.
It is said the nether evil dragon believed the great desolate venerate saw him only as a spirit beast, not as a partner. Thus he bore hatred, which became the seed of his corruption by the demons. Shen Mo nodded.
Besides the great desolate venerate, who else does he hate?
Hu Qing suddenly realized, turning toward the 4 beast overlords.
He hates them.
Shen Mo nodded.
Correct. In my view, the nether evil dragon will not stay obediently in the Western Sea, nor will he linger elsewhere. He will gather strength while secretly coming east to the Mankang Mountains. He will use every method possible to kill his old foes.
Therefore, Brother Tree and the others need not leave the Mankang Mountains. Better to wait here and catch him. At these words, Xianggu and Hu Qing suddenly understood. Yes. Shen Mo's reasoning made perfect sense. There was no need to cross the void to the Western Sea. They only had to wait here.
However, we must create the appearance of going to the Western Sea.
Shen Mo continued.
Brother Ox, Brother Serpent, go show yourselves there. Search a little for show, then return.
The Azure Sky Divine Ox and Black Death Sky Serpent both nodded immediately. If Shen Mo were still only a Nirvana realm cultivator, the Black Death Sky Serpent might have hesitated. But now that Shen Mo was a supreme, of course he was willing to obey.
Good, many thanks, Supreme Shen Mo.
Xianggu looked at Shen Mo and spoke solemnly. Hu Qing suddenly said,
Supreme Shen Mo, may I ask that the young lady of my Skyfox clan remain in the Mankang Mountains?
She has had little contact with the outside world. I hope she may learn more from the senior beast overlords here.
Hu Xinyu froze, a little surprised by her ancestor's words. But soon she understood what he meant. He likely thought Shen Mo was young and worth drawing close to, so he deliberately left her behind. Shen Mo glanced at Hu Qing, his smile carrying a trace of meaning. At last he nodded slightly.
No matter, she may stay in the Mankang Mountains.
Hu Qing smiled.
Might I ask Supreme Shen Mo to look after her a little?
Shen Mo shook his head.
I have many matters, I cannot guarantee it.
Hu Qing nodded with a smile.
No matter, Xinyu is a genius of the Skyfox clan. As long as she does not meet a supreme, she can protect herself.
Afterward, Xianggu and Hu Qing departed together with the Azure Sky Divine Ox and Black Death Sky Serpent. Hu Xinyu glanced at Shen Mo with some awkwardness. Her lips moved, but what she finally said were the words.
Supreme Shen Mo.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
You still owe me a Bahuang Dupo talisman.
Hu Xinyu's face lit up with a smile. For Shen Mo to say this meant he still remembered the past. That alone removed any barrier between them. To Hu Xinyu, an old friend suddenly becoming a lofty senior was difficult to accept. Hu Xinyu bowed gracefully.
Senior Shen, I will go explore other places.
Shen Mo nodded.
Very well, Sister Sparrow, take her around the Mankang Mountains. She may find an opportunity.
The canopy cloud sparrow then spread its wings, carrying Hu Xinyu and the little sparrow away. The hanging heaven banyan tree gazed at Hu Xinyu's departing figure. In a low voice it asked,
Master, you know this little fox.
Shen Mo nodded.
We had some acquaintance in the South Sea archipelago.
The hanging heaven banyan tree said gravely.
The little fox.
From my experience, it is very likely a void beast. And not an ordinary void beast like a void mite or void ray. It is most likely a unique void beast.
Afraid Shen Mo did not know what that meant, he quickly explained.
A unique void beast there is only one in the world.
Only after it dies may a new individual be born. Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
I know. You believe Hu Xinyu carries such a void beast.
The hanging heaven banyan tree nodded firmly.
Not believe certain. I have come into contact with such a beast before. Its aura is unmistakable. Zesheng, it must be Zesheng.
Strange light flickered in his eyes.
Why not?
Shen Mo's faint smile remained. The banyan tree still could not change its beastly nature. His words clearly hinted at taking Hu Xinyu's void beast. But Shen Mo knew that the void beast Zesheng had already signed a contract with Hu Xinyu. Even if taken, it could not be used by another. Besides, his own body was incredibly resilient. He had no need of Zesheng's restorative power.
There's no need.
Shen Mo shook his head. The banyan tree paused, then nodded.
Yes, I understand. Master, what do you plan to do next?
Shen Mo pointed westward.
I am going to the Holy Land of Reincarnation. What they promised me then, it is time to claim it.
Chapter 715, Supreme Divine Ability Platinum Dragon Fist. Chapter 715, Supreme Divine Ability Platinum Dragon Fist. Back then, Shen Mo slew Lei Jinglong within the thousand-fold Thunder Prison, rescuing 7 Supremes, including Lei Daeheng. At that time, the Thunder Prison aristocratic family, Eastern Li Dynasty, Reincarnation Holy Land, Burning Heaven Divine Sect, and Creation Heaven Sect all extended olive branches to him. The conditions offered by these 5 great powers were all good, with the Eastern Li Dynasty being the best. Yet Shen Mo did not plan to go to the Eastern Li Dynasty. At that time, in his view, the Reincarnation Holy Land was the best overall choice. The Holy Land was the most ancient, storing the greatest number of methods to deal with the demon race. Moreover, compared to other forces, the Reincarnation Holy Land knew he carried the 9 Nether Ice Flame and 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Flame, and they would surely revere him the most. In the eyes of most cultivators of the Reincarnation Holy Land, anyone who could suppress the demon race was good. For the demon race, Shen Mo was simply a natural nemesis. Therefore, in the eyes of the Reincarnation Holy Land, he was someone who must not be harmed, must not die. Now that Shen Mo had become a supreme, he no longer needed the protection of the Reincarnation Holy Land. Yet even so, the treatment from the Holy Land remained the best. Because from them, he could obtain a key treasure to counter the Nether Evil Dragon. That ancient demon-suppressing treasure was forged by the Great Desolate Venerate specifically to suppress the Nether Evil Dragon. The Great Desolate Venerate was a saint, with no need to go to such lengths merely for one Nether Evil Dragon. He entrusted this treasure to a supreme of the Reincarnation Holy Land, ordering him to cooperate with the 4 beast overlords led by the hanging Heaven Banyan Tree to jointly suppress the Nether Evil Dragon. The role of the hanging Heaven Banyan Tree and the others accounted for only half, while the demon-suppressing treasure's power was greater still. However, after the successful suppression of the Nether Evil Dragon, that treasure shattered into 4 pieces. Most fragments were gathered and repaired by the Reincarnation Holy Land. By now, they should be piled up in the Holy Land's warehouse, collecting dust. This was not a matter of chance, but intelligence Shen Mo learned after inheriting the legacy of the Great Desolate Venerate. After briefly explaining to the hanging Heaven Banyan Tree and Scarlet Blood-Winged Tiger, Shen Mo went straight toward the Reincarnation Holy Land. Having become a supreme, he no longer needed to ride the wind. Instead, he directly entered the chaotic void currents, rushing toward the Reincarnation Holy Land. This method was faster and far more convenient. A journey of hundreds of thousands of miles could be shortened more than 10,000-fold. After becoming a supreme, his body and spiritual power were greatly strengthened, and he also gained new insights into the power of the void. Many void currents that once seemed like whirlpools devouring all, impossible to approach now.
I have heard that the Supreme Realm is divided into 9 tribulations, each advancement requiring 1 tribulation. I am still only a newly advanced Supreme, not yet a 1 tribulation Supreme. If my comprehension of void power deepens further, the first tribulation will come sooner or later. I must make preparations for it.
Shen Mo pondered as he continued toward the reincarnation Holy Land. The reincarnation Holy Land was located in the eastern region of the Eastern Province. The eastern region was filled with deep valleys and mountain ranges. Thus, the reincarnation Holy Land was divided into many sections, spread across valleys large and small. Great powers such as the reincarnation Holy Land almost always controlled 1 or 2 void rifts, convenient for supremes to enter and exit. The void rift of the Holy Land lay in its central region, guarded at all times by Holy Land cultivators, never leaving their posts. At this moment, the long-still void rift suddenly trembled. The Holy Land cultivators were startled and immediately followed protocol to inquire. Soon, a human voice came from within.
I am Shen Mo. May I ask whether Senior Qingxuan Yun still honors the promise made in the thousandfold Thunder prison?
Hearing this, the cultivators were greatly shocked and quickly replied with respect.
Please wait a moment. I will contact Ancestor Qingxuan at once.
Moments later, a figure hurriedly arrived. This man was thin and scholarly in appearance. It was none other than Qingxuan Yun, the supreme of the reincarnation Holy Land, whom Shen Mo had saved in the thousandfold Thunder prison. He shouted,
Shen Mo is an honored guest of my reincarnation Holy Land. Let him pass immediately. Yes.
The void rift surged, allowing Shen Mo to step safely onto the land of the reincarnation Holy Land. Qingxuan Yun greeted him with a broad smile.
Little friend Shen, you truly chose my reincarnation Holy Land. This is wonderful, a matter of great fortune.
Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened, his throat bobbed, and he exclaimed in shock.
You!
Chapter 716, 2 Supremes of Central State found the ancient state world. Chapter 716, 2 Supremes of Central State found the ancient state world. Shen Mo smiled without speaking. He wanted to say it was just luck. But ascending to the supreme realm was not something achieved through luck alone. One needed both talent and fortune combined to have even the slightest chance. Qingxuan Yun was deeply shaken. He himself had only become a supreme at over 9,000 years old. And this young man, how old could he be? Since their last parting at the thousandfold Thunder prison, how long had it been? Barely more than 20 years. And yet silently, he had become a supreme. Qingxuan Yun was both joyful and troubled. Joy because Shen Mo had become a supreme and had willingly come to the Samsara Holy Land, clearly accepting his invitation. Worry because now that Shen Mo was a supreme, would he remain in the Samsara Holy Land? Even so, Qingxuan Yun suppressed his impatience and said solemnly,
Brother Shen, rest assured my promise still stands. As long as you join my Samsara Holy Land, you will directly gain the status of Holy Son. In the Holy Land's treasure vault, you may choose 2 top-grade sacred artifacts. Across the eastern region, all forces will honor you as the Holy Land's envoy.
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
That is excellent.
Qingxuan Yun said earnestly.
Then please, Brother Shen, I will summon the Holy Land at once and announce your joining publicly.
Shen Mo gave a small nod. He had intended to refuse. But the Holy Land's offer clearly served to expand his prestige. With such warmth shown, he saw no reason to decline. Qingxuan Yun personally escorted Shen Mo to the council hall of the Samsara Holy Land. Along the way, cultivators of the Holy Land cast glances one after another. Good heavens! The Supreme Patriarch bringing back a young man. and accompanying him so warmly. What kind of treatment was this? Moments later, the two arrived at the council hall. Shang Yuanyun, a talkative man, chatted merrily with Shen Mo along the way. He chuckled.
By the way, Brother Shen, did you know that in the year you secluded yourself to attempt your breakthrough, a great event took place?
Shen Mo asked.
Oh, what event?
Shang Yuanyun smiled.
In Central State, the two supreme Sun Daoming and Yuan Lai discovered the ancient state world.
It is said many cultivators there were born with sacred bodies or heavenly constitutions. These cultivators were all brought back to Central State, most joining the Qingxuan imperial dynasty and the ancestral spirit Holy Land.
What a pity it wasn't supremes of the Eastern State who found the ancient state world. Otherwise, my Samsara Holy Land might have claimed a few sacred bodies as well.
Shen Mo froze. His steps faltered at once. The ancient state world. Since the day he chased the ray of light stirred by Shi Tianhao and stumbled into the Qingxuan world, he had been parted from the ancient state world. Without the power of the void, it was impossible to cross the void at Nirvana realm, let alone find it. Now, just after reaching the supreme realm, he had planned to search for it. But to think it had already appeared. Were those old friends of his now brought into Qingxuan world? This was good news, great news.
Brother Shen, what is it? Surprised?
Shang Yuanyun laughed heartily.
I was shocked as well. Especially hearing that dozens of sacred bodies and heavenly constitutions were found. My eyes nearly popped out. I heard from the Central State Supremes it may be because the ancient state world lacked spiritual energy. That caused cultivators who could reach the divine palace realm to generally possess very strong constitutions.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
That must be so.
He had no intention of revealing his true origins. Shang Yuanyun laughed freely.
Enough of them, the grand ceremony must be prepared. Brother Shen, why not go to the Holy Land's treasure vault and choose for yourself?
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
Excellent.
He truly wished to skip the trivial steps and go straight to the final stage. The Holy Land's treasure vault. With Shang Yuanyun accompanying him, Shen Mo walked past rows of precious sacred artifacts. Each piece was polished daily by disciples, leaving not a trace of dust. Every artifact gleamed brilliantly, radiating dazzling light. Ancient, solemn, and boundless. Shang Yuanyun stood at his side, patiently explaining the origins of each one. In his words, every sacred artifact was without exception incredibly old, all traced back at least to the era of the God-Demon War. But Shen Mo showed little interest. Lower and middle-grade sacred artifacts he already had in abundance. Even high-grade ones he possessed several. And as for supreme sacred artifacts, he held the demon blade Quangtu. For his current strength, that was already sufficient. Shang Yuanyun was surprised to see his indifference. Could it be the sacred artifacts Shen Mo carried were better than these? They walked on. Then, at an unexpected moment, Shen Mo halted. His gaze fixed upon an item, unblinking. Shang Yuanyun glanced at it and chuckled.
Oh, Brother Shen, you've taken a liking to this one.
This is the dragon bone bell, said to be forged from a rib of the ancestral dragon.
It was crafted by the great desolate venerate, made in those days to suppress the nether demon dragon. Lowering his voice, Shang Yuanyun added.
Brother Shen, you must have heard the recent news. The true dragon Holy Land in the western sinking sea vanished entirely, mountain gate and all. It's said the nether demon dragon also disappeared, its whereabouts still unknown.
Shen Mo nodded.
I have heard of it.
Then he teased.
Perhaps the nether demon dragon slipped secretly into the Samsara Holy Land, just to shatter these ancient sacred artifacts in storage.
Shang Yuanyun's face twitched. Damn it. Why tell ghost stories like that? If the nether demon dragon truly returned at full strength, even I could not withstand it.
This dragonbone bell, I will take it.
Shen Mo nodded firmly. Shang Yuanyun was stunned.
Back then, when suppressing the nether demon dragon, the bell was shattered. Our Holy Land gathered fragments and barely mended it.
Its power has been greatly diminished.
Brother Shen, I advise you to choose another.
Shen Mo shook his head.
This one.
Seeing his determination, Shangyuan Yan could only agree. The next day, a grand ceremony was held in the main hall of the Samsara Holy Land. Every sect in the eastern region of Dongzhou sent important representatives. All wished to see the new supreme who had joined the Holy Land. The ceremony lasted 3 days. People marveled at Shen Mo's youth. They sighed at the rise of another peerless genius. News of the new supreme spread swiftly. But Shen Mo did not linger in the Samsara Holy Land. He returned quickly to the Mankang Mountains. He had already told Shangyuan Yan. He would indeed join the Samsara Holy Land, but would not remain there permanently. If the Holy Land faced danger, he would lend his strength. Shangyuan Yan agreed. He could not bind such a promising new supreme tightly to the Holy Land's chariot. At that moment, beyond the Mankang Mountains lay a mortal town called Jinstown. A pale-skinned young man in black rode a dark horse past a roadside tea house. A servant hurried out.
Honored guest, what tea will you have?
The young man tossed him a silver ingot casually.
A bowl of cold tea, and tell me the stories of the Mankang Mountains.
Chapter 717. You dare move your left foot first and violate my taboo. Chapter 717. You dare move your left foot first and violate my taboo.
Honored guest, you may not know, but the Mankang Mountains are the most dangerous land in all of the eastern state. For within are countless beast overlords. There are giant bulls holding up the heavens, towering trees standing against the world, black serpents covering the sky, and massive tigers soaring in the air.
We mortals who live at the mountain's foot often hear their roars.
The servant sighed.
Perhaps because of this, the courage of our townsfolk has grown greatly.
The black-clothed young man drank a sip of cold tea, his expression blank.
Anything else?
The servant nodded.
Of course.
He lowered his voice.
This is exclusive, passed down from my great-great-great-grandfather. It said those 4 strongest beast overlords once suppressed an evil dragon.
The black-clothed youth's gaze sharpened, though his tone betrayed nothing.
Oh, what evil dragon did they suppress?
The servant scratched his head. That I don't know, just that it was an evil dragon. Likely a true dragon corrupted by the demon race.
Such an evil dragon deserved to be suppressed. If not for those mighty beings, we mortals would have perished long ago.
His words carried deep respect for the beast overlords. At that moment, more guests arrived. The servant bowed. Young master, please wait a moment. I'll serve them tea and return shortly. He turned to leave. The black-clothed youth gave a strange laugh.
You dare move your left foot first, you've violated my taboo.
The servant froze. Before he could react, his head was crushed in one hand. And it was no human hand, but a black claw covered in scales. Blood splattered, shocking all inside the tea house.
This!
The new guests trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground.
You dared speak, you've broken my taboo.
The youth sneered coldly. Foul demonic chi spewed from his mouth, filling the tea house in an instant. When he stepped out again, not a single person remained alive inside. Not even corpses, everything had gone into his stomach. The black-clothed youth gazed at the towering Mankang Mountains, a cold smile on his lips. He was none other than the nether demon dragon in human form. Yet he did not plan to seek out his old enemies immediately. He had only recently broken free from the suppression of the true dragon Holy Land, his strength not yet restored to its peak. He reckoned that, after devouring 5 or 6 large sects, he could recover 70 to 80%. Meanwhile, with his power to corrupt and the aid of the Yaobu demons, he could sow discord or taint the beast overlords one by one. If he divided them and destroyed them separately, victory would be certain. If he could devour those 4 old enemies one by one, he would quickly return to his peak. At that time, breaking into the Saint Realm would be but a thought.
HMPH, those fools went to the western sinking sea to find me, not knowing I already came to the Mankang Mountains. As humans say, the most dangerous place is the safest place, truly not false.
The nether demon dragon sneered, filled with pride.
HMPH, I'll spare you for now. Once I restore more strength, I'll settle the debts of old.
He turned to leave. But in the next moment, 5 vast auras closed in over him. The nether demon dragon looked up. The 4 beast overlords stared coldly at him. And one figure stood smiling, also watching him. The nether demon dragon trembled all over. No. Why were they all here? This wasn't how he imagined it at all. Shen Mo watched him calmly. Through Hu Xinyu's recent fortune, he had already learned that the nether demon dragon would appear near the Mangkang Mountains. Hu Xinyu, out of kindness, had even healed some of his injuries. The nether demon dragon used the chance to pry many secrets about the mountains from her. He even gifted her a high-grade sacred artifact in false goodwill. In truth, it was a sealed demonic artifact. Once refined, the hidden demonic energy would corrode her mind step by step, eventually turning her fully into a demon. But Hu Xinyu was the saintess of the Heavenly Fox clan, blessed with a protective fate. She uncovered its malice early, and together with Shen Mo and the others, began hunting for the nether demon dragon. Yet he was cunning and never lingered in one place. Their search yielded nothing. Later, he gathered enough strength to return in force. The 4 overlords of Mangkang all met tragic ends. But since Shen Mo knew this destined outcome, he would never allow it. He appeared now before that could happen. The nether demon dragon had not yet regained his peak. At most, he was on the level of a newly ascended supreme. With the 4 beast overlords and Shen Mo together, killing him would be effortless. The nether demon dragon forced a strained smile.
I'm just a passing cultivator. Why do you all stare at me so?
The sky-reaching banyan tree eyed him for a long while, then clicked its tongue.
Nether demon dragon, you really are the nether demon dragon. That stench of yours, I could never forget it.
And you dare come here, to the foothills of Mangkang. The master was right after all.
At first, they had half-doubted Shen Mo's words. They hadn't believed the dragon would truly come. Yet here he was, exactly as foretold. With his disguise torn apart, the nether demon dragon stiffened. He couldn't understand. His cover had been flawless, seamless. How had it been pierced?
I'll kill.
He roared, releasing endless demonic chi, preparing to reveal his true body. The 4 beast overlords sneered, surging their blood energy. In an instant, they suppressed his demonic chi. Even so, his true form emerged. As a fallen true dragon, his body dwarfed them all, even larger than the 4 overlords. Blood chi and demonic chi clashed violently, colliding and erasing each other. In a corner, unnoticed, a tiny black insect the size of a thumb fled in panic. At that moment, Shen Mo drew forth the dragonbone bell. He poured blood chi into it and hurled it skyward without hesitation. Buzz! The bell swelled rapidly before their eyes, becoming a colossal bell that enveloped all the black miasma within. The nether demon dragon's face twisted in terror. Before he could react, the dragonbone bell crashed down with a thunderous roar. It sealed him completely within, from head to tail. The tiny fleeing insect was caught as well, unable to escape.
Let me out, let me out.
Chapter 718. Your information is worthless. Rest in peace. Chapter 718. Your information is worthless. Rest in peace. Shen Mo sneered coldly and unleashed the dragonbone bell's power to its limit. Buzz! A terrifying aura shook outward in all directions, forcing even the 4 beast overlords, the sky-reaching banyan tree among them, to retreat and avoid its edge. Inside the bell, the nether demon dragon's screams erupted. The bell had been reforged from fragments by the Samsara Holy Land, and its might was no longer what it had been in its prime. But the nether demon dragon was also far from his peak. Now the dragonbone bell was driven by Shen Mo himself. Having cultivated the divine elephant prison-suppressing force, his blood energy surged boundlessly, perhaps stronger than all 4 beast overlords combined. Boom, boom, boom. The bell's shockwaves never ceased. The dragon's screams and curses rang out without pause. But with time, his voice grew weaker and weaker. until at last it fell silent, as if he had died. The red-blooded winged tiger tilted its head curiously.
Dead that week.
The Black Death Sky Serpent hissed doubtfully.
Strain.
The Azure Sky Divine Ox scratched its head.
Should we open it and check?
The other three beasts rolled their eyes. Shen Mo only smiled and continued feeding blood energy into the bell. He kept the mighty force shaking ceaselessly. For a moment, silence reigned inside. Then a faint voice rose again, cursing and groaning.
Damn it.
I'm willing to cooperate. I know all of the Shadow Division and the Dark Division demons' plans.
I'll tell you everything, just spare me.
The nether demon dragon shifted between begging, cursing, and roaring. His groveling and arrogance were played to perfection. The sky-reaching banyan tree stirred, asking quietly,
Master, don't you want intelligence on the demons' movements?
Shen Mo chuckled. He had no need. He already knew the demon's actions well. Why conspire with a tiger? Moreover, by binding the dragon, he had clearly seen his life panel. The nether demon dragon's escapes were unrivaled. He had slipped even from Saint Realm hunters in the past. Shen Mo would never allow him to escape again. Evil must be cut off at the root. Otherwise, what was the point?
Your information is worthless. Rest in peace.
Without hesitation, Shen Mo poured in even more blood energy. The nether demon dragon's roars grew wild, hysterical. He knew death was close. At last, his voice faded completely, vanishing into nothing. To be safe, Shen Mo continued feeding energy for a full hour. The four overlords watched in surprise. How could the blood energy of a newly ascended supreme be stronger than theirs combined? After an hour, Shen Mo finally retrieved the dragon bone bell. Only a mangled dragon corpse remained, limp and boneless. Its skeleton had been shattered entirely. A trace of demonic energy lingered, but so little that it would disperse naturally into heaven and earth without need of purification.
So he's...
The Azure Sky Divine Ox scratched its head in disbelief. Back then, the nether demon dragon had been their leader. They had bled themselves dry trying to kill him, only managing to suppress him. And now so easily slain. This was once the strongest true dragon beneath the Saint Realm. For a moment, the three overlords' gazes toward Shen Mo turned reverent. From this instant, they truly accepted him as their master. The Azure Sky Divine Ox, however, had long since done so. The nether demon dragon was only the first step in the demon's plan. For Shen Mo, it was also the simplest. Next came the disaster of the Western sinking sea, the second step that would greatly strengthen the demon race. As long as this step was broken, the schemes of the Shadow Division and the Frenzy Division would collapse on their own.
Master, what now?
The sky-reaching banyan tree looked at Shen Mo with respect.
To the western sinking sea.
Shen Mo's voice was calm.
With the true dragon Holy Land vanished, the demonic plagues across the sea are unchecked. Sooner or later, they'll merge into a catastrophe. If even the 4 sacred dragon palaces are corrupted, the demon's power will rise drastically.
The Black Death Sky Serpent and the red-blooded winged tiger both nodded. The Azure Sky Divine Ox scratched his head.
The 4 sacred dragon palaces could be corrupted. They're that useless. Let's go.
At Shen Mo's command, he and the 4 beast overlords vanished together. Hu Xinyu was also brought along. She was, after all, one blessed with immense fortune. From her, coming opportunities and turning points could always be seen. The Thunder Prison Clan. Shi Tianhao strode quickly into the martial arena. Lei Zizhen had been waiting for him there for some time. Lei Zizhen laughed.
By the look of you, you must have gained much in the Mangkang Mountains.
Shi Tianhao laughed heartily.
I did find something. I slew several powerful beasts and obtained a few drops of ancient exotic blood, one of them the kind you needed.
Lei Zizhen was startled, his face filled with gratitude.
Many thanks, Brother Shi.
The two began sparring immediately. Lei Zizhen was slightly stronger than Shi Tianhao, so he often offered new insights. These insights opened Shi Tianhao's mind. Yet Shi Tianhao, blessed with a radiant golden fate, also had unique understandings. The two exchanged moves and words like true brothers. When they grew tired, they collapsed to the ground, laughing and talking freely. After a while, Lei Zizhen lowered his voice.
By the way, brother Shi, there's something big you may not know yet.
Shi Tianhao smiled faintly.
I haven't kept up with major events lately.
Lei Zizhen's face brightened with genuine joy.
It's great news.
My benefactor, you remember him, don't you? That man Shen Mo.
Shi Tianhao's smile stiffened. Of course he remembered. That name he would remember all his life. He forced his smile to hold.
I remember what happened to him.
Lei Zizhen chuckled, his face filled with envy.
I only learned it from the ancestor. Benefactor has ascended to supreme.
He cupped his cheeks in awe.
It's only been a little over 20 years, and while I'm still at Nirvana, Benefactor has already become a supreme.
Lei Zizhen looked at Shi Tianhao in puzzlement. Shi Tianhao's face was rigid. Su.
Senior Shen's talent is simply defying heaven. Supreme!
Chapter 719. Chapter 719 Talents of the Creation Heaven Sect Unknown. Chapter 719 Talents of the Creation Heaven Sect Unknown. Lei Zizhen did not pay much attention to Shi Tianhao's emotions. He thought Shi Tianhao was simply too shocked to even speak. Lei Zizhen considered for a moment and then said,
By the way, the movements of the demon race have been very frequent recently.
The true dragon Holy Land has vanished, and the netherworld evil dragon is missing.
I heard that over in the western sinking sea, the dragon race is preparing intensively to deal with the demon race's next possible offensive. At least our western region is relatively stable.
However, the ancestor said that our Lei prison clan is preparing to send a team to the western sinking sea to help. On one hand, to search for the netherworld evil dragon, and on the other, to suppress any possible demon calamity.
I plan to make a trip to the western sinking sea. I have never been there. What about you, brother Shi?
Shi Tianhao took several deep breaths and nodded lightly. The western sinking sea.
I will join. I also want to venture into the western sinking sea.
Lei Zizhen nodded heavily.
Good, I knew I was not mistaken about you.
Eastern State, Southern Region. A remote mountain range. At the entrance of a cave covered by vines, a figure emerged. A red belt coiled around his waist. On closer inspection, it was no belt at all but a small crimson serpent. This was Yi Yan. The little serpent at his waist was the blood desolation sky python in a reduced form. He had cultivated arduously for many years in the former cave dwelling of the Martial Ancestor, and at last he emerged.
70 Dao patterns. Martial Ancestor's inheritance. Blood desolation sky python, true martial heaven smashing seal. Looking across the entire eastern state, among all Nirvana realm cultivators, my strength must surely be in the first echelon.
Yi Yan burst into loud laughter. He was utterly confident in his current strength.
I wonder what Shen Mo's cultivation is now.
Yi Yan mused. Lin Dongshan sneered.
How could he compare to you now? You have the Martial Ancestor's inheritance and countless spiritual pills and treasures, which allowed you to break through step by step and reach 70 Dao patterns. How could he have so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to squander?
Zio Fan strongly agreed.
Yes, Shen Mo's strength definitely cannot match ours. This eastern state world, it is time to take a look at it.
Yi Yan took a deep breath, guided his qi, and flew out of the mountain range. Before long, he discovered a city. Within the city were both mortals and cultivators. After revealing his cultivation, he quickly received the highest level reception from the city lord. Arriving together with the city lord was also a sect steward responsible for this city. City lord's mansion reception hall. A slender female sect steward smiled faintly.
You might even be favored by the Supreme Ancestor and taken in as a personal disciple.
Yi Yan could not help but feel moved. So quickly he had connected himself with the Creation Heaven Sect, one of the 5 great powers of the Eastern State. Everything was going too smoothly. He truly was the chosen one. Yi Yan suddenly asked,
I wonder, what talents does the Creation Heaven Sect have?
The only one he worried about was Shen Mo. Although Shen Mo should still be in the southern islands, he still feared that he might end up in the same sect as Shen Mo again. So he asked aloud,
Talents, then I must mention the heavenly maiden of my Creation Heaven Sect, Qingxuan.
The female steward revealed an admiring expression and immediately began to speak at length. The female steward said earnestly,
Heavenly Maiden Qingxuan is the most talented figure my Creation Heaven Sect has seen in 10,000 years.
Even the Supreme Ancestor has said that Qingxuan will surely inherit his mantle in the future and become the next supreme of the Creation Heaven Sect.
Yi Yan listened, his heart stirred with admiration. Heavenly Maiden Qingxuan. Just hearing the name brought to mind a cold and transcendent woman. With his own talent and aptitude, it was not impossible that he might one day win her favor.
Are there other geniuses?
Yi Yan asked casually. The female steward then listed their names one by one. However, to Yi Yan's ears, none of them came close to him. In the entire Creation Heaven Sect, only that heavenly maiden Qingxuan could be considered on par with him. Yi Yan revealed a smile.
I am willing to join the Creation Heaven Sect.
The female steward was overjoyed.
Good, good. With fellow Taoist aptitude, you will surely shine brightly in my Creation Heaven Sect in the future.
The two continued to converse, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. The female steward even cast amorous glances at Yi Yan. Clearly, she believed this promising young man had a great future, and she wished to form ties with him. Yi Yan took a sip of tea and asked casually,
And what of the other four great powers of the Eastern State? Who are their geniuses?
The female steward knew these matters by heart and began to recount them one by one.
The foremost of the Eastern State's 5 powers prodigies is none other than Li Zhangfeng of the Eastern Li Imperial Dynasty. Next is our own heavenly maiden Qingxuan of the Creation Heaven Sect. After that come Li Yunlong of the Heaven-Burning Divine Sect, and the brothers Sikong Lai and Sikong Yang of the Reincarnation, Holy Land. Their strengths are evenly matched.
As for Lei Zizhen of the Lei Prison Clan, his strength is not so easy to define. Yi Yan chuckled.
Oh, how so?
The female steward shrugged.
Lei Zizhen has always been in seclusion, cultivating under the guidance of the Supreme Ancestor. It is said he only emerged not long ago, intending to challenge the prodigies of the Eastern State, but he happened to encounter that one.
Perhaps struck by the setback, he returned to deep cultivation. That one.
Yi Yan keenly caught the phrase.
Yes, that one. At the time, he was still only a Nirvana realm cultivator, yet now he has already become a supreme. It was just recently. Fellow Taoist, he does not know.
The female steward spoke with envy.
This is the greatest news of late.
A newly ascended supreme, that strong.
Yi Yan could not help but click his tongue. In just a few decades, he had advanced from Nirvana realm to the Supreme realm. Such a one must possess absolutely astonishing talent. The female steward sighed in admiration.
Unfortunately, he declined the invitation of my Creation Heaven Sect and instead joined the Reincarnation Holy Land.
I do not know what he was thinking, alas.
Yi Yan's heart was stirred, and he could not help but ask.
May I ask, what past deeds does this supreme have? Such a figure ought to be our model.
The female steward recited them fluently, praising him repeatedly. Yi Yan suddenly froze. Supreme Mo. He was now extremely sensitive to this surname. Yi Yan swallowed hard.
Supreme Mo, may I ask what is his full name?
The female steward waved her hands quickly.
How could I dare to call a supreme by his full name? But I do know this much: his given name is a single character, Mo.
Chapter 720. Chapter 720 Supreme Shen Mo, you actually killed the Netherworld Evil Dragon. Chapter 720 Supreme Shen Mo, you actually killed the Netherworld Evil Dragon. The female steward saw that Yi Yan suddenly stopped speaking. She gently called out,
Fellow Taoist Yi, fellow Taoist Yi.
Yi Yan came back to his senses and forced an awkward smile.
It's nothing, nothing.
The female steward smiled.
Then, would fellow Taoist ye be willing to accompany me to the Qingxuan Sect?
Good.
Yi Yan gave a bitter smile. Just moments ago, when he was about to join the Qingxuan Sect, his heart had been filled with boundless excitement and joy. It felt as though he was about to stand at the peak of the world. Now, thinking back, he cursed himself for being so careless, for asking too much. Had he not learned that Shen Mo had already become a supreme, he would never have sunk into such self-pity.
Damn it all.
Yi Yan sighed heavily. In his mind, Lin Dongshan and Xiao Fan were already speechless. Shen Mo a supreme. That kind of realm was something they did not even dare to dream of. Yet Shen Mo had achieved it. They did not even want to think about how Shen Mo had managed to suddenly leave the southern islands and appear in the eastern state. The fact that he had become a supreme alone was already more than enough to shake them to their core. Western Sinking Sea. Shen Mo and the four great beast overlords crossed through the void and arrived here. The Western Sinking Sea was unlike the southern islands. Though both were seas, the Western Sinking Sea had only a few islands scattered across its waters, whereas the southern islands were seas filled with countless scattered islands. The Western Sinking Sea was the territory of the dragon race. On the few islands that did exist, the inhabitants were not humans but dragonkin. The dragonkin regarded themselves highly, always seeing themselves as the emissaries of the dragon race in the mortal world. They looked down on humans, pushing them out of the Western Sinking Sea long ago. Thus, no human traces remained on these islands. The appearance of Shen Mo and the four beast overlords' 5 supremes in total immediately aroused the vigilance of the dragon race patrols. In the blink of an eye, 3 members of the dragon race arrived, blocking Shen Mo's path. With a single glance, Shen Mo could see that 2 of them were dragon venerables, equivalent to human cultivators of the divine palace realm. The leader, a yellow dragon, was a great dragon emperor, equivalent to a nirvana realm cultivator of the human race. The yellow dragon said in a deep voice,
Why have the 5 of you come to the Western Sinking Sea?
The azure sky divine bull chuckled.
To help you suppress the demon calamity.
The yellow dragon frowned.
My dragon race does not need the aid of others. Please return.
The black death sky serpent hissed coldly, his eyes icy as he spoke in a chilling voice.
Is this how the dragon race treats its guests?
The canopy banyan tree finally spoke.
We came at the invitation of Supreme Xiang Gu and Supreme Hu Qing to aid you in suppressing the demon calamity.
The yellow dragon's brow relaxed at last.
So it was at the request of Supreme Xiang Gu and Supreme Hu Qing. In that case, the 4 of you may enter. However, this human supreme cannot be permitted entry. The 4 Saint Dragon Palace has issued a dragon sage edict. No unfamiliar human supremes are allowed into the Western Sinking Sea.
The scarlet blood-winged tiger roared angrily.
Do you know who he is? How dare you block him?
The yellow dragon looked at Shen Mo seriously and said,
Supreme, I must ask you to wait here a moment while I contact Supremes Xiang Gu and Hu Qing.
Shen Mo frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 figures approaching swiftly from the distance. It was Xiang Gu and Hu Qing. The yellow dragon bowed respectfully toward them. But Xiang Gu and Hu Qing immediately turned their eyes toward Shen Mo, admiration rising within them. Xiang Gu sighed.
Supreme Shen Mo, you actually killed the Netherworld evil dragon.
Hu Qing nodded repeatedly.
We never would have imagined that the elusive Netherworld evil dragon would fall at your hands.
At these words, the yellow dragon's eyes went wide, his expression changing dramatically. Any member of the dragon race knew of the Netherworld evil dragon. Back then, the damage caused by the Netherworld evil dragon to the dragon race was too great. Even now, the dragon race still remembered his terror, cruelty, and ferocity. When the true dragon Holy Land disappeared and the Netherworld evil dragon vanished without a trace, every dragon with even a shred of blood and courage regarded finding his trail and even more so killing him as the highest honor. Of course, they also knew well that finding his tracks might be simple, but killing him was far too difficult. Without at least two dragon supremes joining forces, how could one slay the arrogant and peerless netherworld evil dragon? That was nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy for them. But now, hearing from Supremes Xiang Gu and Hu Qing that the human supreme before them had slain the netherworld evil dragon. How was that possible?
This.
The yellow dragon was even stammering as he spoke. Shen Mo gave a half-smile. The black death sky serpent snorted coldly.
False, don't believe it. Definitely don't believe it.
Hearing this, the yellow dragon only grew more awkward. He was arrogant but not foolish. How could he fail to hear the sarcasm laced in the black death sky serpent's words? Xiang Gu and Hu Qing instantly noticed the tense atmosphere. They quickly explained the matter, personally confirming that it was indeed Shen Mo, together with the four beast overlords, who had slain the netherworld evil dragon. The yellow dragon was greatly moved. He immediately bowed deeply toward Shen Mo, lowering his head with reverence.
Human Supreme, thank you for slaying the netherworld evil dragon. He has been our dragon race's nightmare for tens of thousands of years. You have removed this great threat for us, and henceforth you are the greatest benefactor of our dragon race. Human Supreme, please forgive my offense. I am willing to take punishment upon myself and guard the chaotic demon sea for 500 years.
The two dragonkin beside him were shocked, quickly offering words of dissuasion. But the yellow dragon was resolute. He bowed deeply to Shen Mo once more before quickly departing.
The chaotic demon sea.
Shen Mo raised his brows. Xiang Gu watched the yellow dragon's departing figure with a trace of emotion.
The chaotic demon sea is the region of the western sinking sea, most plagued by demon calamities.
Those of the dragon race who go there to guard rarely return alive.
By volunteering to guard there for 500 years, he has clearly already set aside thoughts of life and death. Shen Mo was somewhat surprised. This dragon's arrogance was true arrogance. And his honesty was true honesty. Xiang Gu laughed.
Come, all of you. I will lead you to meet the Lord of the Dragon Palace.
Shen Mo nodded. The canopy banyan tree and the four beast overlords immediately followed. Moments later, within the Four Saint Dragon Palace, Shen Mo received unprecedented treatment from the true dragons. He sat directly upon the crystal throne, side by side with the current lord of the Dragon Palace, Tian. Clearly, the dragon race was deeply grateful that he had rid them of the netherworld evil dragon, pulling out this deep-rooted calamity. Tian looked at Shen Mo, then shifted his gaze to the four beast overlords of the canopy banyan tree. Although he now knew with certainty that it had indeed been Shen Mo and the others who slew the netherworld evil dragon, seeing them again still felt somewhat unreal. After all, Shen Mo had only just become a supreme not long ago. How had he managed to win the allegiance of these four unruly beast overlords? How had he so easily found the netherworld evil dragon, whom the dragon race had searched for in vain? And how had Shen Mo slain that netherworld evil dragon? All of this puzzled Tian, who had lived 90,000 years. Before Shen Mo, he could not help but feel as though those 90,000 years of his life had been lived in vain. Tian said solemnly,
Supreme Shen Mo, thank you for slaying the netherworld evil dragon. We would very much like to know how did you discover him and how did you bring him down.
Chapter 721. What did this person do to receive such respectful treatment from the Dragon Palace Master? Chapter 721. What did this person do to receive such respectful treatment from the Dragon Palace Master? Tian smiled awkwardly. He immediately realized he had lost his composure. Indeed, slaying the netherworld evil dragon was Shen Mo's affair. How could he possibly inquire about Shen Mo's trump cards? Tian took several deep breaths before speaking.
My sincerest apologies. We searched for the netherworld evil dragon for a long time but could never find any trace. Suddenly receiving news that he was already dead truly caught me off guard.
Shen Mo smiled.
I understand.
Tian said earnestly.
So, Supreme Shen, what are your plans next? You are a friend and great benefactor to our four sacred dragon palace. Any action you take, our four sacred dragon palace will fully support it.
Shen Mo waved his hand.
No hurry, let us wait for the reinforcements from other forces to arrive.
Seeing this, Tian nodded. He instructed.
Qingxuan leads Supreme Shen and the four senior demon race members to their resting quarters.
A dragon clan member with tender dragon horns on her head approached gracefully, leading Shen Mo and the others away. The four sacred dragon palace truly lived up to its reputation as a vast, ancient power with a long history. The residence arranged for them was a palace constructed from vast amounts of undersea crystal. The palace was also decorated with numerous corals and shells. Each dwelling was equipped with a special sound-transmitting conch. With just one word, members of the sea races would immediately arrive to serve them. Of course, Qingxuan Rongshu and the others were too large in size. They had to shrink their bodies or transform into human forms to truly fit inside. Shen Mo had stopped only to wait for one person. Shi Tianhao. Earlier, he had checked the life panels of Tian and the other Dragon Clan members. He immediately discovered that Shi Tianhao was closely linked to their recent turning point. Furthermore, finding the missing true Dragon Holy Land also required Shi Tianhao.
It seems I must continue shearing Shi Tianhao's wool.
Shen Mo laughed. Within half a month, the major forces arrived one after another. The demonic disaster ravaging the West Sinking Sea grew increasingly fierce. If they did not intervene to help, the disaster would likely escalate further, eventually becoming a massive calamity that would cause panic across all the states. Initially, the Dragon Clan was somewhat reluctant to set aside their pride, wanting to resist the demonic disaster alone. But after some time, they had been soundly taught a lesson by the disaster. Thinking they could completely eliminate the demonic disaster by themselves was pure fantasy. They had to rely on external power to thoroughly eradicate it. Therefore, they now had no choice but to set aside their pride and accept help from the major forces. Supremes from the great powers of East State, Central State, and the heavenly Southern Archipelago all arrived together. Of course, many Supremes brought along the geniuses from their respective forces while coming. These geniuses were only in the Nirvana realm, naturally unable to participate in the battles of Supremes. The sole purpose of bringing them here was to broaden their horizons. After all, the West Sinking Sea was usually the Dragon Clan's territory. The proud Dragon Clan would not casually allow humans to enter. Amidst this atmosphere, the four sacred Dragon Palace gradually became lively. On this day, the Dragon Palace Master Tian once again summoned the Supremes of the major forces to discuss matters concerning the elimination of the demonic disaster. Shen Mo naturally attended as well. Tian saw him from afar and, in front of all the Supremes, strode forward purposefully. He personally welcomed Shen Mo and escorted him to the seat of honor. This scene inevitably shocked the other Supremes. Who was this person that they could sit in the seat of honor? The Dragon Palace Master was undoubtedly the most ancient Supreme present. What had this person done to receive such respectful treatment from the Dragon Palace Master? They did not yet know that the Netherworld Evil Dragon was already dead, and that it had died at Shen Mo's hands. The Dragon Palace Master surveyed the assembly and smiled.
Esteemed Supremes, I believe some among you may not yet know. The Netherworld Evil Dragon is already dead, and it was slain by this human Supreme beside me.
At these words, the entire hall was shaken. The Netherworld Evil Dragon is dead. Slain by a completely unfamiliar human Supreme. Those Supremes from East State who had seen Shen Mo remained relatively composed. As for the Supremes from Central State and the heavenly Southern Archipelago, they stared at each other in bewilderment. They seemed to communicate with their eyes. Is that the Supreme from your faction? No, is he from yours? Not that either, whose is he? As for those Supremes who had met Shen Mo, such as Lei Daeheng and Supreme Bai, though somewhat mentally prepared. Learning that Shen Mo had killed the Netherworld Evil Dragon still filled them with profound shock. Something even the four sacred dragon palace could not accomplish, he had achieved. It was utterly absurd. The Dragon Palace master saw those old-timers looking just as shocked as he had been upon first hearing the news, and his heart immediately felt balanced. A supreme suddenly spoke up.
May I ask which faction this supreme represents?
They were all intensely curious. The number of supremes was not large. With the exception of those who constantly roamed the chaotic void streams, seeking heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Most were familiar with one another. This unfamiliar face of Shen Mo they had truly never seen before. Before Shen Mo could speak, Shangyuan Yun of the Reincarnation Holy Land spoke first, declaring with considerable pride.
He is the newly ascended supreme of our East State Reincarnation Holy Land.
The other supremes immediately cast envious glances. The Reincarnation Holy Land is formidable. To have recruited such a newly ascended supreme. He even slew the netherworld evil dragon. The supremes offered their congratulations one after another. They also probed indirectly about Shen Mo's cultivation level and other matters. Shen Mo wore a smile, offering only brief, casual replies without elaborating. Soon, the Dragon Palace master, Aotian, declared in a loud voice.
Everyone, the most pressing matter now is to eliminate the demonic disasters ravaging the various seas of the West Sinking Sea, and to find the missing true Dragon Holy Land. Our Dragon Clan warriors discover new disaster sites daily. They can only manage the symptoms. Eradicating the root cause must be left to you Supremes.
Aotian stated solemnly.
Whatever the Supremes require, our four sacred Dragon Palace possesses it. I guarantee, as long as the demonic disaster can be eliminated, whatever you need, feel free to take it from the Dragon Palace.
Hearing this, the Supremes all broke into smiles. They hadn't traveled all this way just to help completely without compensation. With that promise, wasn't everything settled? Your four sacred Dragon Palace is the most ancient. You must possess countless inherited treasures and ancient artifacts.
Rest assured, we will certainly lend our full strength. The demon race is our common enemy. We must face them with all our might. Eradicating the demonic disaster is our unshirkable duty.
Hearing these declarations, Aotian's heart settled slightly. They exchanged a few more pleasantries. Meanwhile, in a side hall adjacent to the main chamber, the juniors brought by the Supremes were also holding their own gathering. They were particularly curious about the topics being discussed by the Supremes. Unfortunately, powerful Dragon Clan guards sealed the main hall, preventing them from entering even a single step. They could only faintly hear the sounds drifting from the Great Hall.
It seemed silent in the main hall for a moment just now, though it was clearly very lively before.
Li Yunlong of the Fen Tian Divine Sect was eating a specialty of the four sacred Dragon Palace when she suddenly tilted her head and said. Prince Li Yin of the East Li Imperial Dynasty whispered.
Brother, can you guess why that happened?
Li Kangfeng shook his head.
I do not know either, Zio Yin. Don't be too curious. That is the Supreme's affair.
Chapter 722, Let's Go Meet Our Benefactor. Chapter 722, Let's Go Meet Our Benefactor. Shi Tianhao caressed the furnishings within the side hall, his eyes filled with envy. Truly worthy of being the four sacred Dragon Palace. Even in an ordinary side hall, pearls and gems were everywhere. These treasures, when integrated into sacred artifacts, could elevate their rank by 1 or 2 levels. Yet now they served merely as common furniture, placed within the side hall. If only he could join the four sacred Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, he possessed only dragon-human bloodline. Dragon humans considered themselves noble. But before true divine dragons, they were nothing more than half-breeds. Yes, half-breeds. Dragon humans didn't even qualify to enter the four sacred Dragon Palace. Had Shi Tianhao not been from the lay prison Shijia, he would have been driven away by the Dragon Clan guards at the entrance. Strength? Lei Zizhan asked with concern. Shi Tianhao took a deep breath and smiled.
It's nothing.
At that moment, voices came from the main hall as Supremes strode out. They were surrounding someone. The juniors in the side hall couldn't help but turn their gaze. Who was that person being surrounded by all the supremes at the center? Li Kangfeng, Lei Zizhen, Li Yunlong, Cao Qingwen and others quickly recognized that face. They were all stunned, because they remembered that face, and knew it all too well. Shen Mo. The news of Shen Mo ascending to Supreme had long reached their ears. They had been shocked back then. Now discovering Shen Mo had actually appeared here, being surrounded by Supremes like stars around the moon, they found it even more unbelievable. Li Yin exclaimed.
Shen Mo.
Li Yunlong scratched her head.
And being surrounded by Supremes at the center. How strange.
Li Kangfeng was shocked inwardly but remained silent. Lei Zizhen was extremely excited.
Benefactor, it's the benefactor. Brother Shi, let's go meet our benefactor.
Shi Tianhao felt bitterness rise within him. Shen Mo again Shen Mo. Why did he appear everywhere? He was just a newly ascended supreme, so how did he come to the West Sinking Sea? He himself came to the West Sinking Sea seeking an opportunity, yet encountered him again. What exactly was happening? Cao Qingwen listened quietly, then suddenly said after a moment.
I heard it. The Supremes seem to be talking about the netherworld evil dragon.
His.
Immediately, a collective gasp sounded through the side hall. They had also heard of the netherworld evil dragon. That terrifying dragon powerhouse was actually killed by a newly ascended supreme. Too absurd.
He killed the netherworld evil dragon.
Shi Tianhao wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. What qualifications did he have to compare himself with Shen Mo?
Let's go meet our benefactor.
Lei Zizhen pulled Shi Tianhao, wanting to walk toward Shen Mo. Shi Tianhao tried to break free. But Lei Zizhen's strength was too great. He nearly stumbled. Moments later, Lei Zizhen and Shi Tianhao stood before Shen Mo. At this moment, Lei Daiheng and others were speaking with Shen Mo. They were still expressing gratitude to Shen Mo for the thousand-fold Thunder Prison matter, and congratulating Shen Mo on ascending to Supreme and slaying the netherworld evil dragon.
Benefactor, it's me, your benefactor.
Lei Zizhen shouted loudly. Lei Daiheng frowned.
Zizhen, show respect. This is Supreme Shen.
Lei Zizhen immediately shrank his neck. Shen Mo noticed Shi Tianhao. He smiled slightly.
It's all right, Zizhen, come over.
Lei Zizhen beamed, stepping closer to Shen Mo. In his eyes, Shen Mo was his lifesaver. Now he was also a senior powerhouse. For some reason, he always felt a sense of security standing beside Shen Mo.
Zizhen, greeting the benefactor.
Lei Zizhen said solemnly. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
Not bad, significant progress.
Lei Zizhen grinned.
No matter how much progress I make, I can't compare to you, benefactor.
Lei Daiheng looked at Lei Zizhen with some doting affection. This child possessed exceptional talent and shared a deep connection with Shen Mo, this powerful newly ascended supreme. His future prospects would be limitless. He himself was already old and frail. Hereafter, the Lei prison family would be entrusted to Lei Zizhen's hands. Shen Mo exchanged a few casual words with Lei Zizhen, then looked at Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao said in a deep voice.
Greetings.
Shen Mo glanced at this person's life panel and nodded with a smile.
You share a good relationship with Zizhen. Assist him well in the future and do not betray him.
Hearing this, Shi Tianhao instead breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Mo speaking these words meant Shen Mo hadn't seen through his disguise. That was enough. As long as he could continue to survive, the day he surpassed Shen Mo would eventually come. Well,
Shen Mo.
Cao Qingwen said with deep emotion.
A Supreme's treatment should be better than ours, right? I wonder if we can eat dragon tendon.
Li Yunlong frowned, her mouth watering.
He has long since walked far ahead of us.
Li Kangfeng sighed in admiration. West Sinking Sea. In a pitch-black, dark expanse of sea. Beneath 10,000 acres of seawater. Countless dragon clan souls were constantly wailing. Their physical bodies had long been corrupted, degenerated into demonic dragons. But their souls, relying on the proud will of the dragon clan, persisted with gritted teeth. barely resisting the corrosion of demonic energy. However, even so, every day weaker dragon clan souls would completely fall, becoming demonic dragon souls, reduced to minions of the demon race. Only the most powerful dragon clan souls could barely hold on. A figure strode purposefully to this place. He possessed the head and tail of the dragon clan, yet his body resembled that of the human race. He was a dragon human.
Ao Jin, stop struggling.
The true dragon Holy Land has been missing for so long. Have you seen any dragons come searching for you?
You have been abandoned. Give up the fight.
The dragon human said with a strange laugh. The most powerful and resilient dragon clan soul spat out only one word.
Lowly dragon human, scram.
A wave of air swept forth. It actually blasted apart some of the demonic energy. However, the demonic energy was endless. Just as this demonic energy vanished, a large amount immediately surged in to fill the void. The corrosion would only increase daily, never decrease. The dragon human laughed loudly.
I know, you true dragons have always looked down on dragon humans. You are all too foolish. We dragon humans possess the strengths of both the dragon clan and the human race. We should be the true masters of the West Sinking Sea. Ao Jin, just wait and see. I, Ao Feiyan, will become the new master of the West Sinking Sea.
Chapter 723. Chapter 723. I know, no need for you to say. Chapter 723. I know, no need for you to say. Ao Feiyan walked out from the deep underground. A figure immediately rushed to his side. It was also a dragon human. The dragon human said respectfully,
General, we have obtained the intelligence. The netherworld evil dragon was killed by a supreme being named Shen Mo. That Shen Mo has now arrived at the Four Sacred Dragon Palace, as have the other supreme beings.
This is a portrait of that Shen Mo. The dragon human took out a sand painting. On the sand painting, vividly depicted, was Shen Mo's face. Shen Mo. Ao Feiyan looked at the sand painting, mulling over the name. This human, he had heard of him. Throughout the entire sacred Qingxuan continent, there were only a few newly ascended supreme beings. It was hard not to know. As for the netherworld evil dragon, he died too quickly. So quickly that Ao Feiyan hadn't even reacted. According to the Yu clan's plan, the netherworld evil dragon was supposed to be a crucial link. Now he had inexplicably lost his life, forcing the Yu clan to postpone their plan. Now they could only rely on sporadic demonic disasters to delay the supreme beings. Ao Feiyan held no particular feelings toward the netherworld evil dragon. If he had to say, it was only a yearning for the other's immense power. But now, a mighty netherworld evil dragon had actually been defeated by a newly ascended human supreme being. Truly laughable.
Pay it no mind. When Lord Yu sends word, we will proceed as planned.
No matter who he is, he will perish.
Ao Feiyan said calmly.
Yes.
The dragon human left immediately.
Is that so? Whoever it is will perish.
A sudden laugh rang out. Ao Feiyan paused, then immediately looked upward. He was shocked to find a figure had abruptly appeared in the empty seawater. This was one of the most remote seas in the Western Sinking Sea. The spiritual energy was extremely scarce. Someone had actually discovered them.
Damn it!
Ao Feiyan growled low. The water currents around him condensed into 9 water arrows, shooting out instantly. The faint light in the ocean illuminated the figure's face. Ao Feiyan finally saw the other's appearance clearly. After seeing it, he was startled. Wasn't this the exact face from the sand painting his subordinate had just brought? How could it be identical?
You are the newly ascended supreme being, Shen Mo.
Ao Feiyan's scalp tingled. How could the fierce man who killed the netherworld evil dragon appear here? Whoosh! Shen Mo flashed past in an instant. The 9 water arrows didn't even touch the hem of Shen Mo's robes. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Ao Feiyan. Ao Feiyan was frightened out of his wits. He immediately tried to activate his life-saving trump card to escape. Water gushed violently from his feet. In the blink of an eye, Ao Feiyan appeared over 100 zhang away.
White Dragon Golden Fist.
Shen Mo shouted lowly, his fist smashing down violently. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Ao Feiyan, using the water currents, struggled desperately to escape. Yet in Shen Mo's eyes, he moved as slowly as a snail. The White Dragon Golden Fist, elevated into a supreme being's divine ability, how could it be compared to ordinary martial skills? Shen Mo casually reached out. Ao Feiyan fell into his grasp. This dragon human was not a supreme being, merely equivalent to a human nirvana realm cultivator. Ao Feiyan's vision blurred. He discovered he hadn't escaped at all. Instead, his throat was firmly throttled by this human supreme being.
Don't kill me. I know about the true dragon Holy Land.
Ao Feiyan begged for mercy immediately. Shen Mo said calmly.
I know, no need for you to say.
He casually twisted, breaking the dragon human's sturdy neck. 9 nether ice flame erupted. In an instant, it incinerated Ao Feiyan into ashes.
Everyone of the true dragon Holy Land, I am here to bring you out.
Shen Mo stepped into the even deeper underground. Ao Jin and the other powerful dragon souls were still desperately resisting the corrosion of demonic qi. They held no hope in their hearts. Yet they persisted through gritted teeth. Because they firmly believed the 4 sacred dragon palace would not abandon them.
Hold on, the dragon palace will surely come to save us.
Ao Jin encouraged the surrounding dragon clansmen. But everywhere he looked, every dragon soul had become incredibly dim. It seemed they could barely hold on any longer.
General!
One negative thought after another surged wildly. Normally, these would be mere distractions. A moment of calm focus could dispel them. But now, fueled by the demonic qi, these negative thoughts were amplified hundreds or thousands of times over. And they spread to surrounding dragon souls. Once one dragon soul conceived such thoughts, the others would follow. No dragon soul could withstand the impact of such endless negative thoughts. Ao Jin, as the great general of the true dragon Holy Land, was no exception. Just then, a beam of light pierced the deep darkness. Immediately after, vast swathes of light suddenly surged forth. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly ice-white flames. The demonic qi let out shrill screams and continuously retreated. Those frantically howling distractions also shrank and weakened. Ultimately, they vanished without a trace. The dragon clansmen of the true dragon Holy Land had all undergone trials to enter. They could be considered the most elite of the dragon clans. Without the demonic qi amplifying their distractions, they stood like reefs in great waves. No matter the waves from east, west, south, or north, they remained unmoving.
That is...
Ao Jin's voice trembled. As the strongest supreme being of the true dragon Holy Land, even more ancient than Ao Tian, he naturally knew of the existence of heavenly divine objects like the 9 nether ice flame and the 9 heavens divine thunder flame. He also understood how difficult it was to control them. That was something even the great desolate venerable who suppressed an era could not accomplish. Who could possibly achieve it? A figure appeared before them.
Everyone, I am here to lead you away.
Shen Mo spoke solemnly, extending his hand.
A human supreme being.
The dragon souls were utterly stunned. Ao Jin said respectfully,
May I ask for your name, young friend?
Shen Mo smiled slightly.
Shen Mo, of the human race.
Ao Jin spoke solemnly.
Ao Jin, on behalf of the 30,000 dragon clansmen of the true dragon Holy Land, I thank you, young friend.
Just then, dense demonic qi suddenly surged in from outside. The seawater turned pitch black once more. It seemed some terrifying defilement was about to appear before them. Ao Jin's expression changed drastically.
Young friend, we must leave quickly. This place is surely surrounded by demon clans. If we delay, they will swarm here. Our deaths do not matter, but we cannot drag you down with us.
Ao Jin's thinking was simple. This young human supreme being before him could tame the 9 nether ice flame. He was the absolute nemesis of the demon clans. They could die, but Shen Mo must not. Yet Shen Mo laughed.
Everyone, no need to worry. The supreme beings have all arrived.
With those words, The Yu clan demons swarmed forth. They charged toward Shen Mo and the dragon souls. Leading them were three demon supreme beings. At the same moment, the supreme beings who had waited long struck out together.
I never expected. The dragon souls are truly here. I also didn't expect three demon supreme beings to be guarding this place. Today, we shall slay these Yu clan demons together, thoroughly eradicate the demonic disasters of the Western Sinking Sea.
Chapter 724. Chapter 724, The Grand Tao Sacred Artifact is Truly Terrifying. Chapter 724, The Grand Tao Sacred Artifact is Truly Terrifying. The three demon supreme beings were filled with shock and rage. What was this situation? A mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Why had all these supreme beings arrived? With such a massive disparity in numbers. This battle couldn't be fought.
Damn it!
How was the location of the true dragon Holy Land's dragon souls discovered?
Since when have these supreme beings been lying in ambush here?
The leading Yu clan demon supreme being was still full of questions.
Retreat quickly, we can't win this.
A demon supreme being beside him spoke in a deep voice.
Indeed, we must retreat.
The leading demon supreme being gave the order. All the demon clansmen began to retreat simultaneously. However, just as they attempted to withdraw, they suddenly discovered their escape route had been cut off. By Shen Mo.
A mere human supreme being dares block our path. Kill through him.
The three demon supreme beings acted simultaneously, shooting forward like lightning. Shen Mo smiled slightly. He reached out and beckoned. An incomparably terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Dreadful thunder light danced in his hand. This was precisely.
That was the power of the myriad tribulations thunder prison, truly worthy of being a grand Tao sacred artifact, so terrifying. It annihilated three demon supreme beings in one move.
Though grand Tao sacred artifacts are powerful, they also have fatal weaknesses. Cultivators below the Saint Realm must gain their approval to use them. Moreover, they cannot be activated frequently. It's incredibly difficult. The gazes the supreme beings cast toward Shen Mo held a hint of envy. Currently, the only person who had gained the approval of the myriad tribulations Thunder Prison was likely Shen Mo. Although the Thunder Prison family had only gifted him one chance to use it. In the future, if Shen Mo wished to use it again, the Thunder Prison family would grant him that favor. From now on, Shen Mo could be called the strongest below the Saint Realm. As long as he held the opportunity to use the myriad tribulations Thunder Prison, no supreme being would dare harm him. Shen Mo revealed a smile. Why the true dragon Holy Land was here. How the Yu clan had arranged things. He had already seen it clearly from Shi Tianhao's recent opportunities. Now, with his immense strength and the other supreme beings assisting, he had acted decisively and swiftly, directly rescuing the dragon souls of the true dragon Holy Land and slaying the Yu clan demons. This way, the Yu clan's plan would be completely foiled, and the demonic disasters in the Western Sinking Sea would be thoroughly eradicated. Currently, the demon clan's next plan targeted the central continent. Compared to the Western Sinking Sea, the demon clan's arrangements in the central continent were far more terrifying. They could even lead to the fall of two Saint Realm experts. 3 Yu clan demon supreme beings and numerous demon clansmen were slain. The dragon souls of the true dragon Holy Land returned. This news immediately swept across the sacred Qingxuan continent like a storm. Zhangzhou Dongzhou, Tianan Archipelago. Yi Yan gritted his teeth, re-entered the cultivation chamber, and began cultivating frantically. Zhangzhou Kaiyuan Imperial Dynasty. Shi Potion, Du Kanking, and others also showed uncontrollable shock upon hearing this news. Shen Mo. Was it the Shen Mo they remembered? Could it be someone with the same name? Zhu Zi heard this news, her heart filled with bitterness. She hoped this news wasn't true. That supreme being named Shen Mo absolutely could not be the Shen Mo she remembered. If it was true, it meant she had been blind. How could she have missed such a peerless prodigy with limitless potential back then? If it was false, she would feel much more at ease. Murong Yue heard this news, her beautiful eyes instantly turning red, almost shedding tears on the spot.
Is it really you, Shen Mo?
Chapter 725. If we truly want to counterattack Shen Mo, it depends on our Quang tribe demons. Chapter 725. If we truly want to counterattack Shen Mo, it depends on our Quang tribe demons. 5 Saints Demon Nation. Quang tribe territory. Inside a giant tower formed from piled flesh and blood. 2 Quang tribe demon saints gathered together. The Quang tribe demons were nearly all burly, muscular brutes with powerful physiques. To exaggerate, even the hairs on their bodies seemed to sprout muscle. Their strength was considered the strongest among the 5 demon tribes. Their desire to fight was also extremely intense. Sometimes, if they couldn't fight humans, dragons, or demons, they would find other demon tribes to fight. If even other demon tribes were unavailable, the Quang tribe demons would fight among themselves. As the elite fighters, the Quang tribe demon saints naturally possessed terrifyingly powerful physical bodies. These 2 Quang tribe demon saints each stood over 5 zhang high. Both possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Within their bodies were 2 hearts and 3 lungs, capable of withstanding their high-intensity assaults. Quang grinned wickedly.
The Yu tribe's schemes in the West Sinking Sea have failed.
Not only did they fail to convert the true dragon Holy Land entirely into demon dragon souls, but they also lost 3 demon supremes in the process.
Quangsha sneered.
The Yu tribe is just a bunch of eggless bastards. If we truly want to counterattack Shen Mo, it depends on our Quang tribe demons. Schemes, what schemes? As long as our strength is sufficient, we can flatten everything in our path.
Quang laughed loudly.
Correct, our Quang tribe demons never need plans.
The strongest in Shen Mo heaven and earth are the 3 major powers of the central continent, aren't they?
Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty, Zhu Ling Holy Land, and Hanjai Holy Land.
As long as we destroy them, there will be no match for our Quang tribe demons in all of Shen Mo heaven and earth.
Quangsha immediately nodded.
Correct, let's act now. Good, exactly my intention.
Amidst loud laughter, the 2 Quang tribe demon saints issued the command to attack the central continent. The Quang tribe demons had no spies. Nor did they need spies. They possessed a great Tao holy artifact, the Void Mirror, which had never been used. The Void Mirror had long ago anchored the central continent. It only required the blood sacrifice of 3 demon supremes to activate. However, the Quang tribe demons had never used the Void Mirror. Naturally, no one knew that the central continent had long been targeted by the Quang tribe demons. Now, the time to use the Void Mirror had clearly arrived. Central Continent, Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty. Cultivators were nervously and methodically handling the influx of rescue requests, arriving like snowflakes from all regions. For some unknown reason, demon calamities suddenly erupted across the central continent. In places where demon calamities broke out, both cultivators and mortals became extremely frenzied, madly attacking everything. Only cultivators above the soul transformation realm could barely dispel the influence of the demonic energy. Buzz! A massive rift suddenly tore open in midair. A mirror abruptly appeared before everyone's eyes. Before the cultivators could react, large numbers of Quang tribe demons arrived at the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty through the Void Mirror.
Kill! Slaughter everything!
The first Quang tribe demon supreme stepped through the Void Mirror into the Imperial Dynasty. He took a deep breath and let out a cackling laugh. Following him came the second, third, fourth.
Human Supremes, are you truly this weak?
A head was thrown into the crowd of cultivators. Everyone looked closely. To their shock, they discovered it was actually the head of Yuan Lai, the supreme ancestor of the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty. A mighty expert of the supreme realm had actually fallen. Looking at that Quang tribe demon supreme, there were barely any deep wounds visible on his body. Just a few shallow cuts on his chest. If this had happened a bit later, they might have already healed. Fear and panic rapidly spread through the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The grand formation of the Qingxuan Imperial Palace was now enduring the fierce, storm-like assault of three Quang tribe demon supremes. Golden dragon energy churned within the formation. This was the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty's fortune. The palace grand formation had been created by a formation master using the dynasty's fortune to connect with the natural terrain. It required no one to guard it. The dragon vein would automatically shift formations to defend. Though it was merely a passive formation, even 4 or 5 supremes attacking together might not break its defenses. However, the 3 demon supremes attacked together in a frenzy. Each strike made the palace grand formation emit groans of unbearable strain. The golden dragon energy was now visibly weakening at a rapid pace. It was clearly on the verge of shattering. Inside the palace, the 2 remaining supremes of the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty stared gravely at the formation. Most supremes from various races were wandering outside. If Yuan Lai hadn't happened to discover the Guzhu heaven and earth and returned to the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty to rest for a while, he too would likely be searching for opportunities to achieve sainthood in the chaotic void streams. Therefore, the only option for the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty's supremes was to defend. While defending, they needed to quickly contact the supremes of Zhu Ling Holy Land and Han Jai Holy Land, urging them to attack the Quang tribe demons from outside to relieve pressure on the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty. The demon race was the common enemy of all races. They believed the supremes of Zhu Ling Holy Land and Han Jai Holy Land would all help.
No need to think about it. Zhu Ling Holy Land and Han Jai Holy Land are also under attack. This time, our Quang tribe demons have sent out all our demon supremes. We intend to topple the central continent in one fell swoop.
Chapter 726, I Quangli would not regret dying at your hands. Chapter 726, I Quangli would not regret dying at your hands. Behind Shen Mo stood over a dozen figures. They were all supremes. No one could have imagined so many supremes would appear at this very moment. The Quang tribe demons were never known for their intelligence. They couldn't understand. They had arrived so quickly and so unexpectedly. How could so many supremes still swarm here? Tears streamed down Murong Yue's beautiful eyes. He really came. He truly came. Shi Jingxuan and Du Kangqing were utterly stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes. That person, it was actually him. It had been so many years since they last saw him. He had appeared again, and stood at the very front of all the supremes. It was astonishing. It was awe-inspiring. Shi Jingxuan swallowed hard.
Is that person really?
Du Kangqing said solemnly.
I think we're no longer entitled to call him Brother Mo.
Shi Jingxuan smacked his lips.
That's true.
The leading Quang tribe demon supreme, Quangli, roared sharply.
Turn and fight.
He charged to the forefront. His massive, muscular body suddenly leaped into the air. His enormous fist smashed directly toward Shen Mo's head. The other 2 Quang tribe demon supremes also abandoned their attack on the palace formation and lunged forward violently. In an instant, Shen Mo, charging at the front, faced a pincer attack from 3 demon supremes simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Mo held a massive blade in one hand and slashed down violently. At the hilt of the great blade, a giant blood-red eye was wide open. It was the demon blade Quang Tu. Quangli grinned wickedly.
Using a weapon forged by our Quang tribe demons to attack us Quang tribe demons. Kid, you're truly arrogant, even more arrogant than I, Quangli.
Demonic energy on his body burned like raging flames. In an instant, it enveloped his entire form. The flames coiling around his arms erupted violently. Though the demonic flames on the other 2 Quang tribe demon supremes weren't as intense as Quangli's, they were still ferocious beyond measure. A scorching wave of heat surged forward. Even the supremes behind Shen Mo Daeheng, Bai Supreme, Xianggu, Hu Qing, and others felt that terrifying heat.
Can Supreme Mo withstand this blow? That's a combined attack from 3 demon supremes. We need to rush over and help.
Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Flames burst in all directions. Following that came earth-shattering screams of agony. Thud. 3 bodies crashed toward the ground. 2 of the Quang tribe demon supremes were already dead before they even hit the ground. Their hearts had been pierced by Shen Mo's blade. Their bodies were also cleaved into upper and lower halves under the might of Quang Tu. Their vast life force was completely absorbed by Quang Tu in that instant. Only Quangli, the leader, possessed a more formidable physical defense. Though his heart was pierced too, he did not die instantly. Quangli stood up. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration.
Strong, truly strong. Truly worthy of being the strongest new supreme in over 100,000 years. I, Quangli, would not regret dying at your hands.
Quangli laughed loudly, as if already seeing his own death approaching.
But soon, those 2 human Saint Realm experts will also die. Shen Mo, how will you handle that? I truly want to know.
Boom! The demon blade Quang Tu passed through his body. It directly cleaved Quangli into over a dozen pieces. Quangli's laughter abruptly ceased. The Supremes behind him were instantly filled with sincere admiration for Shen Mo's cultivation. The first strike had directly slain 2 Quang tribe demon Supremes. The second strike killed the strongest, Quangli. Many long-renowned Supremes were probably no longer Shen Mo's match. The way many Supremes looked at Shen Mo also changed. They felt that Shen Mo would likely soon become the strongest expert below the Saint Realm. After the Quang tribe demon Supremes died, it wasn't long before all Quang tribe demons were also slain in battle. The area around Qingxuan Imperial Palace lay in ruins. The number of dead and injured was countless. Fortunately, the battle ended in victory. And it was a major victory for the human race. Demon Supremes were irreplaceable, each death was a significant loss. The Quang tribe demons had suffered a substantial blow this time. A group of Supremes gathered around Shen Mo.
Shen Mo, we're fortunate you anticipated this and knew the demon race's next target would be the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty. Indeed, if the Quang tribe demons had succeeded, the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty would have been severely weakened. It's a pity we came too late from the west sinking sea. Yuan Lai still perished.
The Supremes each had their own reflections. The demon race had too many members. The Quang tribe demons' combat strength was especially formidable. And they fought without fear of deaths. Not a single Quang tribe demon fled this time, all fought to the death. Yuan Lai's inability to withstand 3 Quang tribe demon supremes and his ultimate death in battle remained deeply regrettable. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Perhaps his breakthrough to the supreme realm had disrupted the established course of fate. The demon race's offensive had accelerated, even occurring ahead of schedule. To preserve the vital forces of the human, demon, and dragon races as much as possible, the supremes of the 3 races had to act preemptively. Naturally, some supremes harbored doubts. How exactly did Shen Mo know the Quang tribe demons would attack the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty? Shen Mo's explanation was that he possessed a unique precognitive ability. Though surprised, the other supremes raised no objections. Some supremes also possessed similar abilities. Especially after transforming secret techniques into supreme divine abilities, powers like premonition and divination became significantly enhanced. Sensing the Quang tribe demon's direction of attack was somewhat extraordinary, but not unacceptable.
Everyone, I wish to speak with my Dao companion.
Shen Mo smiled. Lei Deheng was astonished.
Dao companion, young friend Shen Mo, when did you acquire a Dao companion?
Bai Supreme's eyes widened.
What? I was still considering betrothing my creation, Heaven Sect's heavenly maiden, to you as a Dao companion.
Hu Qing also blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Shen Mo to already have a Dao companion. Who was she? How fortunate she must be to form a Dao companion bond with Shen Mo, whose prospects were so limitless. Shen Mo smiled faintly and flew straight toward Murong Yue. Murong Yue watched as Shen Mo left the group of Supremes and flew toward her, unable to hold back tears of joy. Shen Mo hadn't forgotten her. He truly hadn't. The two embraced tightly. Shen Mo said solemnly.
Shizun, long time no see.
He still preferred to address Murong Yue as Shizun Master. Murong Yue's face flushed.
More.
The Supremes in midair were quite surprised. They all inquired about this woman's identity. Soon they received their answer. This woman was a genius possessing a saint physique. She was precisely the genius discovered in Guzhu heaven and earth, brought back by Yuan Lai and others while searching for heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs in the chaotic void streams. Besides Murong Yue, there were also Shi Jingxin, Du Kanking, and others. They all came from Guzhu heaven and earth and possessed saint physiques. They had known about this long ago. Back then, they had even harshly criticized powers like the Qingxuan imperial dynasty for lacking martial virtue, monopolizing these geniuses with saint physiques.
In that case,
Chapter 727, Attack the Five Saints Demon Nation Now. Chapter 727, Attack the Five Saints Demon Nation Now. Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Within a side hall, Shen Mo and Murong Yue spent an intimate night together. Murong Yue spoke at great length, all about what happened in Guzhou heaven and earth. From Shen Mo's unexpected disappearance to Murong Yue taking over the Jade Cauldron Sect, to the Jade Cauldron Sect quelling rebellions from other sects.
never apart again.
Murong Yue nodded solemnly.
Good, never apart again.
Shen Mo rested for only 3 days. Then summoned all Supremes together.
Little friend Shen Mo, the demon race's offensive has temporarily eased. Residual demonic disasters still plague various regions. This is the time to recuperate. Why summon us now?
Lei Daoheng looked puzzled. He had absolute faith in Shen Mo's strength, and trusted Shen Mo's character. That's why he crossed the void to come. As for the other Supremes, those who valued Shen Mo and wished to befriend him came in person. Others sent only projections, merely voice transmitting and image transmitting jade pieces arrived. Shen Mo said seriously,
The demon race's offensive easing is merely an illusion. Whether the Quang tribe demon race's assault was thwarted or not is inconsequential. They are not the main thrust.
Hearing this, Lei Daoheng, Aotian, Xianggu, Hu Qing, and the other Supremes all looked stunned. The Quang tribe demon race, 3 demon Supremes, hundreds of thousands of demons. This wasn't the main attack. They had already inflicted such terrifying devastation upon the Qingxuan imperial dynasty. And this wasn't the main thrust. Shen Mo surveyed the room.
The demon race's target has always been the saint realm. They intend to slay saints.
All Supremes frowned. Slay saints. This branch of the demon race in Saint Qingxuan heaven and earth was a massive force. Formidable strength, abundant cannon fodder, and each tribe enshrined a grand Tao saint artifact. This was true. But the saint realm was incredibly powerful. Every gesture controlled the principles of heaven and earth. Moreover, they roamed the myriad worlds, their whereabouts unknown. How could the demon race slay saints? Shang Yuanyun, Supreme of Reincarnation Holy Land, scratched his head.
Little friend Shen Mo, how do you know this?
Shen Mo said calmly.
I possess a unique precognitive ability.
This time, the Saint Qingxuan demon race has targeted Fu Zhu, the saint realm ancestor of the heavenly talisman law sect, and the 9 Yin saint, ancestor of the Qingxuan Yin cave heaven.
These two went out seeking a method to permanently eradicate the demon race and fell into a trap laid by a demon saint. The Saint Qingxuan demon race's offensive is merely to divert our attention, making us overlook these 2 saint realm ancestors being trapped.
Shen Mo continued.
In truth, the demon saint of Saint Qingxuan should be carrying a grand Tao saint artifact, preparing to slay the saints.
The Supreme of Cold Calamity Holy Land suddenly said.
I actually know of this. Just a few days ago, there were unusual fluctuations above the Quang tribe demon race, as if some powerful force had been extracted.
Aotian, Lord of the West Sinking Sea, also said solemnly.
Above the Yu tribe demon race, power also vanished. Very likely a Grand Tao Saint artifact was taken away.
Hearing this, all Supremes present fell silent. It was just as Shen Mo had predicted. The demon race had taken away at least 2 Grand Tao Saint artifacts. Without complete preparation, they would never have dared move 2 Grand Tao Saint artifacts. This was undoubtedly leaving their base wide open. If discovered by the 3 great clans, one misstep would lead to endless disaster.
We won't rescue those 2 ancestors. Instead, we will seize this moment to launch a surprise attack on the 5 Saints' demon nation.
Shen Mo spread open a map, his finger landing on the northernmost point of St. Qingxuan. Shen Mo returned to Murong Yue's side. He looked at Murong Yue, yet seemed to gaze at someone within her. Murong Yue felt a chill.
More, what are you looking at?
Shen Mo laughed heartily.
I have a question. When we shared Cloud and Rain, did Senior Divine Phoenix also watch?
Murong Yue gasped in surprise.
How did you know a fragment of Senior Divine Phoenix's soul resides within me?
Shen Mo smiled without answering. The remnant soul had once transmitted the Crying Heaven Divine Phoenix true canon to Murong Yue. Combined with the demon Saint Divine Phoenix's mastery over soul division, he had deduced that the being residing in Murong Yue's mind, constantly aiding her, was none other than a fragment of the Divine Phoenix's soul.
HMPH, young one, you are indeed clever.
A clear, cold voice suddenly sounded from within Murong Yue. Shen Mo cupped his hands in salute.
This junior Shen Mo greets Senior Divine Phoenix.
As a demon saint, he naturally showed respect to this senior.
You 2 juniors shared Cloud and Rain. Why would this saint peep? You usually play dumb. Why reveal it today?
The Divine Phoenix snorted coldly. Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
May I ask, Senior Divine Phoenix, if you could return to Saint Qingxuan heaven and earth?
Chapter 728, On Demon Soil All May Be Slain. Chapter 728, On Demon Soil All May Be Slain. Divine Phoenix frowned.
Return to Saint Qingxuan heaven and earth. Why return?
Shen Mo immediately revealed his plan. He also shared the news that Fu Zhu and the 9 Yin Saint were trapped by demon saints. Divine Phoenix snorted coldly.
Fu Zhu, 9 Yin, I have no friendship with them. Why should I save them?
Young one, you're merely a supreme. Why meddle in Saint Realm affairs?
Shen Mo replied calmly.
Resisting the demon race is an inescapable duty. If the demon race grows powerful, no race among the myriad heavens can remain unscathed. All will be corrupted and eroded by them. Even if I pursue carefree longevity, I cannot escape the fate of being tainted or slain by demons. Why can't a supreme concern himself with matters that concern the saint realm? Senior Divine Phoenix, your words are biased.
Divine Phoenix fell silent. Only after a long while did she speak.
Very well, this saint agrees.
Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Thank you, Senior Divine Phoenix.
The moment Divine Phoenix spoke, he knew this demon saint was actually willing to help. She was just being stubborn. Besides, resisting the demon race was indeed the duty of all myriad races. Even if the demon and human races had minor conflicts, they should unite to strike against the demons. If Fu Zhu and 9 Yin fell together, the impact on every race would be immense and far-reaching. Meanwhile, the demon race's morale would soar.
This saint knows the whereabouts of Dragon, Turtle, and Elephant Ancestor. They should be able to assist me.
Divine Phoenix said casually.
You just need to charge into the 5 Saints' demon nation. Lure out the guarding demon saint, and that will suffice.
Shen Mo cupped his hands.
Understood.
1 month later, the Supremes crossed the chaotic void currents, arriving outside the 5 Saints' demon nation. Between Central State and North State lay a massive chasm. South of the chasm was Central State lush green mountains, singing birds and fragrant flowers. North of the chasm was the 5 Saints' demon nation of North State bizarre, grotesque, and shrouded in dense demonic energy. Shen Mo could see at a glance that numerous vicious-looking demonized beasts glared at them with predatory intent. Drool dripped from their mouths. Despite the vast gap in strength, they showed no fear, staring fixedly at the Supremes. Long ago, Saint Realm experts like Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor won the Divine Demon War, driving the demon race to North State. This chasm was cleaved open jointly by Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor. The chasm contained the power of every Saint Realm expert, thus able to block demonic energy from spreading south. However, as time passed, the chasm's power had greatly diminished. This allowed the Five Saints Demon Nation to seep out strands of demonic energy, planting hidden agents in various states to coordinate demon actions and stir up turmoil, creating demonic disasters. Now, the chasm's sealing power was riddled with holes. If not repaired soon, the Five Saints Demon Nation would likely surge southward. All races had grown complacent for too long. Compared to the demon race, they held no advantage. Aotian stepped forward.
My dragon clan will strike first.
He roared, blood energy surging forth to condense into a colossal dragon shape. It slammed toward the demon soil across the chasm. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the blood energy passed, countless demonized beasts were instantly blasted into ash. Aotian's initiative became a signal. The other Supremes attacked one after another. Spiritual energy techniques and blood energy techniques streaked like meteors across the sky, bombarding the Five Saints Demon Nation. Whoosh! Lei Dao Heng suddenly soared into the air, crossing the chasm to enter the Five Saints Demon Nation.
This old one, Lei Dao Heng, leads the charge.
Aotian laughed heartily.
I'm coming too.
White Supreme, Xiang Gu, Hu Qing, and others followed closely, charging into the Five Saints Demon Nation. Shen Mo followed right behind. Wielding the demon blade Frenzy Slaughter, he cut down all enemies. On demon soil, all may be slain. The sudden intrusion by the Supremes immediately inflicted massive losses upon the Five Saints Demon Nation. Wherever they passed, all demons and demonic creatures perished without exception. Ordinary demons were no match for the Supremes. They could only flee in terror, only to be swiftly annihilated by the Supremes' techniques. The Supremes acted with perfect coordination. They did not split up to attack the five demon tribes separately. Instead, they launched fierce assaults on the Quang tribe, Yu tribe, and Hui tribe. As for the territories of the Corpse tribe and Shadow tribe, they deliberately avoided entering them. However, the demon race's reaction was surprisingly sluggish. It took a full 3 days for anyone to react to this situation within their borders. Soon, Shen Mo and the other Supremes engaged in fierce combat with the Demon Supremes. The three great clan Supremes were few in number but cooperated seamlessly, fully prepared. Though the Demon Supremes were numerous, they were divided into factions, each with their own agenda. Some Demon Supremes wanted to single-handedly capture the three great clans Supremes to claim the glory. Others simply wanted to kill them. Still others wished to use the three great clans Supremes against their rivals. Shen Mo had long seen through the true nature of the Demon Supremes. That was why he dared propose the plan to strike the Five Saints Demon Nation.
More Demon Supremes are appearing. Retreat.
Xiang Gu's perception of demons was exceptionally sharp. Upon detecting more Demon Supremes approaching, he immediately transmitted a message to the others. Receiving this, Shen Mo also pulled back immediately. The other three great clans Supremes followed suit, retreating in unison. In the blink of an eye, they had all withdrawn to the vicinity of the chasm. The Demon Supremes were furious, wanting to pursue them. But they were stopped by the leading Demon Supreme. They couldn't understand why the three great clans Supremes had suddenly stormed the Five Saints Demon Nation. But with a little thought, they could guess the Supremes must have some scheme. They absolutely must not leave the Five Saints Demon Nation's territory now. Who knew if these foes had laid some insidious trap? The Demon Supremes coldly glared at the Supremes for a long while before finally departing.
These Demon Supremes still have some brains. Probably think we've set a trap.
Shang Yuanyun, Supreme of Reincarnation Holy Land, laughed heartily.
No matter, we'll charge in again later.
Xiang Gu rubbed his nose and chuckled sinisterly. 2 days later. After resting, the Supremes once again stormed into the Five Saints Demon Nation. This time it was just like before. They didn't touch the territories of the Corpse tribe or Shadow tribe. They only slaughtered demons of the Quang, Hui, and Yu tribes. In a single day, several more demon supremes fell. This finally ignited the demon race's fury. We hadn't provoked them, yet they dared to attack us on our own turf. This is outrageous. Among these supremes, Shen Mo's performance was particularly dazzling. Though only a one tribulation supreme, his combat power was immensely formidable. Even many 7 tribulation demon supremes were no match for him. Shen Mo alone had slain 4 demon supremes. One of them was even a bloodline descendant of the Hui tribe demon saint. Such battle results were incredibly fruitful. But they also immediately enraged the Hui tribe demon saint. On the 9th day after the 3 great clan supremes invaded the 5 saints' demon nation, the long-hidden Hui tribe demon saint finally made his move. His opening move was a terrifying killing technique.
Shen Mo brat, you will pay for my son's life.
Chapter 729. Chapter 729, My demon race also has a backup plan. Chapter 729, My demon race also has a backup plan. The other supremes could all feel an incomparably terrifying suppressing force. As the one targeted by that filth sector demon saint, Shen Mo's perception was even stronger. He felt as if a mountain peak were descending from the heavens to suppress him. He also felt as if 10,000 acres of seawater were pressing down on his shoulders, about to crush him into fragments. Foul aura permeated all directions. It seemed to contain inescapable heavenly principles. No matter where he went, death was difficult to avoid. Shen Mo had long anticipated this moment. But he never revealed any look of fear. Because he knew someone would intervene. The next moment, a resonant phoenix cry suddenly rang out. Rising flames appeared without warning, condensing into a flame phoenix that blotted out the sky, pressing down toward the filth sector demon saint. That filth sector demon saint never expected a saint realm expert to have been lying in ambush. He was instantly alarmed and changed color. The boundless foul aura attacking Qingxuan immediately retracted, instead blocking before him. The filth sector demon race feared flames most. These rising flames were precisely his nemesis. After the foul aura retracted, Shen Mo instantly felt his heart relax. It could be called a moment where heaven and earth broadened. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have formed a close connection with him. No longer like before. His connection with heaven and earth had been completely severed. As if only he remained in this world, utterly alone. The moment the rising flames appeared, the supreme spirits lifted. They're here. Judging by these flames, it should be Senior Divine Phoenix. She is considered one of the most powerful Saint Realm experts in combat. Since she has intervened, it means that filth sector demon Saint definitely cannot escape. The Supremes looked at Shen Mo, their minds also at work. Shen Mo actually managed to bring a Saint Realm expert. Truly formidable. Xianggu and Hu Qing were greatly shocked. Divine Phoenix was, after all, their demon race's demon saint. How could they themselves not know of Divine Phoenix's return? Yet Divine Phoenix now acted for Shen Mo. Could it be that even Divine Phoenix believes Shen Mo has a boundless future? Roar, roar, roar. Midair, the filth sector demon saint suffered continuous violent attacks from Divine Phoenix, emitting shrill, miserable screams from his mouth. Divine Phoenix's restraining effect on him was too great. Divine Phoenix snorted coldly.
Filth sector demon saint, is this all the strength you have?
That filth sector demon saint's physique had already shrunk considerably. Hearing Divine Phoenix's words, he instead laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha, do you truly think I didn't know about your plan? So many Supremes suddenly storming the 5 Saints' demon nation, how could there not be a backup plan? My demon race also has a backup plan.
As soon as the words fell, another bloody wind suddenly flew up from a dark place. It charged straight toward Divine Phoenix's back.
I've long heard Divine Phoenix is quite formidable. Compared to my Quang Heng, who is stronger?
That bloody wind revealed its form midair. It was actually a blood-colored giant with an incomparably robust physique, like a moving small mountain. It was unmistakably the Frenzy Sector Demon Saint. Divine Phoenix was caught off guard, struck violently by Qingxuan. Her body immediately plummeted toward the ground. The Filth Sector Demon Saint and Qingxuan pounced simultaneously, wanting to seize the opportunity to heavily injure or even kill Divine Phoenix. All the Supremes were alarmed and changed color. They wanted to go help, but were blocked by the Demon Supremes one after another. Shen Mo also saw this scene, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. He thought to himself that Divine Phoenix was quite good at acting. Sure enough, just as Qingxuan and the Filth Sector Demon Saint were about to rush before Divine Phoenix, two more figures suddenly crossed the great chasm. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before Qingxuan and the Filth Sector Demon Saint. One was a giant turtle with a physique like a mountain range. The other was an equally massive giant fox growing 9 tails. They were precisely the demon race's other two demon saints, Dragon Turtle and Heavenly Fox. The appearance of Dragon Turtle and Heavenly Fox clearly exceeded Qingxuan and the Filth Sector Demon Saint's expectations.
You resemble Qingxu somewhat. Are you his descendant?
Dragon Turtle asked in a deep, resonant voice. Qingxuan licked his lips.
He was my ancestor. I killed him with my own hands and took his demon heart.
Dragon Turtle looked disgusted.
Do you know why I particularly dislike the Frenzy Sector demon race? You excel at patricide and matricide.
Qingxuan laughed strangely.
So what? Our Frenzy Sector is nothing like the Filth Sector. We never had any concept of family.
The nearby Filth Sector Demon Saint looked displeased at these words. What did he mean? Suggesting I had family values, unlike a proper demon.
Let's fight.
Qingxuan's fighting spirit soared, showing no fear whatsoever. This was precisely the formidable aspect of the entire Frenzy Sector demon race. Even when facing enemies several times their number, they never retreated. They would fight to the very end. Until death. At this moment, Divine Phoenix stood up completely unharmed. Boundless flames pressed down toward the Filth Sector Demon Saint. Heavenly Fox likewise swung its tails, attacking the two demons, Qingxuan and the other. Shen Mo and the other Supremes silently retreated. The battle of Saint Realm experts was not something these Supremes could interfere in. The battle between 3 demon saints and 2 demon saints lasted for a day and a night. The Filth Sector Demon Saint was weaker in strength and was killed when Divine Phoenix seized an opportunity. Qingxuan was covered in wounds but kept holding on, showing not the slightest intention to retreat.
Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon.
Shen Mo gazed at the sky. This surprise attack on the 5 Saints' demon nation was merely a diversionary tactic. As long as they could force those 2 Waichu demon saints to return, it would count as victory. This way, Fu Zhu and the 9 Yin Saint could escape danger as well. Within the chaotic void currents, 2 demon saints carrying Grand Dao sacred artifacts were accelerating toward the endless deep space. Their targets were Fu Zhu and the 9 Yin Saint. These 2 human race Saint Realm experts held noble status and possessed profound strength. They also knew countless secrets. If they could be slain, the mission would already be complete. If they could extract their sacred souls, it would exceed the target. However, before they reached the place where Fu Zhu and the 9 Yin Saint were besieged, they received news from the 5 Saints' demon nation. Divine Phoenix, Dragon Turtle, and Heavenly Fox suddenly appeared, launching a surprise attack on the 5 Saints' demon nation.
Qingxuan is about to die.
They deliberately didn't touch the territories of the Corpse Sector and Dark Sector. The Corpse Sector and Dark Sector definitely won't bring out their Grand Dao sacred artifacts to help.
What should we do now?
The 2 demon saints communicated rapidly. After a brief moment, they devised a plan. One demon saint continued forward to besiege and kill Fu Zhu and the 9 Yin Saint. The other demon saint carried the Grand Dao sacred artifact and returned. On the territory of the 5 Saints' demon nation, the battle continued. Qingxuan deserved his reputation as one of the most powerful demon saints of the current Frenzy Sector demon race. Alone, he withstood the combined attacks of divine phoenix, heavenly fox, and dragon turtle, wounded but not defeated, defeated but not dead. His life force was incredibly tenacious. Shen Mo and the other supremes watched in astonishment. At this moment, pitch-black clouds appeared in the horizon. A terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Shen Mo and the others felt a sense of alarm rise in their hearts and quickly fled. Divine Phoenix, Heavenly Fox, and Dragon Turtle sensed the danger and immediately abandoned their siege of Quang, withdrawing from the Five Saints Demon Nation's territory.
Objective achieved. Withdraw.
Chapter 730. Chapter 730, Their memories hold great significance for our search for the ancestral demon soil. Chapter 730, Their memories hold great significance for our search for the ancestral demon soil. Within the void. A dim, obscure region. Here, the chaotic void currents flowed without pattern, showing no discernible order. Some swirled, others rushed rapidly, while still others drifted slowly. Unfathomable. Amidst this chaotic disorder, a protective barrier steadfastly emitted golden light. Two figures sat back to back within this golden radiance. One was tall and imposing, with white hair but a vigorous spirit, appearing like a kind, affable elder. The other was hunched, with dark circles under his eyes, a hooked nose, and a sinister expression. Clearly not a benevolent figure. Demonic shadows surrounded them, making them indistinct. These two were precisely Fu Zhu and the Nine Yin Saint. They had been trapped here for a long time. But both sides possessed equal strength. The demon race could never overcome them, only maintain the siege. And they could not break out either.
9 Yin, old ghost, I never thought I'd die alongside you. Truly amusing.
Fu Zhu burst into loud laughter. His words held no fear of death, instead a sense of relief. Nine Yin sneered.
This old man refuses to die with you. Disgraceful.
Hearing this, Fu Zhu laughed even louder. From the surrounding darkness, a low, cold laugh emerged.
Still laughing at death's door.
Fu Zhu, your personality truly hasn't changed in over 100,000 years.
Fu Zhu chuckled.
Can't help it, I love to laugh. Laugh all you can.
Another cold voice spoke.
You won't laugh after death. When those two demon saints bring the two grand Tao sacred artifacts, your deaths are certain.
The reason the demon race couldn't kill these two was that Fu Zhu and the Nine Yin Saint had been continuously expending their life force to activate this grand Tao sacred artifact. This artifact was named the Fusion Treasure Realm. It was Fu Zhu's life-bound treasure, refined using his sacred soul and essence blood. It was considered the ultimate defensive grand Tao sacred artifact. Its entire body emitted intense golden light, extremely effective against the demon race. These three demon saints had merely encountered Fu Zhu and the Nine Yin Saint by chance while wandering. They carried no grand Tao sacred artifacts with them. Fu Zhu grinned wickedly.
If you bring two grand Tao sacred artifacts, I'm confident I can destroy one of them in the process. If only one comes, haha, give you another 500 years, and you still won't break through my Fusion Treasure Realm's defenses.
The three demon saints gnashed their teeth in frustration, but could only continue waiting. However, after waiting bitterly for a long time, only one Yaobu demon saint arrived, carrying a single grand Tao sacred artifact.
Why only one? Didn't we say two were essential?
The three demon saints besieging Fu Zhu and the Nine Yin Saint roared in unison. The Yaobu demon saint could only recount the situation exactly as it happened. After finishing, he added,
I had no choice. If both grand Tao sacred artifacts were brought, the demon nation's interior would surely be left vulnerable.
The four demon saints fell silent simultaneously. This mission should have been carried out stealthily, bringing two grand Tao sacred artifacts. How could such an error occur? Could there be a traitorous demon leaking information? Fu Zhu immediately burst into loud laughter.
How ridiculous! For something like this to go wrong, truly worthy of the brainless demon race.
The four demon saints grew furious together. They launched a fierce barrage of attacks against the Fusion Treasure Realm, but remained helpless. Ultimately, they had no choice but to cease and continue waiting.
Since the Grand Tao's sacred artifact from the Five Saints demon nation cannot be obtained, go to other heavens and demand one. We must breach the Fusion treasure realm soon and extract the sacred souls of these two human race supremes. Their memories hold great significance for our search for the ancestral demon soil.
The leading demon saint declared gravely.
I will handle it immediately.
Another demon saint responded at once. Mangkang Mountains. Shen Mo returned here once more. With a single command from him. Vast quantities of heavenly and earthly spiritual materials were delivered into his hands. The Mangkang Mountains were, after all, incomparably rich. Moreover, with several demon race supremes stationed here, human race supremes rarely entered. This allowed them to accumulate numerous heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. Now, all of it benefited Shen Mo. The supreme realm was divided into 9 layers. Each layer required overcoming one heavenly tribulation. Hence, it was also called the 9 tribulations. Overcoming one heavenly tribulation made one a one tribulation supreme. Overcoming 2 heavenly tribulations made one a 2 tribulations supreme. And so on. The strongest was the 9 tribulations supreme. Beyond that lay the saint realm. The most powerful realm in this world. For a supreme to advance their realm, they needed to absorb Grand Tao aura. The simplest method to obtain Grand Tao aura was by absorbing Saint Spirit Stones. Saint Spirit Stones contained a trace of Grand Tao aura. Beyond this, other methods existed, but they were extremely difficult to obtain. Yet within the Mangkang Mountains, such heavenly treasures and earthly rarities were abundant. Shen Mo looked at the various treasures laid out before him, a satisfied expression on his face. Tianqing Divine Ox chuckled.
Master, our Mangkang Mountains may lack other things, but we have an abundance of all sorts of treasures. Be they heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, ancient legacy artifacts, or rare world treasures.
Shen Mo looked at Tianqing Divine Ox, Qingxuan Banyan Tree, and the other 4 demon beast overlords, nodding with a smile.
I appreciate your thoughtfulness.
The 4 demon beast overlords knew Shen Mo needed quiet to attempt his breakthrough and immediately withdrew. Only then could Shen Mo calm his mind and examine the treasures before him. Some were heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. Others were legacies left behind by deceased supremes. Heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, such as Heavenly Tao Sweet Dew and Mundane World Green Lotus, all contained Grand Tao aura, beneficial for a supreme's comprehension. Items left by deceased supremes were mostly fragments of various Grand Tao sacred artifacts. Shen Mo could hardly name them. But they did indeed contain small amounts of Grand Tao aura. Shen Mo devoured the Heavenly Tao Sweet Dew in one gulp and immediately began his comprehension. He entered a meditative state with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he felt as if he were ascending. His form transcended this physical shell, arriving in the incomparably vast starry sky, reaching the chaotic, disorderly void currents. He saw countless indistinguishable, thread-like strands of aura. These auras had different forms and appearances. Some appeared golden, like a small sword. Some appeared blue, like flowing water. Some were entirely red, like burning fire. These were precisely the Grand Taos roaming freely through the void. Each strand of aura corresponded to a Grand Tao. The metal Tao, unparalleled in slaying. The water Tao, myriad transformations. The fire Tao, incinerating all. The wood Tao, giving birth to all things. The earth Tao, solid as a golden cauldron. Additionally, there were derivative Taos like the lightning Tao, ice Tao, wind Tao, and so on. Shen Mo could sense them all. Moreover, he could reach out and touch them.
So many Grand Taos, which one should I choose?
Chapter 731. Chapter 731 Realization of the Void Tao. Chapter 730 One Realization of the Void Tao. This Tao was dim and without light, distant and profound. It seemed both far away in the heavens and close before his eyes. If one did not look carefully, it was difficult to even notice this Tao. Shen Mo was greatly surprised. He could not immediately discern which principle of heaven and earth this Tao represented. He tried to approach the aura of that Tao. A chaotic, disordered aura, as if it wished to completely destroy everything, instantly enveloped him. In that moment, Shen Mo felt as though he was about to be torn into pieces. Yet within the terrifying aura of destruction, there was also hidden the principle of endless vitality and the nurturing of all things. The two opposed one another, utterly contradictory, yet appeared within the same Tao aura. In that instant, Shen Mo realized which Tao this aura represented.
The void Tao.
Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. The void could be called one of the most ancient and most mysterious Taos. Compared with the universally acknowledged fundamental Taos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the difficulty of comprehending the void Tao was far greater. Even the Taos of thunder, ice, and wind were easier to comprehend than the void Tao. Very few would ever choose the void Tao. First, it was extremely difficult to come into contact with. Second, it was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. In the past, there were peerless geniuses who had chosen the void Tao as their path to becoming a supreme. But at most, they only reached the realm of three tribulations supreme. From then on, they could advance no further. The void Tao was indeed powerful, able to draw upon strength from the chaotic currents of the void for one's own use. Yet it was also easy to have one's mind overwhelmed by the disordered forces within those void currents. In the end, one would become a monster devoid of reason. Even in ancient times, geniuses who could resist the erosion of reason from the void currents would still be affected. Ultimately, this prevented them from breaking through to four tribulations supreme. Shen Mo gazed at that gray, lightless void aura, lost in thought. The void Tao was so powerful, how could one possibly let it pass by unused? From Shi Tianhao's life panel, he had learned that this man, after ascending to supreme, chose the void Tao at the very first opportunity. The void Tao did indeed erode reason, and Shi Tianhao was also affected. But soon he obtained a fortunate encounter. That opportunity not only helped Shi Tianhao resist the erosion of his reason by the void currents, it also transformed that erosion into a method of attack to use against his enemies. However, Shi Tianhao is still only a Nirvana realm cultivator, and many later opportunities have yet to be revealed.
I should give him some help and raise his realm a bit.
Shen Mo revealed a smile. Thinking this, he immediately chose the void Tao. Buzz! The aura of the void descended upon him. Shen Mo instantly became ethereal and indistinct. His connection with the void currents also became closer. By immersing his mind within, he could sense the void currents that had flowed for endless ages now surrounding him. From now on, whenever Shen Mo traveled through the void currents, he could easily merge with them. It would consume less spiritual power, and his speed through them would be faster. Yet he also sensed, deep within the void currents, those malice and evil thoughts that had been steeped for countless years. These were the resentments left behind by innumerable fallen, powerful beings since ancient times. They fermented wantonly within the void currents. Eventually, they transformed into terrifyingly dreadful abominations. They had no reason, no goals, only a desire to slaughter all living beings. Any supreme below 7 tribulations, if they encountered these abominations, could very well meet their downfall. Only those of the saint realm could be unafraid of such abominations, able to roam the void currents at will. Shen Mo took a deep breath, holding his breath and focusing his mind, discarding all stray thoughts. After repeating this several times, his state of mind finally calmed down. Power always carried a price. This was the price of accepting the void Tao. At first, no signs could be seen. But with time, the aura of the void would inevitably corrode him.
Fortunately, my primordial spirit far surpasses other cultivators. For now, I cannot feel the erosion of the void.
Shen Mo immediately began selecting treasures containing the aura of the void from among those brought by the heavenly azure divine ox and the others. There were not many treasures infused with void aura. Only a string of jade beads, a broken spear, and a thick golden page. Shen Mo estimated they were holy artifacts once forged by supremes in ages past. Their grade likely reached the rank of top-grade holy artifacts, otherwise they would not have been able to bear the aura of the void. Shen Mo at once began absorbing the void aura upon these treasures. Time flew swiftly by. In cultivation, years passed unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years were gone. Shen Mo absorbed all the void aura from the 3 treasures into his body. His gaze turned ethereal and unfathomable, elusive and mysterious. At one moment his body seemed present in place, yet the next it appeared as though it had shifted thousands of miles away. Clearly he still stood where he was, yet one could see him but not touch him. At that moment above the Mangking Mountains, dense dark clouds suddenly gathered. In the span of an instant, they grew oppressively heavy. Within them, faint traces of thunder were beginning to form. Shen Mo's expression showed surprise. He had not expected that he would face a heavenly tribulation so soon. As long as he passed through this tribulation, he would be a true One Tribulation Supreme, no longer a newly ascended Supreme. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen figures rushed over. They were the heavenly azure divine ox and the other beast overlords. Shen Mo also saw the heaven-covering cloud sparrow and other beasts. Clearly, while he absorbed the void aura from those treasures, these beast overlords had been guarding outside.
Master is so strange, clearly standing right there, yet he seems as though he is far away. Yes, it is as though he is not even within our Mangkang Mountains.
The heavenly azure divine ox and the other beast overlords all felt the change in Shen Mo, each one baffled. The demon race grew powerful by their bloodline, requiring little thought to grow stronger. But their bloodline also limited their upper limits. Their understanding of the Tao extended only as far as their bloodline allowed. Thus, they knew very little about the void Tao that Shen Mo had comprehended. That was why they could not understand the transformation he was undergoing.
Go back, all of you, I must face the tribulation. The more people remain nearby, the stronger the heavenly tribulation will be.
Shen Mo smiled and waved his hand. If there were others near him, the tribulation would deem them to be assisting him, and naturally its power would increase. Otherwise, if its power did not increase, would Supremes not already be walking everywhere in the world?
Yes, Master, rest assured, we will all guard the outer areas and let no outsiders approach.
Chapter 732. Chapter 732, Congratulations to the Master for achieving 3 Tribulation Supreme. Chapter 732, Congratulations to the Master for achieving 3 Tribulation Supreme. Normally, 1 Tribulation Heavenly Lightning had only 1 strike. 2 Tribulation Heavenly Lightning had 2. Beyond that, it followed in sequence, with the strongest 9 Tribulation Heavenly Lightning reaching 9 strikes. Shen Mo had long known the circumstances of the Supreme Realm, which was why he dared to attempt breaking through to higher levels. The sudden arrival of a second strike of Heavenly Lightning caught him somewhat off guard. Of course, it was only a surprise. With his strength, he could easily endure the second Heavenly Lightning. Boom! A massive thunderbolt descended. Within Shen Mo's body, the 9 heavens' divine thunder flames suddenly ignited. In an instant, it devoured the lightning. After consuming it, it even laughed.
It has been so long since I last ate heavenly lightning. It tastes rather good.
Shen Mo could not help but smile wryly. He looked toward the sky again, only to find the ink-black clouds still showed no sign of dispersing. A third heavenly lightning was being brewed. Shen Mo felt both amused and helpless. Could it be that his comprehension of the void Tao was too profound, causing him to rise 3 minor realms at once? That seemed impossible. While he was pondering, the third heavenly lightning churned madly, brewing with terrifying force. The dreadful aura shook the heavens. All the beasts of the Mangkang Mountains were seized with fear, instinctively fleeing outward. Those close to the mountain's heart had no way to escape and could only dig frantically into the earth. More and more beasts fled. In a mere instant, their numbers formed a massive beast tide. Even the beast overlords could not control it. The heavenly azure divine ox and the other 4 beast overlords stood outside, staring wide-eyed at the roiling clouds and thunder. They had already seen 2 bolts of heavenly lightning descend in succession. Now this was the third. Never had they heard of a first tribulation involving 3 bolts of lightning. After a long moment, the heavenly azure divine ox muttered in shock.
Is Master advancing directly to 3 tribulations supreme?
The black death sky serpent shook its head.
Impossible. It must be some anomaly in the heavenly lightning.
The scarlet-blood winged tiger also nodded.
Yes, never has it been heard that a newly ascended supreme could rise 3 minor realms at once.
But the soaring heaven banyan tree's gaze grew deep.
Our new master is unlike ordinary supremes.
At those words, the certainty of the black death sky serpent and scarlet-blood winged tiger wavered. Their gazes toward the heavenly lightning changed. Could he truly be ascending directly to 3 tribulations supreme in one go? That would be far too outrageous. Even the great wilderness venerate could not achieve that. As the beast overlords puzzled over it, the third heavenly lightning suddenly struck down. Crackle! This time Shen Mo felt some strain. The 9 heavens' divine thunder flame absorbed nearly 60% of the lightning. His holy artifacts and martial techniques offset another large portion. Less than 10% fell upon his body. Yet even that 10% left his scalp tingling, faint currents running through every part of him. After a long while, Shen Mo recovered. He looked up again to see that the dark clouds had already dispersed. The thunder that had been gathering vanished without a trace. Shen Mo took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful force surging within his body. This strength far surpassed what he had before the lightning descended. Clearly, his realm had indeed advanced. And it had leapt 3 levels in succession.
In one go, from newly ascended supreme to 3 tribulations supreme.
Shen Mo revealed a gratified smile. At this time, the heavenly azure divine ox and the other beast overlords also gathered around him. The soaring heaven banyan tree sensed the erupting, volcano-like power within Shen Mo and immediately said with reverence,
Congratulations, Master, on achieving 3 tribulations supreme.
In an instant, a chorus of beast overlords followed. Congratulations, Master, on achieving 3 tribulations supreme. Shen Mo looked at the beast overlords bowing before him and smiled faintly. Previously, when he had obtained the inheritance of the great wilderness venerate and became their master, these beast overlords inevitably harbored some dissatisfaction. Later, when he ascended to supreme, although they acknowledged him as master, there was likely still some hidden reluctance. But now, he had leapt directly from newly ascended supreme to the ranks of 3 tribulations supreme. No beast overlord held any further disobedience in their hearts. They would now truly regard Shen Mo as their master and revere him with sincerity.
Right, select some treasures to send to the Thunder Prison clan.
Shen Mo suddenly spoke. He specifically ordered that they be delivered to Lei Zizhen and Shi Tianhao.
Master, rest assured, I will handle it.
The heavenly azure divine ox raised its hoof, volunteering. Thunder Prison Clan. The heavenly azure divine ox carried the treasures and came to see Lei Daeheng. Lei Daeheng was deeply astonished. As one of the 4 great beast overlords of the Mangkang Mountains, this ox seldom left the range. Yet now he had personally come to the Thunder Prison Clan. And he even brought treasures, explicitly naming Lei Zizhen as the recipient. What did this signify? It meant Shen Mo still remembered his friendship with Lei Zizhen. Lei Daeheng felt moved. Shen Mo had already ascended to supreme, yet still kept Lei Zizhen in mind. Clearly, he had judged this youth correctly from the start. Though young, Shen Mo's character was outstanding. For Lei Zizhen, he was without doubt a rare and invaluable mentor and friend.
Since Supreme Ox has said so, I shall summon Zizhen.
Lei Daeheng smiled. The heavenly azure divine ox scratched its head.
Fine then, hurry and call them over. Once I've finished the master's task, I must return quickly. Staying in you humans' territory truly feels uncomfortable.
Not long after, Lei Zizhen and Shi Tianhao arrived before the heavenly azure divine ox. The ox merely gave them a glance without saying much. He did not know these 2 personally. He only knew his master had ties with them. This time, he had been instructed to deliver treasures specifically to encourage their cultivation. Lei Zizhen said excitedly.
I greet Supreme Ox.
Shi Tianhao also half knelt.
I greet Supreme.
Lei Daiheng explained the situation with a smile. The heavenly azure divine ox waved casually, and several treasures floated before the two of them.
The master thinks of you both. These treasures are bestowed upon you. Cultivate well.
Lei Zizhen was shaken to the core. These treasures were things he had heard of but could never hope to obtain. Even as a prodigy of the Thunder Prison clan, if Lei Daiheng were to grant such items directly, it would stir resentment among the other clan elders. This could cause internal division within the clan. But now, Shen Mo had directly bestowed such treasures upon him. How could he not be thrilled, not be deeply shaken? Compared to Lei Zizhen's open expression of emotion, Shi Tianhao's heart was far more complicated.
Why would Shen Mo give me treasures? What is his motive? This is far too strange.
Yet when he looked down and saw the treasures, greed inevitably rose in his heart. The dragon-top divine stone. This treasure contained the essence of true dragon, perfectly suited for him.
A gift like this sent right into my hands. I absolutely cannot miss it. That Shen Mo must have lost his senses to do such a thing. If he knew I was actually Shi Tianhao, he would surely be dumbfounded.
Shi Tianhao sneered inwardly. But his outward expression remained reverent. He bowed respectfully to the heavenly azure divine ox.
Please, Supreme Ox, convey my words to Supreme Shen. Shi Hao is endlessly grateful. Should I achieve anything in the future, I will dedicate my life in service to Supreme Shen unto death without regret.
Chapter 733, Father, did you come out just to play with me? Chapter 733, Father, did you come out just to play with me? Mangkang Mountain Range. The Azure Divine Bull returned to report to Shen Mo. Hearing that Lei Zizhen and Shi Tianhao had already accepted what he sent, Shen Mo revealed a smile in his heart. Good. They should accept it. That Shi Tianhao was likely still secretly rejoicing. Shi Tianhao surely believed that his identity had not yet been exposed. Perhaps he was still dreaming of surpassing him.
By the way, are there still treasures within the Mangkang Mountain Range that contain the aura of the void?
Shen Mo asked. The Azure Divine Bull rumbled.
No more. Treasures containing the great Tao of the void are exceedingly rare, and we hardly dare to touch such things.
Shen Mo chuckled. At least you're honest. Just admit you don't dare. The Black Death Heavenly Serpent respectfully said.
Master, I do know of a place with treasures containing the great Tao of the void, but it is extremely dangerous. Even old tree dares not approach.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up.
Tell me.
The Black Death Heavenly Serpent revealed the location. It turned out to be within a chaotic void current. Moreover, demon supremes often entered and exited there, making it exceedingly perilous. The Black Death Heavenly Serpent said in a low voice.
I have the ability to traverse the void. By chance, I discovered that the Dark Division of the demon race has been cultivating that Dark Division Holy Sun there all along. However, that Holy Sun is often guarded by 3 or more demon supremes.
He left the rest unsaid. But Shen Mo already understood. The protection around that Dark Division Holy Sun was far too strong. That made it almost impossible to enter the area. The treasures containing the aura of the void there would naturally be difficult to obtain. Shen Mo's interest, however, was piqued. The Dark Division Holy Sun. The Black Death Heavenly Serpent, seeing Shen Mo's expression, immediately elaborated on the Holy Sun's background.
So that's it. The Dark Division Holy Sun was not originally from the 5 sacred demon nations, but a genius of the Dark Division demons from a small world.
After he rose to prominence, he was absorbed into the dark division of the 5 sacred demon nations and nurtured with great effort. Shen Mo pondered. The demons were spread across the myriad worlds. Among them, the 5 sacred demon nations of the Qingxuan world were one of the largest branches. This Shen Mo already knew. No wonder he had never heard of this holy son before. It turned out he came from another world. Shen Mo looked inward at his life panel and shook his head. The process of obtaining such treasures had left him battered and scarred. He had nearly injured his very foundation.
With the strength of a three tribulation supreme, I am not yet enough to claim that opportunity.
Shen Mo mused.
But it doesn't matter, there is still time. I can raise my realm to the level of four tribulation supreme, then seek that fortune. As for Shi Tianhao, his growth will still take some time.
Shen Mo stepped forward, instantly entering the void. The chaotic void currents surged past. Yet they could not harm him in the least. Instead, he felt as though he were bathing in warm water. Almost like returning to his mother's embrace. Shen Mo stretched out his hand. The void currents flowed between his fingers. Threads of aura immediately merged into his body. This was the aura of the great Tao of the void. Of course, such cultivation of the void Tao could not compare to directly absorbing treasures rich in void aura. But over time, the accumulation was not insignificant.
Father!
At that moment, a vast figure rushed near. It was Sui Xing.
Father, did you come out just to play with me?
Sui Xing grinned. Shen Mo chuckled.
You could say that.
Sui Xing hurriedly added.
Oh, Father, I've been wandering through many small worlds recently, and I found that so many of them have been occupied by the demon race.
Let's go and wipe out those demons.
Shen Mo nodded.
Very well, I just happen to have the time.
In this world exist the vast and boundless myriad heavens. Yet many worlds are far from as immense as Qingxuan heaven and earth. Even a world such as Guzhu heaven and earth counts as a great world among the myriad. All races are scattered throughout these heavens. Humans, demons, and dragons are the three most numerous races, occupying the greatest number of worlds. However, the origin of the demonic race is unknown. They infest existence like tumors. Nearly every world has endured their invasion and corruption. Once invaded, no world can ever rid itself of the demon's nightmare. On demonic soil, magic beasts, magic humans, and magic dragons are born endlessly. They slaughter their own kin and assimilate all things. Qingxuan heaven and earth, being among the greatest of worlds, has naturally suffered the most invasions. The 5 sacred demon nations are the demon's largest branch. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. Shen Mo roamed the Shiji, exploring the myriad heavens. In each world he descended, he eradicated the demons that plagued it. He thus witnessed countless scenes of devastation and ruin. The demons were like a malignant cancer of creation. As though born to embody destruction, corruption, and slaughter. Shen Mo could kill demon supremes and purify small demonic soils. But when facing vast expanses of corrupted land, he could do nothing.
Ancestral demon soil.
Shen Mo pondered deeply. He had slain several demon holy sons. From their memories, he learned of the ancestral demon soil. The very name alone carried immense weight for the demons. They sought it desperately. Shen Mo also learned that within the sacred souls of Fuzu and the 9 Yin Saint were secrets tied to that place. This was why the demon saints wanted to kill them and seize their soul memories at any cost. Yet because Shen Mo had interfered, the two, relying on the Fuxian treasure realm, still managed to endure. That region was plagued by chaotic void currents and treacherous vortices hazards even saints feared. For demon saints across the myriad heavens to rush there would take time. Thus, Shen Mo had been able to spend 50 years abroad, seeking treasures imbued with the aura of the void. 50 years later, when he returned to Qingxuan heaven and earth, his cultivation had already risen to the level of 6 tribulation supreme.
With my current strength, dealing with that dark division holy sun should not be difficult. Still, it is best to first see how Shi Tianhao fares before making a decision.
Shen Mo left the Shiji outside Qingxuan heaven and earth, selected an anchor point, and re-entered. With a shift of vision, he stood upon the teleportation array of the Lei prison clan. Guards were always stationed by the array. Upon seeing him, they immediately rose and bowed respectfully.
Greetings, Supreme Ling.
Shen Mo gave a slight nod.
I wish to meet Lei Daiheng, Supreme Lei.
The Lei prison clan cultivator bowed deeply.
Please, Supreme Ling, follow me to the main hall. I shall at once send for the Elder Supreme.
Shen Mo nodded and followed him. Along the way, he asked casually,
I have been gone for 50 years. Has anything significant occurred recently?
The cultivator's face lit with joy.
Indeed, the greatest news is that our Lei prison clan's Elder Stone, blessed by fortune, has ascended to the Supreme Realm.
Chapter 734. Shihao's advancement to Supreme is mainly due to his talent and effort. Chapter 734. Shihao's advancement to Supreme is mainly due to his talent and effort. Shen Mo smiled at the words.
Oh, Elder Shi, which Elder Shi?
The cultivator replied excitedly.
Shihao, Elder Shi. Now he should be addressed as Supreme Shi. You should know him, right? He is a close friend of young Master Zijin, and you even gave him many treasures. After becoming a Supreme, he said it was thanks to the dragon-top divine stone you gifted him, which greatly shortened the time needed for his breakthrough. He is endlessly grateful to you.
The cultivator added.
When other Supremes came to attend the celebration, they also praised your generosity. Supreme Xiang Gu, Supreme Hu Qing of the demon race, and Ao Tian, Lord of the four sacred dragon palace of the western sinking sea, all said you are a peerless benefactor of the world, a child of destiny unseen in the human race for hundreds of thousands of years.
Hearing such lavish praise, Shen Mo only smiled faintly.
It was nothing more than a small effort. Shihao's ascension to Supreme is mainly due to his talent and perseverance. The dragon-top divine stone I gifted only played a supporting role.
The cultivator could not help but revere Shen Mo even more. This was the merit of helping someone achieve supremacy. If it had been him, he would boast of it for decades, even passing it down to his children to brag as well. Yet Supreme Shen brushed it off in a few words, unconcerned with such an achievement.
Supreme Shen, ahead lies the main hall of my Lei prison clan. The Elder Supreme awaits you inside.
The cultivator bowed respectfully.
I still have duties, so I shall not accompany you further. Very well.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. He strode into the grand hall. There he found Lei Daiheng, Shi Tianhao, and Lei Zijin waiting. The three immediately rose when Shen Mo appeared. Lei Zijin was especially excited, rushing forward in a single bound.
Brother Shen, it has been 50 years you've finally returned.
I was worried that after fighting across the realms, you had forgotten you still had friends here in Qingxuan heaven and earth.
After so long without seeing Shen Mo, Lei Zijin's tone carried a trace of reproach. Lei Daiheng frowned.
Zijin, what are you saying? How can you address Supreme Shen in such a manner?
Shen Mo laughed heartily.
It's fine, Zijin and I are friends.
Shi Tianhao stepped forward and bowed deeply.
Many thanks to Supreme Shen for gifting me the dragon-top divine stone. Without that treasure, I might have needed another 100 years to reach the Supreme Realm.
When he raised his head, his eyes were faintly red. Lei Daiheng laughed.
Shihao, with dragon blood in your veins, Supreme Shen's gift of the dragon-top divine stone was indeed a great boon to you.
He glanced at Lei Zijin with a cold snort.
But my Zijin also received gifts from Brother Shen. Why then has he not advanced to Supreme and remains stuck at 100-pattern nirvana?
Lei Zijin shuddered, his face crumpling.
How can I compare to Brother Shihao? His luck is too good, with fortune after fortune.
Shihao smiled humbly.
Zijin speaks the truth. I did indeed have many coincidental encounters, which allowed me to ascend smoothly to Supreme.
Shen Mo carefully examined Shi Tianhao, focusing especially on his life panel. At last, he nodded knowingly. After 50 years of perfect development, aided by the dragon-top divine stone, Shi Tianhao's breakthrough was natural. If he had failed to become a Supreme, it would have been unworthy of his radiant golden fate. Now, seeing Shi Tianhao's life panel, Shen Mo could almost discern the great changes that would unfold within the next 100 years. He steadied his heart. Name Shi Tianhao. Realm, newly advanced Supreme. Fate pattern, half-human, half-dragon, ancestral dragon treasure bone, defying heaven's fortune, friends everywhere, survives great calamities, blessed by the stars, lone star of calamity, 5-dragon doomsday body, supreme of the lay prison clan. Fate, when ascending to 9 tribulation supreme, his greed proved too great, summoning terrifying heavenly lightning that he could scarcely endure. He barely clung to life, and though he managed to step into the rank of earth-penetrating saint, he had no hope of ever reaching the heaven-piercing saint realm. In the end, he perished, besieged by 3 demon saints. Recent Opportunity 1. Upon ascending to Supreme, he received congratulatory gifts from the Supremes of Qingxuan Heaven and Earth. Recent Opportunity 2. While comprehending the void Tao and chaotic currents, he accidentally discovered the Dark Division Holy Sun's cultivation site. Evading the demon supremes guarding him, he found the Holy Sun gravely wounded and immediately refined him into one of his own incarnations. Recent Opportunity 3. At this site, he obtained a void leaf, greatly deepening his understanding of the void Tao. Recent Opportunity 4. Continuing to seek treasures containing the aura of the void, he discovered a meteorite formed entirely from the essence of stars. Though he pursued it fiercely, he acquired only half, while the rest fell into Dongzhu of Qingxuan Heaven and Earth and was obtained by Yi Yan. Shi Tianhao refined the star essence into his mustard seed dragon-scale armor, raising it to the rank of top-grade sacred artifact. Recent Opportunity 5. Venturing deeper into the chaotic void currents, he discovered a small world ravaged by the corpse division of the demons. After annihilating them, he found they had been nurturing a chaos demon corpse. He used a secret method to merge it with his blood demon berserk corpse, raising its rank once more, advancing it into the supreme realm. Recent Opportunity 6.
I wonder what strength he has reached. Yi Yan, with his 3 souls merged, should have fortunes not far below Shi Tianhao's.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. He truly hoped Yi Yan would soon ascend to the supreme realm. That way, he would have 2 fat sheep to fleece at will.
Friend Shi, there's no need for such a great ceremony. Your ascension to Supreme is a blessing for the human race.
Shen Mo smiled. Shi Tianhao finally rose, his face full of respect. Of course, it was only a facade. In his heart, he had no respect for Shen Mo. He even thought Shen Mo was a fool to have given him such an important treasure. Now that he was supreme, opportunities for treasure and tempering lay everywhere. One day, he would surely ascend to saint. By then, Shen Mo might still be crawling slowly at the supreme realm.
Friend Shi, do you have any plans now?
Shen Mo asked casually. Shi Tianhao initially thought to say he planned to venture out for treasure. But after a moment's thought, he replied.
I plan.
Lei Deheng nodded approvingly.
Such steadiness is rare indeed. I also believe you should spend a few years adapting.
He sighed.
After all, not everyone is like Brother Shen, blessed with such heaven-defying talent.
Shen Mo smiled lightly.
I see. I had originally wanted to invite friend Shi to train together.
Since that is so, I shall venture out to temper myself alone.
Chapter 735. Chapter 735. No need to fight them, just go around. Chapter 735. No need to fight them, just go around. Hearing Shen Mo's words, Shi Tianhao's mood clearly lightened a great deal. In his heart, Shen Mo was like a nightmare, looming over him at all times. Since Shen Mo said he would not be seeking treasure together, but would instead train alone, the stone weighing on his chest finally fell. What he feared most was that Shen Mo would insist on dragging him along to temper himself. Afterward, Shen Mo spoke with Lei Zizhen and Lei Deheng for a while longer before departing. He could hardly wait to seize those opportunities. Influenced by him, Shi Tianhao decided to remain in the sacred Qingxuan Heaven for a time to temper himself. Those fortunes were like rare and exquisite delicacies, waiting for fated ones to appear. Since they were masterless treasures, they would naturally belong to those destined. And Shen Mo was destined to be that person. After leaving the Lei prison clan, Shen Mo immediately entered the chaotic void currents. Sui Xing, hearing his summons, quickly came to his side.
Come, let's go find treasures.
Shen Mo rode Sui Xing, surging through the void currents with unstoppable momentum. He did not know how long he traveled. At last, Shen Mo arrived at his destination. Void currents was merely a general term. In truth, there were even more chaotic and disordered void whirlpools. A supreme could walk through void currents with ease. Even the most turbulent of them would not hinder a supreme's steps. But they dared not recklessly enter void whirlpools, especially the unknown ones, which were riddled with danger. Once inside, one might never return. The cultivation place of the Dark Division's Holy Sun lay within such a void whirlpool. This demon knew a safe path in and out of it, which was why he could cultivate there. Earlier, the Black Death Sky Serpent had pointed this place out. But at the time, Shen Mo realized he lacked the strength to completely overcome the Dark Division's Holy Sun. He might even risk injuring his foundation. Thus he set it aside. Now that he had come, there was no way he would miss this chance.
Father, there are 2 demon supremes there. Shall we take them out?
Sui Xing had sensed the 2 demon supremes and was eager for battle. Shen Mo chuckled.
Your strength is already enough to wrestle with demon supremes.
Sui Xing boasted proudly.
Of course, I've devoured all across the heavens. Quite a few demon supremes have already been eaten by me.
Shen Mo examined Sui Xing's beast panel carefully and found it was indeed true. After all, Sui Xing had completely taken over the body of the Shiji. And the Shiji bloodline was incomparably domineering. One beast was enough to equal a race. Its growth speed was utterly terrifying. He himself had worked painstakingly, pulling strings and seizing every chance, before finally stepping into the supreme realm. Sui Xing only needed to eat and eat, easily and without hindrance, to reach the supreme realm.
No need to fight them, just go around.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. Though he could defeat those 2 demon supremes, he had no wish to tangle with them. For while he might overcome them, he could not kill them instantly. If the Dark Division's Holy Sun was alerted, the loss would outweigh the gain. His true target was always the Dark Division's Holy Sun within the Void Whirlpool. Shen Mo guided Sui Xing around to the side. Here, the Void Whirlpool was violently turbulent. Many fragments of ruins were swept through it, quickly ground into dust. Yet within that raging whirlpool, Shen Mo still found a path. It was the safe passage the Dark Division's Holy Sun used to enter and leave.
Go!
Shen Mo smiled faintly, striding forward. With each step he took, the raging void whirlpool beneath his feet would either accelerate its flow or suddenly grow calm. The void whirlpool seemed like Shen Mo's loyal servant, opening a safe road before him. Shadow sat cross-legged within the void whirlpool. His body seemed to have become a vortex itself. Endless streams of void energy surged toward him from every direction. Here, his comprehension of the great Tao of void far outstripped any other place. Thus he had sat here for centuries, never moving. His supreme cultivation soared madly. In only 200 years, he had risen from First Tribulation Supreme to Sixth Tribulation Supreme. He was extremely cautious. Outside the void whirlpool, 2 First Tribulation Demon Supremes always kept guard. They were assigned by his father, the Dark Division Demon Saint and Wang. If a terrifying enemy appeared, those 2 Demon Supremes would signal for help and fight desperately to buy him time to escape. But such situations were exceedingly rare.
In at most 20 more years, I can attempt 7th Tribulation Supreme.
He murmured.
My injuries will also be fully healed.
A relieved smile spread across Shadow's face. But just then, a calm voice sounded behind him.
Sorry, you don't have those 20 years.
Shadow was stunned, whirling around. Before he even completed the turn, a colossal dragon arm slammed down. It was as if forged of platinum diamond. Its surface gleamed with metallic brilliance. Every inch was covered in dense dragon scales, overflowing with vast and majestic true dragon aura. Shadow tried to summon his sacred artifact for defense. But in that instant, time itself seemed to slow. All his movements dragged as if he were a snail.
Die!
Shen Mo's low voice rang out. The platinum dragon fist crashed down. With a muffled boom, Shadow's body shattered inch by inch. Back when he ascended to Supreme, Shen Mo had already sublimated the platinum dragon fist into a supreme divine ability. Its power was now at the absolute peak. Moreover, the platinum dragon fist could slow an enemy's time. As Shen Mo's cultivation grew, so too did the fist's strength. Killing the Dark Division Holy Sun Shadow unprepared and gravely wounded, in a single strike was no challenge at all. And Shen Mo most enjoyed such instant kills. That way his enemies' treasures were all left untouched. And all fell into his hands. With a flick of his hand, Shen Mo seized Shadow's storage ring. He did not open it immediately. For within lingered the sole imprint of the demon, Saint and Wang. Opening it would surely alert him.
Found it!
Shen Mo searched through the whirlpool. Before long, he located his true target. A void demon eye. This relic had been left behind when a demon saint, versed in the great Tao of void, perished. The reason such vast void energy gathered here was because the void demon eye continuously absorbed it. What a pity! The Dark Division Holy Sun Shadow, lacking fortune, had cultivated here for 200 years without ever realizing that the void demon eye lay right beneath him.
Kill those 2 first tribulation demon supremes outside as well. Perfect chance to let the 9 heavens divine thunder flame and the 9 nether ice flame have their fill.
Shen Mo pocketed the void demon eye, swiftly slew the 2 demon supremes guarding outside the whirlpool, and fled without hesitation. He even hid inside Sui Xing's stomach, using the aura of the Shiji to conceal himself. Shadow was the bloodline descendant of the demon saint and Wang, his very son. With Shadow's death, and Wang would inevitably know. If not to escape now, then when? Sure enough, not long after Shen Mo left, a hunched figure arrived. He ignored the raging void whirlpool and stepped straight inside. But he found no trace of his bloodline descendant, Shadow.
Who killed Shadow?
Chapter 736. Chapter 736. How could I leave when such a fortune lies before me? Chapter 736. How could I leave when such a fortune lies before me? After leaving that void whirlpool, Shen Mo quickly rushed toward his next destination. With Sui Xing at his side, his speed was tremendous. It wasn't long before he found a massive meteorite hurtling rapidly toward the sacred Qingxuan heaven. The meteorite was larger than a mountain. Its surface was blanketed in thick snow, with only patches revealing dazzling golden light. That was the essence of stars within it. Star essence was a supreme material for refining weapons. Any spirit weapon below the level of a sacred weapon, once infused with a mere pound of star essence, could instantly ascend to the rank of sacred weapon. Even sacred weapons themselves, with enough star essence, could rise in grade further. Such a massive meteorite of star essence was enough for Shen Mo to elevate many of the sacred weapons he already held. However, this meteorite's speed was astonishing. Without an extremely fast movement technique, it was nearly impossible to catch it. In the destined future, Shi Tianhao had failed to keep up due to insufficient speed, forced instead to shatter the meteorite and claim only fragments of star essence. But Shen Mo had no such worry. He cultivated the great Tao of void. And at the level of 6 tribulation supreme, his speed in the void was even greater. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lightly stepping on the currents of the void, Shen Mo crossed space in the blink of an eye. He moved so fast that even Sui Xing could not keep pace. In less than 100 breaths, he landed upon the meteorite.
Break for me!
Shen Mo drew a deep breath and smashed down with a fist. A colossal dragon arm, forged like platinum diamond, suddenly appeared. A cracking sound echoed from within the meteorite. In the blink of an eye, its surface split with countless fissures. Crack crack. Moments later, the meteorite shattered into countless fragments. Its speed drastically slowed. Sui Xing opened wide, swallowing the smaller star essence fragments whole. Shen Mo nodded with satisfaction. His son had grown up already working for his father.
Come to the next target.
Shen Mo stepped onto Sui Xing and pressed onward. After some time, a murky black minor world appeared ahead. This was the small world seized by the Corpse Division demons. They had slaughtered all living beings within it to forge a chaotic demon corpse. The chaotic demon corpse had no intelligence, only the urge to assimilate and corrupt everything. It was nearly impossible to control, usually requiring a Corpse Division demon saint to manage it. Some exceptionally talented demon supremes dared to try, but always at the risk of backlash. Yet now, this small world was guarded by only one demon supreme. With Shen Mo's strength, he easily swept aside the demons within. At once he saw it, the chaotic demon corpse submerged among countless cadavers. It radiated pure destructive desire. Its very presence chilled the bones. Even Sui Xing faltered.
Father, maybe we should leave.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Leave, how could we, when such a fortune lies before us?
This chaotic demon corpse was only one step from completion. Now was the perfect chance to strike. He had once used this very method to refine the corpse of the Shiji into a puppet, housing Sui Xing within. Now he could repeat the method, forging another formidable puppet for battle. Swiftly, Shen Mo laid down the lunar puppet formation around the chaotic demon corpse. The faint trace of will within it was instantly eradicated. It became a puppet completely.
You'll do, heir.
Shen Mo considered, then drew out the black dragon shears. Within it resided the spirit heir. Heir gazed at the chaotic demon corpse filled with overwhelming demonic qi, his face bursting with joy.
Truly, foster father.
He was beyond excited, such a powerful puppet entrusted to him. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
It is given to you, but I can reclaim it at any time.
Heir shuddered, immediately recalling Shen Mo's methods and nodded repeatedly.
Go!
With a flick of Shen Mo's finger, Heir plunged into the chaotic demon corpse. Moments later, the corpse's eyes snapped open. Within them flickered endless destruction and slaughter. But there was also a trace of foolish clarity. That was Heir's unique aura.
Ha-ho-ha, such a powerful puppet. I finally have a body of flesh, ha-ha-ho-ha.
He controlled the chaotic demon corpse, running left and leaping right. Like a child just learning to walk, the world seemed to him like a vast toy.
Return!
Shen Mo's calm voice cut through. Heir's laughter halted abruptly. He felt the mighty force rushing within him. The suppressed seed of rebellion stirred once again. His eyes spun restlessly, as though calculating some petty scheme. But in the end, he cautiously returned to Shen Mo's side. Lowering his towering body of over 3 zhang, Heir bowed and said obsequiously,
Master, I have returned. I was only too excited at having a body.
Shen Mo's lips curved faintly.
Is that so, not because you suddenly gained strength and thought to betray me?
Heir forced a nervous laugh.
No, absolutely not. How could Master think such of me?
Shen Mo said evenly.
Follow. Yes.
Heir quickly complied. Stepping on Sui Xing, Shen Mo borrowed the aura of the Shiji to swiftly depart that small world and return to the sacred Qingxuan heaven. Sacred Qingxuan heaven, Mankang Mountains. When Shen Mo returned, he realized that 20 years had passed. Yet he felt as though only 1 or 2 years had gone by within the void currents.
Outside, the flow of time truly is slower. No wonder saints and supremes venture out for countless years and never return. With lifespans so long, they scarcely perceive time's passing.
Chapter 737. Alas, this opportunity I can only enjoy alone. Chapter 737. Alas, this opportunity I can only enjoy alone. As Shen Mo's comprehension of the void great Tao deepened. Within the void, he became an increasingly radiant point of light, continuously attracting those void evil thoughts to draw near. Countless void evil thoughts sought to invade him at every moment, using him as a springboard to return to the mortal realm. In the foreseeable future, the deeper his comprehension of the void great Tao, the more he would suffer erosion from void evil thoughts. And this process could never be reversed. If he failed to obtain a treasure capable of resisting void evil thoughts, Shen Mo would likely struggle to touch the saint realm. After all, void evil thoughts would disturb him constantly, hindering his cultivation. This thing might not be able to kill him, but it was incredibly annoying. Lei Yu family. Shi Tianhao had cultivated for many years and finally emerged from seclusion. His cultivation had reached the second tribulation supreme realm. His cultivation speed even astonished Lei Daiheng.
Congratulations, young friend Shi. This cultivation speed is truly unprecedented.
Lei Deheng exclaimed with emotion. Shi Tianhao said modestly.
You flatter me, old supreme.
Though his words were humble, the smug satisfaction on his face was unmistakable. How many years had it been since he became a supreme? Now he had advanced to the second tribulation supreme realm in one go. Truly unprecedented. Lei Deheng sighed.
Young friend Shi's cultivation speed is the second fastest I have ever witnessed. Among the current generation of geniuses, only you can glimpse the shadow of Shen Mo.
The others are still some distance from the supreme realm. Hearing this name, Shi Tianhao's expression stiffened. Why had Shen Mo been brought up again? Shen Mo had long become his psychological shadow. It was fine when not mentioned, but each mention deepened this shadow. Though he knew Shen Mo's cultivation speed was terrifying, he never compared himself to Shen Mo. There truly was no need for comparison. Comparing oneself to others only brings frustration.
Old Supreme, I have been in seclusion for many years. Have any new Supremes appeared, or has anything significant happened?
Shi Tianhao asked casually. Lei Deheng pondered for a moment, then shook his head.
Nothing significant. Li Qingfeng, Cao Qingwen and other geniuses have all reached the 100-mark Nirvana realm, but they are still some distance from the Supreme realm.
Shi Tianhao nodded slightly. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. This was good. Though his talent fell short of Shen Mo's, he could still surpass prodigies like Li Qingfeng. Just then a clear laugh rang out.
Taoist Shi has emerged from seclusion? Perfect. I know of an ancient cave abode. Would Taoist Shi be willing to explore it with me?
Shi Tianhao trembled all over. This voice was too familiar. Shen Mo, it was Shen Mo. He had actually extended an invitation. Lei Deheng was very surprised.
Supreme Shen, why have you come? Your aura.
Shen Mo smiled.
Just some minor progress.
His gaze imperceptibly swept over Shi Tianhao, instantly seeing through this person's life panel. Lei Deheng praised.
Supreme Shen is truly an unparalleled prodigy of this generation.
He looked at Shi Tianhao.
Young friend Shi, why haven't you agreed? Such an opportunity won't come easily again.
Shi Tianhao remained silent for a moment before cupping his hands.
Supreme Shen, I feel my strength is insufficient. I dare not explore an ancient cave abode with you, fearing I would hold you back.
I wish to cultivate for a while longer. After reaching the third tribulation supreme realm, we can discuss this matter.
How could he dare to seek treasure with Shen Mo? Seeing this, Shen Mo could only shake his head.
Alas, this opportunity I can only enjoy alone.
With that, he quickly departed. Watching Shen Mo depart, Shi Tianhao felt greatly relieved. At the same time, a sense of confusion arose in his heart. Why did Shen Mo frequently wish to explore treasures with him? Could it be genuine sincerity in wanting to help him? It seemed truly sincere. After all, he could detect no trace of pretense. Furthermore, Shen Mo had previously gifted him the Dragon Crown Divine Stone. These incidents, one after another, showed absolutely no falsehood. Shi Tianhao racked his brain but couldn't comprehend why. He simply stopped thinking about it. Refusing Shen Mo was the right choice regardless. Lei Deheng shook his head.
Young friend Shi, why would you pass up such a fine opportunity?
He couldn't understand it either. Other Supremes would likely be eager to explore with Shen Mo. After all, Shen Mo comprehended the Void Great Tao. This was the most suitable Tao for exploring the Void turbulence. Yet Shi Tianhao remained indifferent. Shi Tianhao could only smile, unable to think of any explanation. Finally, he could only offer an excuse.
I still feel my strength is lacking. I won't hold back Supreme Shen.
Meanwhile, Shen Mo had obtained what he wanted. Holy Spirit Box. He looked at the small wooden box and smiled. From Shi Tianhao's recent opportunities, he had learned of this object's existence. It was refined by a demon race supreme using the heads of his 3 brothers. Though the refining method was extremely sinister, its effects were exceptionally potent. The Holy Spirit Box constantly emitted an aura that calmed the mind and focused the spirit, dispersing the erosion of void evil thoughts. Shi Tianhao was also deeply contaminated by void evil thoughts. Only with this treasure could he preserve his essence and maintain his steadfast self. With this treasure, Shen Mo could now assault the 9 Tribulation Supreme Realm and even the Saint Realm. Otherwise, during the process of breaking through to higher realms, he would inevitably be eroded and attacked by void evil thoughts, leading to failure.
To completely exterminate the demon race, I must find the ancestral demon land. The demon race wishes to annex all realms, and they too must find the ancestral demon land.
Some demon saints believe the intelligence about the ancestral demon land is hidden in the memories of the Rune Ancestor and the 9 Yin Saintess.
I am currently only at the Supreme Realm and cannot yet interfere in Saint Realm conflicts.
Shen Mo sighed softly. The divine phoenix, dragon tortoise, and celestial fox had all gone to find the Rune Ancestor and 9 Yin Saintess. They should now be engaging those demon saints in battle. He was still suffering from insufficient strength. If his strength were sufficient, he could join the battle now, help the divine phoenix and others defeat the demon saints, and rescue the 2 ancestors.
The opportunity to achieve Saint Realm does exist, but I must wait a little longer. When Shi Tianhao grows somewhat stronger, it will become visible.
Shen Mo pondered thoughtfully. Shi Tianhao could still grow to the Saint Realm. When this person's realm improved, the opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm would inevitably manifest on its own.
Continue cultivating.
Chapter 738. If he enters Saint Realm unimpeded, his strength could crush even some long-established Saint Realm experts. Chapter 738. If he enters Saint Realm unimpeded, his strength could crush even some long-established Saint Realm experts. 5 Saints Demon Country. At the border of the 5 territories. Here stood a primitive and crude great hall. How primitive! This hall was constructed entirely from massive stone blocks. These blocks were completely unpolished, their surfaces exceedingly rough. Moreover, the hall had no walls. Merely several pillars supporting a massive stone slab formed this hall. Yet now, within this hall, the 5 strongest demon saints of the 5 demon clans had gathered. Yu clan, Quang clan, and clan Shi clan, Hui clan. Among the 5 demon clans, the Yu clan possessed the greatest strength, thus holding the highest position. The Quang clan was the most formidable in battle, ranking 2nd. As for the Wen clan, Shi clan, and Hui clan, their strengths were comparable. Quang Nai was a burly giant demon standing 5 zhang tall. He slammed his palm on the table and said discontentedly,
Why did you summon me here? I was busy fighting the Fan Tian Saint.
Shi Zai sneered.
Always thinking about fighting, what's the point? Can it help find the ancestral demon land?
Quang Nai shot to his feet in an instant, closing the distance to Shi Zai in one stride and lifted the ladder with one hand.
What's the point? If you can't explain, I'll beat you into a pile of corpse pieces.
Shi Zai trembled all over, his face turning ugly. He knew Quang Nai truly dared to strike. The Quang clan demons were notoriously battle-crazed. They could skip meals, forgo sleep, and abstain from mating. But tell them they couldn't fight. That was unacceptable. They had to fight at least once daily, otherwise their entire bodies would feel as if ants were crawling beneath their skin. Yu Lion frowned.
Quang Nai, enough, stop this nonsense.
Quang Nai shook his head.
No way, I want to beat him up.
Yu Lion massaged his temples.
After today's business is concluded, I'll fight you.
Quang Nai laughed loudly, directly throwing Shi Zai aside.
Fine, I'll spare him this once. You'd better not go back on your word.
Among all the demon saints, only Yu Lion was slightly stronger than him. Therefore, he often followed Yu Lion around, challenging him to fights. Shi Zai rose, covered in dust, and returned to his original position. And Wang said calmly,
Yu Lion, explain why you summoned us.
I still need to find the murderer of my son. I have no time to waste here.
Hui Zhuo chuckled sinisterly.
5 saints conferences are rarely held. Yu Lion must have his reasons for summoning us. And Wang, I know you're anxious, but be patient. The murderer will be found eventually. there's no need for such haste.
Yu Lion glanced around at the 4 demon saints, sighing inwardly. The 5 saints' demon country was indeed powerful, that was fact. But it was deeply divided. His strength was slightly superior, and the Yu clan was the strongest, allowing him to suppress these 4 demon saints. If his strength were slightly inferior, the 5 saints' demon country would have 5 entirely different voices. Truly a case of multiple factions issuing conflicting orders.
I have summoned all of you for only one reason. Another human 9 Tribulation Supreme has emerged. I estimate he will attempt to break through to the Saint Realm soon. This time, I ask all of you to consider countermeasures.
There can be no more saints, especially not such a heaven-defying one.
Yu Lion stated gravely.
Who is it?
Shizai inquired.
Could it be?
Huizhuo pondered thoughtfully. Yu Lion casually flicked his hand. Black energy surged, swiftly forming a human face.
Shen Mo, a human supreme. He has thwarted many of our operations. Now it seems this person's talent far exceeds what we knew. If he enters Saint Realm unimpeded, his strength could crush even some long-established Saint Realm experts. Shen Mo. I remember this person well.
Qingxuan abruptly stood up, his eyes lighting up. As if hearing something fascinating.
My Quang clan's Qinglai was killed by him in the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty.
Qingxuan's eyes gleamed fiercely.
I think we should give him a chance to grow to Saint Realm. That would be perfect. Then I'll go kill him.
Yu Lion and Wang Shizai and Huizhuo all wore speechless expressions. Yu Lion massaged his temples.
We are discussing how to kill this person before he ascends to Saint Realm. Qingnai stopped talking.
Qingxuan snorted coldly.
No, I want to speak.
Yu Lion held up 2 fingers.
Twice, I'll fight you twice.
Qingxuan laughed loudly.
Then I won't speak. Continue.
Yu Lion then said.
Speak, how shall we deal with this person?
Shizai chuckled sinisterly.
What's so difficult? Force them to hand over Shen Mo.
Yu Lion frowned.
Elaborate.
Shizai sneered.
Surround a major power. We'll withdraw only if they hand over Shen Mo.
The human race is selfish. As long as they can preserve their own lives, they won't care about others.
Especially such a dazzling genius. His rapid growth to this level has already stirred jealousy among other supremes.
Moreover, the human race, demon race, and dragon race have always had minor conflicts. With a little provocation from us, they'll turn on each other. Huizhuo chuckled sinisterly.
Excellent plan, Shizai. You're vicious enough.
Shizai laughed eerily.
Not at all, just slightly more vicious than you.
Huizhuo's face darkened.
That won't do. When it comes to sinister schemes, I'm far more vicious.
Shizai also grew displeased.
You just said I was vicious enough. Now you claim you're more vicious. What do you mean?
In the blink of an eye, the 2 demons began arguing. Fiercely debating who was more sinister. Yu Lion repeatedly massaged his temples.
Enough, I've decided. We'll adopt Shizai's plan. However, have you selected a target?
Yu Lion glanced around. Huizhuo quickly said.
I think Qingxuan Cave Heaven is suitable. Let's attack Qingxuan Cave Heaven.
And Wang, who had been mostly silent, sneered coldly.
Your Hui clan has been fighting Qingxuan Cave Heaven for centuries. You obviously want to use us to help you conquer it.
Huizhuo's thoughts were exposed, but he wasn't angered, merely chuckling eerily. Yu Lion shook his head.
Switch to the demon race or dragon race.
Shizai sneered.
Then the Blood God Demon Court. The Blood God Demon Court is a demon race power. Moreover, the Divine Phoenix and others have already gone to the Void to rescue the Rune Ancestor and 9 Yin Saintess. If a demon saint makes a move, the Blood God Demon Court will surely be unable to resist.
However, it would be difficult for us to appear in the Tianan archipelago.
The Northern Domain Suppression Grand Formation still exists.
Yu Lion said calmly.
I can resolve this. But it requires a demon saint to expend all their strength, requiring at least 1,000 years to recover.
Shizai chuckled.
My Shi clan can assist.
Yu Lion shook his head.
Your Shi clan's hastily advanced demon saints won't suffice. It must be a Tangshan realm demon saint.
Shizai was speechless.
Then it's impossible.
Yu Lion stated calmly.
My Yu clan will provide a demon saint's power. Who is willing to apply pressure in the Tianan archipelago?
Quang Nai stood up.
My Quang clan.
Yu Lion.
You be quiet.
Hui Zhuo raised his hand.
My Hui clan can provide a demon saint. Good, it's settled then.
Yu Lion nodded.
Meeting adjourned.
Chapter 739. Chapter 739 The Saint Tao's Guide, Pure World Green Lotus. Chapter 739 The Saint Tao's Guide, Pure World Green Lotus. At this moment, Shen Mo was roaming through the void. He was searching for the opportunity to become a saint. This opportunity was obtained from Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao's cultivation speed was not slow either, and he had now reached the level of 4 Tribulation Supreme. If not for someone like Shen Mo standing before him as a dazzling pearl, Shi Tianhao's cultivation speed would have been unprecedented, and he would have become the model and exemplar for countless cultivators. However, since Shen Mo existed, Shi Tianhao was destined for tragedy. For the vast majority, the opportunity to become a saint was illusory and unattainable. But for a child of destiny, it was something easily within reach.
Found it.
Shen Mo gazed at the gray, hazy small world ahead, his face lighting with joy. He descended from beyond the realm into that small world. This world had long since been corrupted by the demon race, its lands turned into demonic soil. Yet even the demonic soil here no longer held vitality. All life force in this place had been consumed completely. Even the demon race had abandoned it. This was a land of true deathly silence. And it was precisely such a dead place that could nurture the most unique treasures of heaven and earth. The pure world green lotus. To become a saint, one must have a guide. This guide could be a heavenly material, a spiritual artifact, a holy artifact, or even a Tao artifact. The grade of the guide would determine the strength achieved after sanctification. According to Shen Mo's knowledge, if one chose a holy artifact as the guide, the future would at most reach the level of ground-penetrating saint. If one chose a supreme holy artifact as the guide, there was the possibility of glimpsing the heaven-piercing saint realm. Only by using a Tao artifact as the guide could one steadily step into the heaven-piercing saint realm. As for the higher Tao saint realm, there was no information whatsoever. It seemed that even the present-day strongest and highest-ranked figure, the great wilderness venerate, had not reached the Tao saint realm. This pure world green lotus was a first-rate guide. It was a heavenly material of the Tao saint grade, far beyond the holy grade. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that its seeds, flowers, and rhizomes were all supreme treasures. With this as his guide, Shen Mo could one day firmly step into the heaven-piercing saint realm. As for the Tao saint realm, that chance would depend on his own struggle. Shen Mo searched through the small world for a long while. Finally, in the most turbid and deathly valley, he found the palm-sized, clear, and sacred green lotus. This was the pure world green lotus. However, it had not yet fully matured. The only thing he needed to do now was wait. Shen Mo sat cross-legged, familiarizing himself with his martial techniques and secret arts. Time passed day by day. The whiteness of the pure world green lotus gradually faded. In its place, an increasingly lush green spread. When the green completely filled the lotus, the pure world green lotus would be fully mature. One day, while Shen Mo was tempering his martial skills, a faint fragrance reached his nose. With just a light sniff, he felt his mind clear, free of all desires. All worries and troubles vanished without a trace. Even someone in a rage, veins bulging in fury, would immediately calm upon smelling this fragrance. They would even regret their earlier anger. Shen Mo was overjoyed. The ancient records stated this fragrance was the sign of the pure world green lotus maturing. He immediately approached the lotus. Taking out a spoon crafted of green jade, he carefully scooped out the seeds of the pure world green lotus one by one and placed them into a jade box. He then used jade scissors to delicately cut down the lotus itself. Once cut, he placed it straight into a jade box. After that, he dug into the earth, carefully extracting the lotus rhizome and also placed it into a jade box. Only in this way could the pure world green lotus be completely preserved, without a trace of its power leaking out.
Next, what I must do is refine the lotus seeds, lotus flower, and lotus rhizome of the pure world green lotus. In this way, I can truly refine it into my guide to the Saint Tao.
Shen Mo sat cross-legged and first adjusted his state of mind. A cultivator's mental state inevitably affected the attempt to break through to higher realms. Many times, it was precisely a slight fluctuation in one's mindset that caused failure when striving for a higher realm. As one who had experienced much, Shen Mo naturally understood the importance of a heart as calm as still water. He did not seek quick success or instant benefit. Instead, he spent nearly a month adjusting his mindset to the state of tranquil waters before truly beginning the refinement of the pure world green lotus. The pure world green lotus was 3 in 1. A single heavenly material equaled 3 heavenly materials. This was what delighted Shen Mo most. Separated, each of the 3 treasures was a supreme holy artifact. Once fully refined, when the 3 treasures of the pure world green lotus were united, they would certainly unleash power comparable to a Tao artifact. Shen Mo released the 9 nether ice flame and the 9 heavens divine thunder flame from his hands and immediately began refining. The 9 nether ice flame exclaimed in surprise,
Tusk, 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 the pure world green lotus. You actually managed to find such a treasure.
The 9 heavens divine thunder flame was unsurprised.
Is this the first day you've realized his luck?
Shen Mo only smiled, then sank his mind fully into refining. For other supremes, refining a heavenly material of the Tao Saint grade was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They would have to rely on extremely high-temperature treasures, refining over countless years, perhaps only managing to absorb a trace. But for Shen Mo, it was only a matter of time. After all, he possessed eternal flames such as the 9 heavens divine thunder flame and the 9 nether ice flame. Under eternal flames, all things were equal. The refining process was monotonous. 1 year later, Shen Mo completely refined the pure world green lotus. He suddenly rose and with a thought.
Green lotus seeds.
18 lotus seeds shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever they passed, mountains shattered and the earth split apart. Even the firmament seemed as though it would be pierced open. With another thought,
Jade lotus flower.
the lotus flower spread beneath his feet. In that instant, his speed soared to the extreme. 1 breath ago, he was in place. The next, he had already appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. His speed was utterly outrageous. Even faster than a supreme crossing the turbulent void currents. As for the hardest rhizome, he refined it into a pair of gloves.
Black lotus hands.
Shen Mo raised his arms. Black armor appeared from nothingness, quickly wrapping both arms entirely. This black armor was forged from the rhizome. The black lotus hands were incomparably light, not heavy like metallic armor. Shen Mo summoned the green lotus seeds and let them strike. Dong dong dong. The clanging of metal resounded without pause. Yet Shen Mo discovered that the black lotus hands easily blocked them. This defensive power was unmatched.
3 treasures as one.
Chapter 740. Chapter 740. The human race must rise, its glory shall shine upon all realms. Chapter 740. The human race must rise, its glory shall shine upon all realms. The surrounding land immediately grew lush and verdant. Countless strands of vitality revived across the world. Shen Mo gazed at everything around him, deeply moved. This was the power of the Tao Saint artifact, the pure world green lotus. It could disperse all demonic soil and restore the vitality of heaven and earth. This was clearly the natural nemesis of the demon race.
With such a Tao Saint artifact in my hand, once I become a saint, I will surely stand among the foremost of the ground-penetrating saints.
Shen Mo revealed a smile. The pure world green lotus divided was 3 supreme holy artifacts, and united was 1 Tao saint artifact. Among the ground-penetrating saints, those who could wield a Tao saint artifact were but a handful. Yet he could command one.
Return!
Shen Mo raised his hand. The pure world green lotus returned to his grasp. He would now use the lotus as his guide to ascend into the saint realm. Breaking into the saint realm was a slow and steady process. It could never be rushed. Those who sought quick success and instant results mostly perished in the trial of sanctification. 1 day, 2 days. 1 month, 2 months. 1 year, 2 years. Time flowed calmly and unhurriedly. Shen Mo's aura gradually began to change. At times he was like a towering mountain, vast and majestic, making others able only to look up to him. At times he was like an ordinary mortal, without the slightest trace of spiritual fluctuation. At times he was like a deep and endless ocean, unfathomable, and if observed too long one could sense immense terror and peril. These were the signs of one about to step into the saint realm. The saint realm returning to simplicity, yet every gesture and word aligned with the principles of heaven and earth. Whatever was spoken, laws would follow. Boom! One day, Shen Mo's aura suddenly surged to the extreme. Waves of energy rolled forth violently. In the blink of an eye, they swept across the entire small world. The newly born lives instinctively felt dread and rushed into the depths of the earth and seas. None dared to show their heads. At this moment, 7 colored clouds rose within the sky. Dragons and phoenixes appeared, auspicious beasts manifested. One moment golden light filled the heavens, the next sacred radiance shone across the world. These layers of phenomena did not only appear around Shen Mo. They manifested above every heaven and earth of this world. In the sacred, profound world, no matter what they were doing, people all suddenly lifted their heads to the heavens, their hearts trembling without measure. They did not know what had occurred, but instinct told them that another saint of the human race had been born.
Heaven favors my human race. Heaven has not abandoned us. The human race must rise. The glory of the human race shall shine upon all realms.
Whether it was a small cultivator who had just stepped into qi condensation, a great cultivator of divine transformation ruling a region, or even a supreme overlooking the world. At this moment, human cultivators all knelt, their faces filled with fervent emotion. In the Eastern Li dynasty, Li Zhangfeng and Li Yin, 2 brothers, were sparring. Suddenly, they saw this astonishing sight. Both hurriedly knelt down, not daring to raise their heads for a long time.
A saint has emerged for my human race. Which one of the 9 tribulation supremes could it be?
Li Yin's eyes shone with light. Li Zhangfeng said in a deep voice,
I will contact the seniors immediately.
In the Lei Yu clan, Shi Tianhao had just emerged from seclusion when he witnessed this scene. He was shaken to the core.
A new saint of the human race.
He could not help but show envy.
I wonder who it is.
Shi Tianhao's face was filled with admiration. 4 Saints' Dragon Palace. Ao Tian looked at the vision sweeping across the heavens and could not help but marvel. The human race has not seen a new saint in so long. Now, in such times, one who emerges must surely be even stronger. If only this saint would accept me as a disciple. Shi Tianhao's face was filled with admiration. 4 Saints' Dragon Palace. Ao Tian looked at the vision sweeping across the heavens and could not help but marvel. The human race has another new saint. I wonder who it is.
There are only so many 9 tribulation supremes. By reason, they should not be able to become saints, should they?
How truly strain.
Ao Tian attempted to use divination, but found he could not divine the slightest trace. He shook his head at once. Blood God Monster Court. The demon race was besieging this monster clan power. Yet they surrounded without killing. On the demon side, a filth division demon saint presided. But the monster saints of the Blood God Monster Court had all gone out, seeking to rescue Fu Zhu and the 9 Yin saint. The strength of the 2 sides was not on the same level. Even if other human and monster forces sent reinforcements, it was of no avail. The demon race only wanted Shen Mo.
Shen Mo, I want only Shen Mo. No matter the means, hand over Shen Mo, and I will spare you a single path of survival.
The 5th Division Demon Saint, Huihun, overlooked the blood god monster court with a cold smile. His voice spread through every inch of the blood god monster court. Each utterance shook the hearts of the monster clans. Those monster supremes might see clearly the larger scheme, might understand the demon race's vicious plot. But over time, even their hearts inevitably wavered. They had been besieged for 3 full years. Every year the demon saint commanded masses of demons to attack. Each time caused the blood god monster court heavy casualties. If even monster supremes wavered, then ordinary monster cultivators had long since been shaken in heart. Shen Mo was merely a human supreme. If offering Shen Mo's life could preserve the blood god monster court, would that not be the best choice? If that Shen Mo truly understood the greater good, he should already have stood forth, willingly sacrificing himself. That he had not stood forth showed only that he was a coward. Endless negative emotions surged up from within the blood god monster court. Huihun greedily absorbed these formless, invisible emotions, laughing madly. At that moment, heavy phenomena filled the heavens. Divine light, holy light, radiant clouds. Layer upon layer of brilliance illuminated heaven and earth as if it were broad daylight. The demons wailed miserably, blue smoke rising from their bodies. They retreated uncontrollably. No matter how the true demons or great sky demons shouted and whipped them, they dared not advance. The radiance shielded the blood god monster court. Under its light, the injured bodies of countless monster cultivators rapidly healed, while the wounds on the demons' bodies rotted faster until they became nothing but putrid flesh. Huihun stared at the phenomenon, inexplicably shaken.
A saint's phenomenon. It seems human.
He muttered to himself, somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, the monster supremes, such as Xianggu and Huqing, all looked shocked. The new human saint seemed to have noticed the blood god monster court. A glance was cast toward them.
If a new saint intervenes, perhaps our calamity could be resolved.
Xianggu said solemnly.
I think not. How can a newly ascended saint compare with a long-renowned demon saint?
A lion clan supreme shook his head repeatedly.
That is still a human saint. At most, he might help push back the demons slightly, but he certainly will not devote his full power to aid us.
A crocodile clan supreme's expression was filled with sorrow. Humans and monsters were, after all, different races. They often had disputes over territory. Were it not for the existence of the demon race in this world, the humans and monsters would likely already be locked in unending war. Just then, a calm voice echoed from the heavens.
The demon race calculates well, but now a demon saint shall be buried.
Chapter 741. Chapter 741 Stop Playing Tricks and Come Out. Chapter 741 Stop Playing Tricks and Come Out. Huihun froze in shock and instinctively looked to the sky. The monster cultivators of the blood god monster court had the same thought. They all lifted their heads toward the firmament. Who was speaking? Could it be the new saint of the human race? Some of the monsters immediately showed delight.
There is hope, we have hope. The saint has come to save us. I knew the saint would not abandon us. Before the demons, the myriad races should unite.
Xianggu, Huqing, and the other monster supremes also looked hopeful. Only the saint realm can contend with the saint realm. Huihun reversed his palm to draw out a strand of demonic qi, his gaze dark.
Who stop playing tricks, come out.
A faint laugh sounded. Then a figure shrouded in boundless radiance stepped out, walking on air. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of the heavens and appeared before the demon race. Screams rang out one after another. The light around him was like a blazing sun. It burned the demons madly. Some lesser demons of low cultivation even ignited at once, turning to ash in moments. Under this blazing sun, in only 100 breaths, the demon ranks collapsed. They had no choice but to cower within the demonic qi exuded by Huihun to barely escape. Hui Hun's eyes split with rage. These demons were all his direct subordinates. In a mere instant, more than 3/4 had been killed or wounded.
Damnable thing, die!
Hui Hun roared, his demonic chi condensed into a terrifying jagged giant hand that clawed toward the sun-wreathed figure. However, before the demonic hand could fall, a bone-searing burn swept over. Even Hui Hun felt agony that pierced to the marrow. Before the hand descended, 9/10 of its power had already vanished. The remaining tenth was like a mere sprinkle of water unworthy of mention.
What pain is this? Could this person be a saint who has comprehended the Tao of fire?
Hui Hun was shocked and enraged. Xianggu, Hu Qing, and the other monster supremes were dumbstruck. What was happening? He had so easily blocked Hui Hun's furious strike. This new saint.
It must be the Tao of fire. Not necessarily, perhaps a rarer solar Tao, even more fearsome.
The monster supremes whispered excitedly.
No matter what Tao you command, you will die.
Hui Hun drew a deep breath, and a sound like running water arose within his body. An instant later, a single drop of water burst forth from him. At first it was tiny. Then, as if blown up, it swelled rapidly. After flying 100 zhang, it had already become a boundless sea. The waters were black as ink, clearly saturated with demonic qi. This was Hui Hun's Tao. The Tao of water. Since ancient times, water and fire do not coexist. When fire prevails, it steams the water. When water prevails, it extinguishes the fire. Hui Hun was utterly confident that his Tao of water far surpassed the other's Tao of fire. After all, he had been famed for long. Whereas the other had only just stepped into the saint realm. A new saint.
Weak!
Only a single word came from midair. The radiant figure drew a circle with his hand. A thread-thin black line abruptly appeared in the sky. Looking closely, it was no line at all. It was a fissure in the void. The ink-black sea pressing down was swallowed in an instant by the void fissure. That long-gathered strike vanished at once into the chaotic currents of the void. Hui Hun was thrown into chaos. This strike contained the power of the water Tao he had cultivated for many years, yet the opponent blocked it without the slightest effort. No, it was not blocking. It was redirecting. The line drawn was clearly a fissure of the void. That meant this new saint had likely comprehended the void Tao. His earlier guess had been completely wrong. The void Tao. It was widely acknowledged as one of the most difficult Taos to comprehend. Xianggu, Hu Qing, and the other monster supremes were also shocked at the sight.
With just a casual stroke, he drew a fissure of the void, redirecting that carefully prepared strike in an instant. It seems this new saint has not comprehended the fire Tao, but the void Tao.
The supremes marveled in awe. Since ancient times, there had been those who comprehended the void Tao. Not only some many. The power of the void Tao was extremely formidable. Yet few could cultivate it to the saint realm. Most who pursued the void Tao were ultimately defeated by the void's sinister thoughts, accumulated through endless years within the chaos of the void currents. This new saint was truly extraordinary. Xianggu suddenly recalled someone.
Shen Mo.
Hu Qing nodded.
Indeed, we were all astonished at the time.
The other monster supremes grew furious at the mention of the name.
If not for Shen Mo, would we be besieged by demons? If not for Shen Mo, would the blood god monster court have suffered such a siege? Do not mention that human again.
Xianggu and Hu Qing could only give bitter smiles and fall silent. Though most monster supremes knew that only by uniting all races could the demons be destroyed, when one's own interests were threatened, the darkness of the heart always surfaced uncontrollably. Who would still care about cooperation and unity? The human heart is selfish. So too is the monster's.
To slay a demon, saint as your first act after becoming a saint impressive.
That radiant figure smiled faintly. He drew another circle with his hand. Hui Hun froze, then burst into wild laughter.
Boy, how arrogant you are. You actually wish to slay me. Do you really think that just because you became a saint through the void Tao, You can roam the world unchallenged and look down upon all beneath heaven. Very well, let me see what you are capable of.
He sneered, both hands tightening. Outwardly, he seemed motionless. But in truth, he was already linking to the water Tao flowing freely between heaven and earth. The instant the opponent moved, he would unleash his strike.
To focus too much on what is before you is to neglect what lies behind.
The radiant figure traced a circle in the air. Hui Hun stiffened. The next moment, he sensed an overwhelming threat erupting from behind him. Buzz! A void circle split open behind him. 18 azure lotus seeds shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 18 lotus seeds pierced through Hui Hun's mighty body, leaving 18 gaping holes. Azure light spread rapidly across his flesh. In the blink of an eye, sprouts grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. Hui Hun was horrified. Life force. It was the power of life. One of the forces most dreaded by the demon race. He frantically surged his demonic qi, trying to extinguish the vitality. But his efforts met unyielding resistance. He had to consume 100 parts of demonic qi just to smother a single strand of life force. How terrifying was this?
No!
Chapter 742. Chapter 742, Why do you all keep your heads down? Chapter 742, Why do you all keep your heads down? Skin turned to bark, toes into roots, body into trunk, hands into branches.
No.
Yet no matter how he cried, even if he screamed until his throat tore, no one came to save him. His transformation into a tree was irreversible. By the time that radiant figure descended to the ground, Hui Hun had already become a great tree, lush and swaying in the wind.
Not bad, even in death, you return to heaven and earth.
The figure smiled faintly. With Hui Hun dead, the remaining demons lost all will to resist. They fled in panic, utterly broken. Xianggu, Hu Qing, and the other monster supremes immediately raised their arms.
Kill your way out.
The tide of monster armies charged forth. Years of pent-up anger and humiliation finally burst forth without restraint. For their demon saint was dead, while their side now had a new saint seated among them. In the blink of an eye, the shattered remnants of the demon army were slaughtered. The monsters walked among the corpses, burning them to ash, to prevent any corpse demons from reviving the bodies and sparking another war. Xianggu, Hu Qing, and the other monster supremes all came before the figure. They knelt in reverence.
We greet the new saint.
At this moment, the light gradually receded, revealing his true face. It was that of an exceedingly young cultivator. Xianggu and Hu Qing froze in shock. Shen Mo. Every monster supreme who had once seen Shen Mo stood thunderstruck, rooted to the spot, unable to speak. Shen Mo said lightly,
Xianggu, Hu Qing, fellow supremes, please rise.
Only then did the monster supremes dare to stand. Yet only Xianggu and Hu Qing lifted their heads. The others all kept their heads bowed in shame, unable to meet Shen Mo's gaze. Xianggu sighed.
Saint Shen.
Shen Mo smiled.
Not long ago, when I returned to the saint profound world, I found a demon saint had intruded. I dealt with him in passing.
Xianggu and Hu Qing exchanged glances.
Our thanks, Saint Shen.
Why do you all keep your heads down?
Shen Mo's gaze swept across them. The monster supremes could not withstand the weight of his eyes. One of them suddenly knelt again.
Saint Shen, I was wrong. I should never have harbored the thought of offering you up.
Another knelt as well.
Saint Shen, our blood god monster court has long been besieged by Hui Hun and the demons. He forced us to find a way to hand you over. Over time, we grew weak and considered it. Please punish us.
Shua, shua, shua. The other supremes dropped to their knees as well. Every one of them was overwhelmed with shame.
Please punish us, Saint Shen.
Shen Mo's eyes swept the crowd, his tone calm.
The demon's scheme was plain for all to see, yet as supremes you could not perceive it. They only sought to divide humans, monsters, and dragons. You!
The supremes' faces burned red. They wished they could sink into the ground. They had thought to sacrifice Shen Mo. Yet it was Shen Mo who slew Hui Hun and saved the blood god monster court. They were ashamed, they regretted. Xianggu stepped forward.
Saint Shen, we know we have made a grave mistake. We beg you to grant us the chance to atone through service.
Hu Qing also said solemnly.
If the demons attack again, our blood god monster court will be the first to fight.
All the monster supremes at this moment respectfully said.
Saint Shen, please grant us the chance to atone through service.
Compared to humans, monsters were simpler and more stubborn in nature. For them, honor outweighed everything. If it came to death, they would rather fall swiftly on the battlefield than die under the punishment of a saint. Shen Mo swept his gaze over them, his voice calm.
This saint allows it.
So many monster supremes were pillars against the demons, he could not simply slaughter them all at once.
Many thanks, Saint Shen.
Xianggu, Hu Qing, and the other monster supremes were moved to tears.
Where are the remaining supremes now?
Shen Mo asked.
Reporting to Saint Shen, they are all at Dingbei Mountain.
Xianggu answered respectfully. Shen Mo gave a slight nod. In a flash, his figure vanished without a trace. Only after his departure did the oppressive saint realm aura dissipate. The supremes finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Too terrifying to think the saint turned out to be him. I am utterly ashamed.
The monster supremes spoke one after another, excitement lacing their tones. The emergence of another saint was a world-shaking event, one that could greatly boost the morale of all races. Xianggu and Hu Qing exchanged a glance. Hu Qing said with renewed spirit,
Saint Shen is most likely going to meet the other supremes to discuss how to deal with the demons. Then we should follow.
Xianggu declared loudly.
Fellow supremes, let us go to Dingbei Mountain.
Chapter 743. Chapter 743, a heroic deed that shakes heaven and earth to sacrifice life against the demons. Chapter 743, a heroic deed that shakes heaven and earth to sacrifice life against the demons.
Foolish human supremes, truly delusional, you actually wish to reinforce the formation. This formation was arranged by those of the Saint Realm. How could mere supremes possibly strengthen it? It is one thing for the human supremes to be stupid, but why are the monster supremes and dragon clan supremes following suit? This is laughable.
The demons roared with laughter. Even those of lower strength among the demons dared to openly mock the supremes. The human supremes generally remained calm. But the dragon clan supremes were not so restrained. Though they were older, they had not necessarily experienced more. After all, the dragon clan did not need to wander in search of opportunities like the humans in order to break through. The dragons were born with powerful bloodlines. As long as they ate and slept, their realms would rise rapidly. Thus, their experience could not compare with that of the human supremes.
Damn demon scum!
A true dragon supreme roared in fury. Yet he could think of no solution. He could only fume and glare, his two dragon whiskers raised high.
You humans and dragons came all the way to the Five Saint Demon Nation. Why not rescue the monsters? Yes, the Blood God Monster Court has been besieged for years, yet you did not go to their aid. Such disunity. And still you wish to unite all races beneath the heavens. What a joke.
Seeing this, the demons laughed even harder. Their words were filled with provocation. Even Ao Tian, master of the Four Saint Dragon Palace, found it difficult to hold back his temper upon hearing this. These demons, how hateful their words were. Truly one wished to flay their skin, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. Just as the Supremes were at a loss. The old Supreme of the Thunder Prison family, Lei Daeheng, stepped forward.
Everyone, this old man has a method that can reinforce the Tei Demon Sealing Grand Formation.
The Supremes immediately revealed expressions of delight.
Old Supreme, quickly tell us, what method? Why did you not say so earlier?
Only a few Supremes who were familiar with Lei Daeheng suddenly recalled something, their faces subtly changing. Lei Daeheng walked toward the Tei Demon Sealing Grand Formation. His face was set with firm resolve.
My Thunder Prison family possesses a secret art. one may release all the power of a supreme and invest it into the formation. When the myriad tribulations thunder prison rioted back then, this old man had already prepared to use this final measure. Now that the Tei demon sealing grand formation is flawed, and I am aged and declining, it is my duty with no hesitation. Everyone, this old man shall go ahead first.
He did not look back, but strode forward toward the Tei demon sealing grand formation without hesitation. The other supremes turned pale and rushed to pursue. But Lei Daiheng's speed surpassed theirs. Suddenly, a violent surge of thunder erupted from his body, forcing all pursuers back. This thunder power was vast and ancient. It seemed to embody the entirety of Lei Daiheng's life.
This old man has lived a worthless life. Now to sacrifice for the resistance against the demons is a deed that shakes heaven and earth.
Lei Daiheng laughed heartily, striding with great steps. His body transformed entirely into surging thunder, fusing into the Tei demon sealing grand formation. In the blink of an eye, his form completely vanished. His full supreme power merged into the formation. Buzz! The Tei demon sealing grand formation, which had weakened, immediately resumed full operation. The demonic tendrils that had been seeping past the barrier were instantly severed by the formation. The corrupted demonic lands, under the power of the formation, emitted ghastly shrieks as though alive. The blackened lands were purified and restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demons who had moments ago been arrogant and boastful now looked as though they had seen ghosts, fleeing northward in panic. Those demons too slow to escape were quickly annihilated into ashes by the might of the formation. The Supremes floating in midair could clearly see the corrupted demonic land rapidly receding. South of the Tei demon sealing grand formation, the land quickly returned to its normal state. However, this land had been stripped of too much vitality and remained corrupted as demonic soil for too long. To fully recover its life force would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. This was not something ordinary means could achieve. Only a Saint Realm expert personally taking action could hasten the healing of this land.
Damn it!
The Demon Supremes were shocked and furious, retreating in haste. They feared being sealed outside by the Tei demon sealing grand formation. Yet a few Demon Supremes who were not adept at fleeing were left outside the formation. The Human and Dragon Supremes rushed forward together. Fueled by boundless fury, they instantly crushed those Demon Supremes into dust. But what use was killing a few Demon Supremes or even countless demons? Lei Daiheng was dead. Because the Human and Dragon Supremes kept shirking responsibility, none were willing to offer their treasures to reinforce the Tei demon sealing grand formation. Thus Lei Daiheng had sacrificed himself. For a moment, Supremes of both races were overwhelmed with shame.
Lei Daiheng strengthening the Tei demon sealing grand formation was good, but why sacrifice his life? Yes, by doing this, what place does he leave for us? Must we live in guilt for a lifetime? Lei Daiheng was truly malicious, he thought too much.
Several Supremes suddenly spoke out. Their words not only lacked gratitude, but even carried resentment. The Supreme Bai Yi of the Heaven's Creation Sect, the Supreme Qingxuan Yun of the Reincarnation Holy Land, and Ao Tian of the Dragon Clan all cast incredulous looks at them. How could such words be spoken? No matter what, Lei Daiheng had sacrificed himself for the greater good. How could they twist it into something to shame them forever?
Lei Daiheng!
A Dragon Clan Supreme who had just rebuked those reckless words suddenly also spoke. His words now completely contradicted his earlier stance. Bai Yi Qingxuan Yun and the others were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why were Supremes suddenly saying such things? Qingxuan Yun opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly felt something within his heart being magnified. Accusations and resentment toward Lei Daiheng surged uncontrollably, spilling from the depths of his soul. Bai Yi opened his mouth, only to realize his own inner darkness and malice were being rapidly amplified. He forcibly calmed himself and shouted,
"We are under demon attack. Hurry, focus your minds and hold your breath."
But many Supremes were already deeply affected. Some even began to fight with flushed faces.
Lei Daihang deliberately placed us in an unjust position. He deserves death. What nonsense! Lei Daihang sacrificed himself to strengthen the Tei demon sealing grand formation. He is a great benefactor to all living beings. You are full of crap.
Chapter 744. Chapter 744. While we were still striking at him, he actually became a saint. Chapter 744. While we were still striking at him, he actually became a saint. Bai Yi, Shangyuan Yun, Ao Tian, and the other supremes wished to rescue those who had fallen under influence. But they too were deeply affected by the demonic aura. Once they opened their mouths to speak, the degree of influence only deepened further. The supremes present were all nearly consumed by frenzied accusations. They were on the verge of tearing each other apart. In the shadows, a demon saint sneered coldly. His name was Huizhuo, the strongest demon saint of the filth division within the 5-saint demon nation. Since he acted personally, these human and dragon supremes naturally had no power to resist. The darkness deep within their hearts now condensed into formless black miasma, creeping along the ground and gathering toward him. These were his nourishment. With the Tei demon sealing grand formation present, his strength could not leak out much. Magnifying the darkness in the Supreme's hearts was one of the few things he could do. Just then, from the horizon, a streak of azure light roared forth. It swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Wherever the azure light passed, the barren land suddenly began to revive. From the heavens poured down a torrential rain. Cracked soil sprouted tender green grass and bright red blossoms. Tiny saplings broke through the ground, in the blink of an eye growing into trees as thick as a bowl. The Supremes who had been cursing, accusing, and even fighting suddenly regained clarity. They froze in confusion, turning to look toward the horizon.
This is...
Bai Yi, Shangyuan Yun, Ao Tian, and the others stared wide-eyed at the land restored to life. This place had been demonic soil. Even if liberated, it should have taken tens of thousands of years to recover vitality. What was this azure light? How could it so easily restore life? Huizhuo was equally astonished. From this azure light, he sensed a tremendous threat. It was power utterly opposed to the demons.
Saint Realm power, it must be Saint Realm power.
Huizhuo muttered in shock. The Supremes too now realized that a saint must have appeared. Otherwise, their plight could never have been resolved.
Bai Yi of the Heaven's creation, sect greets the saint.
Shangyuan Yun of the reincarnation, Holy Land greets the saint. Ao Tian of the 4-saint Dragon Palace greets the saint.
Voices rose one after another. The Supremes dropped to one knee, incomparably respectful. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky.
Dignified Supremes, and yet you allowed yourselves to be tainted by the demonic aura of the filth division. You should all return and reflect deeply.
Hearing this, shame filled every heart. They now understood what had just happened. If not for this saint's arrival, they would likely have already slaughtered one another. That was an outcome none wished to see. Curiosity now stirred in their hearts. Who was this suddenly appearing Saint Realm figure? Not only they, even Huizhuo was bewildered. In today's Qingxuan heaven and earth, could someone still achieve sainthood? Or was this a saint who had returned from the endless void? Whoosh! A fierce wind swept by. A figure appeared high above in the sky. Bai Yi, Shangyuan Yun, Ao Tian, and the others all saw the face clearly. Their expressions instantly froze in shock. Ling Xuan. It was actually Ling Xuan. He had become a saint. Impossible. The face of Huizhuo, the filth division demon saint, turned extremely dark. Of course he recognized that face. Back then, Yao Huang had shown it to every demon.
Too fast. While we were still striking at him, he actually became a saint. This must be reported to Yao Huang at once.
Shen Mo had already cast his gaze toward Huizhuo's hidden location before the latter could flee. In the previous instant, he was still in place. In the next instant, he appeared above Huizhuo.
After corrupting so many Supremes, you still wish to escape.
Shen Mo's cold voice rang by his ear. It was like a thunderclap. Huozhuo's expression changed drastically. His concealment arts were of the highest caliber. How could a human youth who had only just stepped into the saint realm see through them? But even if he was exposed, so what? What could Shen Mo do to him? He was, after all, the foremost demon saint of the Filth Division in the five-saint demon nation. Could a newly ascended, saint realm human youth truly kill him? The Supremes all changed color. No wonder they had been tainted by demonic aura simultaneously. It turned out such a powerful demon saint had been hiding right beside them. This was none other than the leader of the Filth Division demon saints. Even suppressed by the Tame demon sealing grand formation, his methods could still reach out and affect the Supremes.
Shen Mo, the saint artifact in your hand is not bad. So that is your guide into the saint realm.
Huozhuo looked at Shen Mo and sneered. Shen Mo said nothing, but spiritual power surged forth. 18 azure lotus seeds shot through the air, sealing the space around Huozhuo. A surging vitality enveloped him. Huozhuo immediately sensed something amiss. Seal me in for what purpose? You want to kill me? He was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter.
Shen Mo, you want to kill me? I have more saint artifacts of the great Tao in my hands than you.
Shen Mo waved casually. The jade lotus flower flew out, descending upon Huozhuo. That majestic vitality pressed down, cleansing everything in its path. Even Huozhuo felt a measure of pressure. Before this vitality, he already found it somewhat difficult to endure. He could not understand how Shen Mo, having just become a saint, could already possess such a terrifying saint artifact of the great Tao. If only he could corrupt it into a demonic saint artifact of the great Tao.
That is Huozhuo's most prized saint artifact of the great Tao, the turbid wind jar.
He once used this treasure to poison 2 9 Supremes, corrupting them into demonic Supremes.
Aotian suddenly slapped his head, hatred flashing across his face.
I remember, one of my dragon clan forebears was corrupted by this turbid wind jar. Fortunately, the other ancestors slew him, otherwise our dragon clan's honor would have been utterly disgraced.
The other Supremes also spoke in hushed tones. Clearly, they too recognized the terror of the turbid wind jar.
It seems Shen Sheng also wields a saint artifact of the great Tao. Yet which of the two artifacts will prove stronger?
Shang Yu and Yun whispered. The hearts of the Supremes all hung suspended. By rights, Shen Mo had just become a saint, while Huozhuo was a demon saint with long-standing fame. Shen Mo at most possessed a single saint artifact of the great Tao. Huozhuo, however, had at least 2. Their strengths were not on the same level. How could Shen Mo hope to prevail?
Go!
Chapter 745. Chapter 745, You are the prophesied being who will destroy the demons. Chapter 745, You are the prophesied being who will destroy the demons. The 9 nether ice flame was one of the most lethal eternal flames against the demons. Now that Shen Mo had become a saint, his spiritual power and blood energy were already transforming into saint power. The 9 nether ice flame, nourished by this saint power, surged in strength by a great margin. Against the demons, it was now effortless to wield. Even when facing a demon saint. Boom, boom, boom. The ice-white flames erupted violently, blended with the power of vitality. In an instant, they engulfed Huozhuo. From within the fire came Huozhuo's furious and horrified roars.
9 nether ice flame, you actually possess the 9 nether ice flame. You are the prophesied being who will destroy the demons. Oh!
The searing pain left Huozhuo unable to focus. The demonic aura filling his body had now become fuel feeding the eternal flame. The more abundant the demonic aura, the stronger the flames burned. The harder it became for him to escape. In that short span, the 9 nether ice flame had already expanded in size. Clearly, it had devoured enough demonic aura to grow even more terrifying. The Supremes looked on in shock. The 9 nether ice flame. One of the few eternal flames most effective against the demons. Who would have thought Shen Mo would possess it? No wonder he showed no fear and even launched an assault on Huozhuo. At this rate, could it be that Huizhuo might actually be trapped here? The Supreme Spirit surged with excitement. Shen Mo gazed down at Huizhuo from above, though his attention was already focused farther away. He had sensed another sinister demonic aura approaching.
Damn it!
Huizhuo screamed in agony, forced to hurl out the turbid wind jar and shatter it. The violent storm unleashed by the saint artifact's destruction scattered the flames. Gnashing his teeth, Huizhuo severed the parts of his body tainted by fire. In the blink of an eye, his form shrank by an entire size, and he fled deep into the 5-saint demon nation. The remnants of his body left behind were instantly consumed by the 9 nether ice flame. Shen Mo did not give chase. From examining Huizhuo's demonic life panel, he knew he could not kill this demon. His gaze had drifted earlier precisely because he had sensed another demon saint arriving to rescue. With the Tei demon sealing grand formation as a barrier, neither demon saint could harm him. But with his current strength, to seize the chance to trap and wound Huizhuo heavily was already the limit. If another demon saint arrived, he would no longer be an equal match. Nevertheless, Huizhuo's strength had fallen sharply. Once he returned, the position of leader of the 5th Division Demon Saints would surely be contested. Huizhuo's days would be far from easy. With a wave of his hand, Shen Mo recalled the lotus seeds and jade lotus flower, then descended before the Supremes. Bai Yi, Shengyuan Yun, Aotian, and the rest all looked upon Shen Mo with awe. He had only just become a saint, yet was able to firmly suppress Huizhuo, leader of the 5th Division Demon Saints. If not for another Demon Saint's intervention, he might have slain him outright. Such strength left everyone astonished.
You have all been tainted by demonic aura. You must quiet your hearts and purge it, or your minds will be poisoned.
Shen Mo spoke casually.
Many thanks for Shen Sheng's reminder.
The Supremes cupped their hands in gratitude. Shen Mo nodded, stepping into the void, and vanished into the turbulent space. With his comprehension of the great Tao of void, traversing and shifting through space was a mere trifle. The Supremes also departed in groups for their respective stations. Not long after, the news of Shen Mo's ascension spread like a storm. The Thunder Prison family, the Heaven's Creation Sect, the Eastern Li Imperial Dynasty, the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty, the Reincarnation Holy Land.
Now that I have just stepped into the Saint Realm, by its divisions, I should be a first realm earth-penetrating saint.
9 Nether Ice Flame, you actually possess the 9 Nether Ice Flame. You are the prophesied being who will destroy the demons. The searing pain left Huizhuo unable to focus. The demonic aura filling his body had now become fuel feeding the eternal flame. The more abundant the demonic aura, the stronger the flames burned. The harder it became for him to escape. In that short span, the 9 Nether Ice Flame had already expanded in size. Clearly, it had devoured enough demonic aura to grow even more terrifying. The Supremes looked on in shock. The 9 Nether Ice Flame, one of the few eternal flames most effective against the demons. Who would have thought Shen Mo would possess it? No wonder he showed no fear and even launched an assault on Huizhuo. At this rate, could it be that Huizhuo might actually be trapped here? The Supreme Spirit surged with excitement. Shen Mo gazed down at Huizhuo from above, though his attention was already focused farther away. He had sensed another sinister demonic aura approaching. Damn it!
Master, many Supremes have arrived outside the range. They all want to present you gifts.
Those old dragons from the Dragon Palace have come too, insisting on holding a celebration for your ascension to sainthood.
And even the monsters are kneeling outside the mountains, saying they wish to earn your forgiveness.
Shen Mo gave a faint smile. Since most saints were wandering the turbulent void in search of the unknown. Here in Qingxuan heaven and earth, he was already the strongest. That Supremes of various factions would bring gifts was no surprise, merely currying favor. As for a so-called celebration, it was meaningless and not worth his time. The monsters kneeling outside were clearly ashamed of falling into the demon's trap. They had even sought to offer up one of their own saints. If the divine phoenix, celestial fox, and dragon turtle monster saints were present, they would have cleansed their ranks personally.
Accept all the gifts, there will be no celebration. As for the monsters, send them away and let them reflect well.
Shen Mo spoke casually.
Yes.
The azure sky divine bull chuckled and immediately rushed off. These four beast overlords had once not held much respect for Shen Mo. After all, their former master was the great desolate venerate. But as Shen Mo's cultivation climbed step by step, now reaching the saint realm, their reverence for him was no less than what they once held for the great desolate venerate. The azure sky divine bull in particular was wholehearted. The commands Shen Mo gave, he carried out swiftly without a trace of hesitation.
The Tei demon sealing grand formation suppressing the 5 saint demon nation was reinforced again thanks to Lei Daeheng's sacrifice.
9 Nether Ice Flame, you actually possess the 9 Nether Ice Flame. You are the prophesied being who will destroy the demons. The searing pain left Huizhu unable to focus. The demonic aura filling his body had now become fuel feeding the eternal flame. The more abundant the demonic aura, the stronger the flames burned. The harder it became for him to escape. In that short span, the 9 Nether Ice Flame had already expanded in size. Clearly, it had devoured enough demonic aura to grow even more terrifying. The Supremes looked on in shock. The 9 Nether Ice Flame. One of the few eternal flames most effective against the demons. Who would have thought Shen Mo would possess it? No wonder he showed no fear and even launched an assault on Huizhu. At this rate, could it be that Huizhu might actually be trapped here? The Supreme Spirit surged with excitement. Shen Mo gazed down at Huizhu from above, though his attention was already focused farther away. He had sensed another sinister demonic aura approaching. Damn it!
A first-realm earth-penetrating saint is far too low. At the very least, I must reach the 4th realm.
Chapter 746. Chapter 746, Supreme She's character truly leaves nothing to be desired. Chapter 746, Supreme She's character truly leaves nothing to be desired. The young woman shook her head, her expression dim.
The old Supreme has already passed away.
She recounted the story of Lei Daeheng's self-sacrifice to reinforce the Tei demon-sealing grand formation. Shi Tianhao's brows lifted, his heart deeply shaken. Lei Daeheng was truly a remarkable figure. The young woman could not help but add.
Outside, there are rumors that if not for the appearance of the new saint, the other Supremes would have fallen to the demon saint's hand.
New saint, who is it?
Shi Tianhao asked curiously. Awkwardly she replied.
I heard he is called Saint Shen, but I do not know his true identity. After all, I am only from a collateral branch.
Saint Shen.
Shi Tianhao frowned. At the sound of the word.
Shen.
An uneasy premonition stirred in his heart. Moments later, the young woman led him before the current family head. After Lei Daeheng's passing, the new patriarch was Lei Ling. When Lei Ling saw Shi Tianhao arrive, he immediately smiled. He first bowed respectfully.
Greetings, Supreme Shi.
He was at the Nirvana realm, not yet at the Supreme realm. In cultivation, strength came first. Naturally, he had to bow to Shi Tianhao. All the more since Shi Tianhao was now an enshrined Supreme of the Thunder Prison family. To keep him from leaving and joining another power, Lei Ling had to treat him with utmost respect. Shi Tianhao quickly helped him up.
Patriarch, there is no need for such courtesy. What exactly happened with the old Supreme? Why did he suddenly pass away?
Lei Ling sighed deeply, then explained in detail Lei Daeheng's sacrifice to strengthen the Tei demon-sealing grand formation. By the end, he could not help but remark.
If not for Saint Shen's intervention, more than half the Supremes present would have perished.
Shi Tianhao frowned.
This Saint Shen?
Lei Ling nodded heavily.
Exactly so.
In fact, Supreme Shi, both you and Zizhen are old acquaintances of Saint Shen.
Shi Tianhao's heart trembled violently. An image surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. Impossible.
It seems Supreme Shi has already guessed. Yes, that's right, it is Shen Mo Saint Shen.
From now on, he must be addressed as Saint Shen. His name cannot be spoken lightly. Shi Tianhao's expression darkened instantly. Saint Shen, Saint Shen. He should have realized sooner. It was Shen Mo. But
What's wrong?
Shi Tianhao forced a smile.
The thought of humanity producing a new saint overwhelmed me. I nearly fainted from excitement.
Lei Ling roared with laughter.
I felt the same at first. Supreme Shi, you are far stronger than I was. Now the monster clans, the dragon clan, and our human powers have all sent gifts to Saint Shen. I heard the dragons even wanted to hold a grand celebration for his ascension, but Saint Shen refused.
He could not help but sigh again.
Saint Shen truly does not seek empty honors. Such a saint is too rare. For him to ascend to the saint realm is a blessing not only for humanity, but for all races under heaven.
Looking to Shi Tianhao, he added.
By the way, with Supreme Shi's relationship to Saint Shen, you could very well become his disciple now.
Know that even though Saint Shen has just ascended, countless people are already fighting to be accepted as his disciples. A bitter smile flickered in Shi Tianhao's heart. Become his disciple. I can hardly avoid him as it is. He said solemnly.
No, for the sake of humanity, such a precious opportunity should be left to others.
With that, he turned and left. Lei Ling was a little surprised.
Supreme Shi's character truly leaves nothing to be desired.
In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Lei Daiheng's sacrifice greatly reinforced the Tei demon sealing grand formation. During this century, demonic disasters and disturbances lessened significantly across the lands. Shen Mo's ascension to sainthood gave all races and factions tremendous confidence. Over this 100 years, countless geniuses emerged among the races. Many Nirvana realm cultivators advanced into the Supreme Realm. Of course, Supremes who advanced from 70 mark Nirvana and those from 100 mark Nirvana naturally differed in strength. Nevertheless, the overall power of the three clans had leapt forward in this century. Some Supremes who had secluded themselves for years were now inspired to begin impacting the Saint Realm. Myriad phenomena Holy Land. From deep waters, a colossal ancient elephant strode forth. The earth trembled and the heavens shook. The beast cultivators of myriad phenomena Holy Land all knelt, their hearts filled with reverence.
Saint Yuan, Saint Yuan.
Their voices thundered like waves, reverence booming like thunder. Xianggu came to his side, bowing.
Father, you have finally ascended.
Xiang Yuan let out a piercing elephant cry, then laughed loudly.
Yes, I have finally become a saint. Tell me quickly what has happened in Qingxuan heaven and earth during my seclusion.
Xianggu recounted everything, emphasizing Shen Mo. Xiang Yuan was astonished.
Someone else became a saint before me, and a human at that.
Xianggu sighed with deep emotion.
Saint Shen's talent is rarely seen in history.
The old Supreme has already passed away. She recounted the story of Lei Daiheng's self-sacrifice to reinforce the Tei demon-sealing grand formation. Shi Tianhao's brows lifted, his heart deeply shaken. Lei Daiheng was truly a remarkable figure. The young woman could not help but add, outside, there are rumors that if not for the appearance of the new saint, the other Supremes would have fallen to the demon saint's hand. New saint, who is it? Shi Tianhao asked curiously. Awkwardly, she replied, I heard he is called Saint Shen, but I do not know his true identity. After all, I am only from a collateral branch. Saint Shen. Shi Tianhao frowned. At the sound of the word Shen, an uneasy premonition stirred in his heart. Moments later, the young woman led him before the current family head. After Lei Daiheng's passing, the new patriarch was Lei Ling. When Lei Ling saw Shi Tianhao arrive, he immediately smiled. He first bowed respectfully, greetings, Supreme Shi. He was at the Nirvana realm, not yet at the Supreme realm. In cultivation, strength came first. Naturally, he had to bow to Shi Tianhao. All the more since Shi Tianhao was now an enshrined Supreme of the Thunder Prison family. To keep him from leaving and joining another power, Lei Ling had to treat him with utmost respect. Shi Tianhao quickly helped him up. Patriarch, there is no need for such courtesy. What exactly happened with the old supreme? Why did he suddenly pass away? Lei Ling sighed deeply, then explained in detail Lei Daehang's sacrifice to strengthen the Tei demon sealing grand formation. By the end, he could not help but remark, if not for Saint Shen's intervention, more than half the Supremes present would have perished. Shi Tianhao frowned, this Saint Shen.
No hurry, slowly tell me more of this human.
4 Saint Dragon Palace. In the cold, unfathomable depths of the sea. Suddenly, a pair of colossal vertical pupils opened. Golden light beamed forth from the dragon eyes, piercing the dark waters like pillars. The beams shot straight into the heavens, illuminating the sky high above. In that instant, the dragon clan shook. Countless aquatic clans were awed, abandoning whatever they were doing to kneel toward the source of the beams in devout reverence.
Dragon Saint, Dragon Saint.
Ao Tian had been discussing with the Dragon Supremes how to handle the lingering demonic scourges. Seeing the 4 Saint Dragon Palace quaking, he cried out in joy. Without hesitation, he flew toward the rising light. The other Dragon Supremes followed close behind. Moments later, they reached the depths of the sea.
Brother, is that you?
Ao Tian gazed into the deep waters, unable to restrain himself.
It is I.
A colossal true dragon revealed its form. The dragon's roar carried the sound of the sacred, stirring awe in all Dragon Supremes present. Buzz! Blood energy erupted. The new Dragon Saint's body swiftly shrank until he assumed human form, though 2 great horns still jutted from his head. Ao Tian cried in excitement.
Brother, it is truly you.
Ao Shan sighed.
Yes, after 30,000 years of seclusion, I have finally ascended.
The old Supreme has already passed away. She recounted the story of Lei Daehang's self-sacrifice to reinforce the Tei demon-sealing grand formation. Shi Tianhao's brows lifted, his heart deeply shaken. Lei Daehang was truly a remarkable figure. The young woman could not help but add, outside, there are rumors that if not for the appearance of the new saint, the other Supremes would have fallen to the demon saint's hand. New saint, who is it? Shi Tianhao asked curiously. Awkwardly, she replied, I heard he is called Saint Shen, but I do not know his true identity. After all, I am only from a collateral branch. Saint Shen. Shi Tianhao frowned. At the sound of the word Shen, an uneasy premonition stirred in his heart. Moments later, the young woman led him before the current family head. After Lei Daehang's passing, the new patriarch was Lei Ling. When Lei Ling saw Shi Tianhao arrive, he immediately smiled. He first bowed respectfully, greetings, Supreme Shi. He was at the Nirvana realm, not yet at the Supreme realm. In cultivation, strength came first. Naturally, he had to bow to Shi Tianhao. All the more since Shi Tianhao was now an enshrined Supreme of the Thunder Prison family. To keep him from leaving and joining another power, Lei Ling had to treat him with utmost respect. Shi Tianhao quickly helped him up. Patriarch, there is no need for such courtesy. What exactly happened with the old Supreme? Why did he suddenly pass away? Lei Ling sighed deeply, then explained in detail Lei Daehang's sacrifice to strengthen the Tei demon-sealing grand formation. By the end, he could not help but remark, if not for Saint Shen's intervention, more than half the Supremes present would have perished. Shi Tianhao frowned, this Saint Shen.
Just so, the Saint Yuan of myriad phenomena Holy Land is said to have ascended the same way. Saint Yuan.
Ao Shan frowned. Ao Tian lowered his voice.
That is.
Chapter 747. Chapter 747. In fact, before the 2 of you, there was another saint realm. Chapter 747. In fact, before the 2 of you, there was another saint realm.
He actually became a saint realm too.
Ao Shan was greatly surprised.
That fellow spent even longer in seclusion than I did. He cultivated bitterly for 50,000 years. He became a saint before me.
Ao Shan frowned. Ao Tian smiled and nodded.
Exactly.
Ao Shan sighed softly.
So be it. Xiang Yuan's strength is slightly above mine, and he is older as well. If he became a saint before me, I will accept it.
Ao Tian gave an awkward smile.
In fact, before the two of you, there was already another saint realm. Who?
Ao Shan was stunned. He listed a series of names. All were 9 tribulation supremes who had entered seclusion tens of thousands of years ago. Ao Tian shook his head repeatedly. Ao Shan was shocked beyond measure. Not any of them. How could that be? Becoming a saint was not like picking cabbage. Only a 9 tribulation supreme with deep accumulation had the qualification to strike at the saint realm. This truth had long been common knowledge. Seeing Ao Shan's look of astonishment, Ao Tian clearly felt quite pleased. After a long while, he lightly coughed.
It was a human genius named Shen Mo, the profound saint. If I am not mistaken, he should not yet be over 1,000 years old.
Ao Shan's dragon eyes widened. Within those bright vertical pupils flickered an incredulous light.
Impossible! A human not even 1,000 years old, surpassing us 9 tribulation supremes to become a saint first.
Ao Tian was astonished. Ao Tian then laughed heartily.
It is truly so. Brother, you have been in seclusion too long and do not know the situation in the saintly heaven and earth. This profound saint's life is filled with miracles. Allow me to recount it to you slowly.
Ao Shan nodded.
Very well, speak slowly. To cultivate at such speed, I fear this person may have been corrupted by the demons.
Such cases had indeed occurred before. Some would remain unknown for years, then suddenly rise with astonishing talent. The 3 races would rejoice and cultivate them with full support. Only later would it be discovered that they had long been corrupted by the demons. After many years of nurturing, the result was the creation of a demon supreme. The saints of every race were enraged, storming the 5 sacred demon kingdoms several times and paying a heavy price before they finally slew that demon supreme. That incident became an eternal scar in the hearts of the 3 races. Especially for a dragon like Ao Shan, who had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. His understanding of the world remained fixed in the past. Naturally, he was all the more wary. Ao Tian shook his head again and again.
Brother, rest assured, this profound saint has already obtained the inheritance of the great wilderness venerate. It is absolutely impossible for him to be tainted by demons. Come with me and we will speak further. What, the great wilderness venerate's inheritance?
Ao Shan was even more astonished. Far more astonished than upon hearing that a human under 1,000 years old had become a saint before them. Monster race, new saint of the myriad phenomena Holy Land Xiang Yuan. Dragon race, new saint of the 4 sacred dragon palace Ao Shan. 1 monster and 1 dragon, both stepping into the saint realm in succession. At the instant they attained sainthood, every living being in the saintly heaven and earth, no matter what they were doing, cheered with heartfelt joy. 7-colored auspicious clouds, golden lotuses descending from the heavens, resonant sounds of jade and gold, soul-cleansing golden rain.
To think that in such a short span, 2 new saints have emerged. With this, how could the demons not be destroyed?
His expression carried relief. The myriad races of the heavens had all suffered deeply at the hands of the demons. Though he did not yet have the strength to oppose the entire demon race alone, with 2 more saint realm experts on their side, he was naturally pleased. In the distant void, many saints who had been wandering outside also faintly sensed the birth of 3 new saints. They did not know exactly who they were, but they could feel this elusive presence. Their hearts, too, were filled with comfort. The 3 monster saints divine phoenix, dragon tortoise, and heavenly fox were not far from the saintly heaven and earth, and their perception was even stronger. Dragon tortoise chuckled.
It seems our monster race has gained a new saint.
Heavenly fox nodded.
It appears to be a descendant of the elephant clan.
Divine phoenix said with satisfaction.
The younger generation is truly formidable.
Dragon tortoise then said casually.
Better think of our own situation. How are we to rescue the 9 yin saint and Fu Zhu?
Heavenly fox and divine phoenix were both at a loss. Those 2 were heavily surrounded by demon saints. If they forced their way in, they too would be trapped by the many demon saints. Though they would not be slain in a short time, In the end, it would simply mean losing 3 more saints. They were meant to be roaming the outside, seeking a permanent method to eradicate the demons. Heavenly Fox spoke in a low voice.
Since 3 new saints have appeared in the saintly heaven and earth, perhaps we can borrow their strength.
Divine Phoenix nodded.
That could work. Heavenly Fox, you still have bloodline remnants. Pass the message along.
Heavenly Fox nodded, forced out a drop of essence blood, and whispered a few words. Far away in the saintly heaven and earth, Hu Qing was cultivating when his vision suddenly blurred. At his ear, the faint whispers of Heavenly Fox carried from an extremely distant place. Though the message was somewhat distorted across the vast distance, its general meaning was clear. Hu Qing immediately rose and gathered the monster supremes of the Blood God Court to discuss the matter. Before long, Hu Qing respectfully presented the message before Shen Mo.
The 3 monster saints hope we will go to rescue Fu Zhu and the 9 yin saint.
Shen Mo seemed thoughtful. Hu Qing said solemnly,
Indeed, my heavenly fox ancestor used essence blood to transmit his voice across space. For him to send such a message, the matter must be urgent. They require the aid of the 3 new saints.
Shen Mo immediately nodded.
Very well, please trouble Supreme Hu Qing to pass this message to the other 2 new saints. I had already intended to meet them and grow acquainted.
The number of saints was few, especially these 3 new ones who had all ascended within the saintly heaven and earth. They would surely encounter one another often in the future. It was only natural to meet and become familiar.
Yes, Hu Qing will surely deliver the message.
Hu Qing bowed respectfully and departed at once. A few days later, Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty. Shen Mo, Xiangyuan, and Ao Shan met together. The void fissure of the Qingxuan Imperial Dynasty could directly open upon the distant void plains farthest from the saintly heaven and earth. Thus, the 3 chose this place to gather. As soon as Xiang Yuan saw Shen Mo, his eyes lit up and he praised him repeatedly.
I had long heard Xiang Gu speak of you many times, but I was in seclusion too long, in urgent need of understanding the changes of the myriad worlds, and could not leave. Now that I meet you in person, you are truly extraordinary, worthy indeed of being one who gained the inheritance of the great wilderness venerate.
With such an attitude from Xiang Yuan, Shen Mo could not help but smile.
Elder Xiang Yuan flatters me.
Chapter 748. Chapter 748. These opportunities are not bad and can accelerate my realm advancement. Chapter 748. These opportunities are not bad and can accelerate my realm advancement. Ao Shan sized up Shen Mo a few times, but then slightly frowned. Shen Mo's appearance was entirely different from what he imagined the successor of the great wilderness venerate to be. He had expected some domineering overlord of the world. Yet at first glance, he only looked like an ordinary human male. Ao Shan said indifferently,
Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times.
Shen Mo's expression did not change, but his gaze fell upon Ao Shan's dragon life panel. After looking at it for a while, he instead furrowed his brow. Xiang Yuan's monster life panel was quite normal. He was simply a monster saint who had built up his strength over time. In the future, he would continue to shine in the long struggle against the demons, and for now he would not die. But Ao Shan,
These opportunities are not bad, and they can also accelerate my realm advancement.
at this moment Xiang Yuan spoke.
Both of you should already know the message. We cannot delay any longer. Let us set off now.
Shen Mo and Ao Shan both nodded. One human, one monster, one dragon, together they tore open the void and stepped into the turbulent currents within. Xiang Yuan glanced at Ao Shan.
I heard that Brother Ao Shan possesses a dragon bone vessel crafted from your own dragon bones. We shall have to trouble you with it this time.
Ao Shan nodded, and with a casual toss, a dragon bone vessel forged of chilling white bones appeared before Shen Mo and Xiang Yuan. Shen Mo, Xiang Yuan, and Ao Shan boarded the dragon bone vessel, which immediately sped forward through the turbulent void. The turbulent void was merely a general term for chaotic space. In some regions, the currents were faster and more disorderly, forming what were called void whirlpools. Even saints would not dare to enter them. Although the dragon bone vessel was extremely fast, its defenses were not very strong. Thus, Ao Shan had to focus intently on maneuvering it, fearful of accidentally entering a void whirlpool. By examining their monster life panel and dragon life panel, Shen Mo already knew the truth. Xiang Yuan had comprehended the great Tao of Earth. Ao Shan had comprehended the great Tao of Strength. Neither was adept at navigating within the void. They could not sense the presence of a void whirlpool in advance. Only by spotting it with their eyes could they avoid it. As a result, they faced several dangerous situations. Shen Mo finally could not watch any longer and spoke.
There is a void whirlpool on the left ahead.
Ao Shan did not believe him. Could a junior truly have more experience than himself? Yet before long, a void whirlpool really did appear on the left ahead. The dragon bone vessel was nearly drawn into it. At that moment, Shen Mo spoke again.
On the right ahead is a shattered small world. The void whirlpools there are extremely strong. Avoid it quickly.
Ao Shan was doubtful, but Xiang Yuan immediately said,
Ao Shan, Shen Mo has comprehended the great Tao of the void. His understanding of the void naturally surpasses ours. It is best we trust him.
Only then did Ao Shan let out a cold snort from his nostrils.
Very well, I will listen to you.
He promptly adjusted the course. Sure enough, after traveling some distance, they discovered countless fragments of dust to the right. It was the remnants left after a small world had collapsed. Only after endless years of being eroded by turbulent void currents would such fragments be reduced to powder and vanish entirely. In the turbulent void, there was no day or night, only endless darkness. The light of the great and small worlds was the only reference point. Their destination was extremely far. The dragon bone vessel required Saint Spirit stones to replenish its power. When replenishing the stones, it could not continue forward and had to stop. Thus, they were forced to dock many times at various worlds. Shen Mo also witnessed the local customs of each world along the way. Each carried its own unique flavor. On this day, the dragon bone vessel once again prepared to dock.
Up ahead lies a small world, the Moon Saint world, under the control of our monster race.
Xiang Yuan revealed a smile. Shen Mo nodded in understanding. The monster race had many saints who roamed the outside. Because the lifespans of the monster and dragon races were far longer than those of humans, over countless years they traveled through the myriad worlds, leaving behind many seeds of civilization. The Moon Saint world was one such well-known small world. Even humans like Shen Mo, who resided in the saintly heaven and earth, had heard of its name. In truth, it was precisely because of these small worlds, like transit stations, that saints could traverse the myriad worlds without losing their way or exhausting their strength. Hearing this, both Shen Mo and Ao Shan nodded.
Excellent.
Traveling for so long in the turbulent void, with nothing but unchanging darkness, even saints could feel desolate, their state of mind wounded. They too needed to stop and rest. After all, they had just recently become saints, unlike those veterans who had been saints for countless years.
I recall that Ao Shan has a great opportunity awaiting him in this Moon Saint world.
Chapter 749. Chapter 749, Overturning Rivers and Seas, Collapsing Mountains and Ridges, all at will. Chapter 749, Overturning Rivers and Seas, Collapsing Mountains and Ridges, all at will. Shen Mo glanced at Ao Shan's dragon life panel again. Recent Opportunity 1. Upon docking at Moon Saint Realm, discovered demonic corruption. After effortlessly resolving it, found a dragon saint's reverse scale at the bottom of Moon Saint pool. Absorbed the residual will within the scale, comprehension of the great Tao of force surged, realm elevated to second realm earth-piercing dragon saint. Recent Opportunity 2. Approached filthy mire intended to bypass, but the mire began expanding. Dragon bone vessel became trapped. Ao Shan separated from Shen Mo and Xiang Yuan, once again taken advantage of by the Yu Bamboo avatar, beliefs gradually shifting. Guided by the avatar, discovered a dragon saint's remains buried in the mire years ago, refined into his supreme saint artifact, elevating it to a great Tao saint artifact. Recent Opportunity 3.
Got it.
Shen Mo smiled. The reverse scale was always the most unique scale on a dragon. Legend said it recorded a dragon's entire life. This one belonged to a dragon saint who comprehended the great Tao of Force. It contained that dragon saint's insights into the great Tao of Force, though Shen Mo himself comprehended the great Tao of Void. With such profound insights into the great Tao of Force now available, how could he refuse? Shen Mo found a quiet spot and sat cross-legged, beginning to refine this dragon saint's reverse scale. A colossal entity appeared before him, like a giant city descending from the sky, yet it crumbled to dust in the blink of an eye. This was the great Tao of Force. Shen Mo spent only 2 days to fully absorb the insights within the dragon saint's reverse scale. His understanding of the great Tao of Force directly ascended to the second realm. He closed his eyes, immediately feeling surging power coursing around him. With a single thought, he could effortlessly wield this power. Rumbled. Mountains and rivers lay under his control, like dough he could reshape at will. Overturning rivers and seas, collapsing mountains and ridges. All at wills. Shen Mo stood up again, a faint smile gracing his face. Saints weren't limited to comprehending just one great Tao. Generally, they would grasp 2 or 3. One as primary, others supplementary. Their realm depended on comprehension of their primary great Tao. Comprehension of supplementary great Tao only enhanced their strength laterally. Of course, if comprehension of a supplementary great Tao someday surpassed the primary one, the primary-secondary distinction would naturally reverse. Currently, Shen Mo's comprehension of the void great Tao had reached the 3rd realm, while his comprehension of the force great Tao was at the 2nd realm.
Calculating the time, we should depart.
Shen Mo trod on the void, returning to where the dragon bone vessel had been anchored. As expected, Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan had been waiting for some time. Seeing Shen Mo from afar, Ao Shan frowned deeply and barked.
Where did you go? We searched for you for ages. If you hadn't appeared today, we were prepared to leave without you.
Shen Mo smiled lightly.
Had a small gain, which caused some delay.
Xiang Yuan was about to speak when he suddenly sensed the change in Shen Mo, exclaiming in surprise.
Little friend, have you comprehended another great Tao?
Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Indeed.
Xiang Yuan became even more astonished upon hearing this. Comprehending a second great Tao wasn't surprising. What astonished him was that Shen Mo, having only recently become a saint, had already touched upon a second great Tao and succeeded in comprehending it. That was the truly astounding part. Everything had happened too quickly. Ao Shan's reprimand caught in his throat. He found himself speechless. Shen Mo's increased strength was a great contribution to fighting the demon clan. What could he say? He couldn't reprimand him, instead he should praise and rejoice. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Seeing this junior surpass him filled him with jealousy. Shen Mo's age and experience weren't even a fraction of his own. On what basis did he stand above him? But despite these thoughts, he didn't show them. He merely offered an unenthusiastic congratulations.
Let's go. We've lingered in the Moon Saint realm long enough.
The 3 boarded the dragon bone vessel, breaking free from the Moon Saint realm's gravity, continuing onward into the vast, dark void. Their destination remained the coordinates left by Divine Phoenix. Much time passed. Xiang Yuan said gravely.
According to Senior Divine Phoenix's coordinates, there's a filthy mire ahead. The filthy mire is extremely dangerous. It's best we bypass it completely.
Chapter 750. Chapter 750. We're likely deep in the filthy mire and must act now. Chapter 750. We're likely deep in the filthy mire and must act now. Creak. The dragon bone vessel suddenly emitted a strange sound. As if it had struck a reef. Ao Shan's expression froze. Xiang Yuan was equally startled.
What happened? Did we hit something?
Ao Shan shook his head.
Impossible, there are no ruins nearby. How could we have collided?
He pushed the dragon bone vessel with full force, but its speed remained extremely slow. And it kept slowing. As if
Don't tell me we've entered the filthy mire.
Ao Shan shook his head repeatedly.
That's even more impossible. The filthy mire is clearly far to the west. How could we have encountered it?
Shen Mo suddenly spoke.
The filthy mire expands. We may have wandered into it.
Ao Shan snorted coldly.
Stop joking, this mire is static. It can't expand.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
How can you be certain it won't expand?
Ao Shan started to retort but thought of something and found himself speechless. Xiang Yuan also said gravely.
Indeed, the filthy mire alternates between static and expansion states. The two can transform into each other.
It was static long ago, which doesn't mean it remains static now.
Ao Shan, we're likely deep in the filthy mire. We must act now.
The filthy mire devours everything within it. The dragon bone vessel was clearly damaged. Even if they could escape, it would waste enormous time. They couldn't afford to wait. Fu Zhu, Nine Yin's saint, and the others couldn't afford to wait either. They had to break free immediately. Just as Xiang Yuan and Ao Shan pondered solutions, the dragon bone vessel suddenly lurched violently. As if something beneath the vessel was roughly ramming it. Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan's faces changed dramatically. The filthy mire wasn't devoid of life. Many void beasts favored the filthy mire's environment. Because those ignorant beings trapped in the mire usually couldn't leave, they were practically live targets.
Abandon ship, now.
Xiang Yuan roared. He sensed more and more things approaching. The dragon bone vessel was now like bleeding prey. Attracting sharks. Xiang Yuan rushed out of the dragon bone vessel without hesitation, plunging into the filthy mire. Shen Mo did the same. The moment he entered the filthy mire, he felt as if trapped in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the tighter the binding became. However, he comprehended the void Great Tao. And the filthy mire was actually fused with the void Great Tao. After briefly familiarizing himself with the filthy mire, he quickly grasped its patterns. Walking became as easy as on flat ground, though slightly slower. Ao Shan, distressed over the dragon bone vessel, hesitated a moment too long. The next instant, the dragon bone vessel was destroyed by swarms of void beasts. Ao Shan also spurted blood, falling into the distance. Xiang Yuan sighed heavily. Unable to rescue, he could only distance himself. He knew clearly. If he turned back to save Ao Shan, he too would be trapped, causing both to perish. If he left alone, he might survive. Saving others was noble. But one must first ensure their own survival. Especially for saints like them. The fall of any saint was an immense loss. The simultaneous fall of two saints would be a devastating blow to the myriad races of the heavens. Shen Mo naturally wouldn't turn back either. He wanted to reach the mire's depths first to seek the remains of the dragon saint who had fallen here long ago. If he happened upon the Yu bamboo avatar, he'd eliminate it conveniently. As for Ao Shan's survival, that wasn't his concern. The three advanced in three different directions, completely parting ways. Shen Mo advanced slowly through the filthy mire. His pace was deliberate, wary of sudden dangers lurking in the mire. Moving cautiously might allow time to react. Initially, his speed was indeed sluggish. Entering the filthy mire felt like stepping into an unfamiliar environment, requiring adjustment. But as he spent more time in the mire, his understanding of it deepened. Now he moved with remarkable agility.
Oh, something's here.
Shen Mo's eyes narrowed as he sensed small creatures gathering around him. At first he paid little mind, they were weak. But as their numbers swelled, their strength grew alarmingly, surprising Shen Mo. He focused his gaze. They resembled tiny plankton. Thumb-sized. Each with a single eye and a mouth. Their tails flickered constantly, propelling them swiftly through the mire, trailing Shen Mo. Instinct told Shen Mo something was wrong. These creatures showed no hostility yet. But their numbers now exceeded 1,000,000. If they increased further, they might turn on him. Shen Mo accelerated, trying to shake them off. Yet the creatures matched his speed surge, clinging stubbornly. Shen Mo frowned deeply and unleashed the white dragon fist toward them. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce, dominating punches erupted. Where they struck, countless creatures died instantly. But the dead were quickly devoured by their kin. The swarm still pursued Shen Mo, like predators tracking prey. Soon, more creatures converged from all directions. Their numbers surpassed 5 million. No matter how swiftly Shen Mo struck, he couldn't match their reproduction rate. Shen Mo frowned deeply, sending a message via soul connection to Suixing, urging it to draw near. The moment he boarded the dragon bone vessel and left the Saint Qingxuan realm, he'd had Suixing patrol nearby undetected by Ao Shan and Xiang Yuan, yet able to arrive instantly. This minimized his risk in the void currents. The current situation felt strange. Suixing's true form was the void beast devourer, having roamed the void for eons. Its understanding of the void surpassed his own. Soon, a mountain-sized body arrived at the mire's edge. But it hesitated to enter.
Father, I'm outside the mire. Where are you?
Shen Mo asked.
You can't enter.
Suixing replied with grievance.
My speed drops sharply inside. Also, some ancient entities here dislike me. They detected me when I caused trouble last time. They can't kill me and I can't harm them. We reached an agreement separate waters.
Shen Mo described the creatures to Suixing. Suixing exclaimed with delight.
Aren't these void aphids delicious?
One bite and they burst with juice.
I chased a swarm of void aphids into this mire last time. Father, do you have void aphids there? Can you lead some to me?
Shen Mo was speechless. So to you, they're just food.
All right, I'm coming.